There's a new force of nature at hand, stirring all over the world. They are the young people whom, frankly, we have failed, who are angry, who are organized, who are capable of making a difference. They are a moral army. And the most important thing that we can do for them is to get the hell out of their way.
The youth of today, like Nelson Mandela, who is now hailed as an icon of peace, must be ready to be called terrorists. We must be ready to be called criminals. We must be ready to be jailed for crimes we did not commit. We must be ready to be character assassinated like Ida Mtwana, Robert Sobukwe, Nkhosi Sisulu, Steve Biko, Winnie Mandela, and Julius Malema.
We don't have a country here. We are useless. If it was for us, I would say, let's destroy this country. Watch the bomoka yote. But for our children and grandchildren. And that's why I support them. Let them teach us a lesson. Because we are jokers.
We've been telling young people, go to school, get educated, then you'll get a good job, you'll be empowered. But in most of our countries, the people who are living the best lives have no education. The people who are driving the best cars, no education. We have political cadres now occupying significant positions in government because they are loyal. Some of them are fantastically incompetent, but they are wonderful people. Unfortunately, wonderfulness does not cure the underdevelopment challenge. We have equated having things with being, so that those who have things are considered more human beings.
There's a new force of nature at hand, stirring all.
Why are you arresting me? Why? Give me a reason. I protest because you're killing us.
Who is killing you?
You police. You're killing us in our communities. Poor communities. Why do you want to arrest me?
Yes.
People's power! People's power! People's power! When we lose our fear, no more killings! No more killings!
Sisi vile vile sio wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu wewe umetukosea.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, open forum political discussion show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, as it was feared, anticipated, and speculated, Richard, whatever, is called Geoffrey. Rigathi Gachagua, the deputy president, stands impeached by the National Assembly. Now his fate hangs in the balance as the proceedings now go to the Senate for the Senate to adjudicate, to judicially look at the whole, judiciously look at the whole scenario and give their verdict on whether they nod on what the National Assembly has done or they overturn the decision of the National Assembly. Over 280 members of parliament voted for the impeachment of one Rigathi Gachagua after he put up a spirited defense in his whatever attempt to let the parliament reconsider the stand they had taken against him being, him being ousted out of office. Now, as this is happening, there is a lot that is at play. It appears even the process by which Gachagua's impeachment is carried out is now being questioned on why would the members of parliament preside over the whole scenario, make a decision on the same before they hear the defense of the accused person. The proper procedure would be the accused is, is given his accusation and then is given opportunity to defend himself, and thereafter the defense, and then the parliament can debate now in view of the defense plus the accusation, and thereafter now a decision is made. But what is happening here is that the members of parliament met early, accusations were leveled, they debated and completed the debate, and then the accused was brought to defend himself. Thereafter, a vote is taken, and it appears the vote had already been decided. Well, as this continues, our country is still hanging in the balance, and it appears the battles of one Gachagua is not from the mountain and it's not from the Rift Valley. It is right at the State House. And so it appears State House, having a rubber stamp parliament, got their way in ensuring that Gachagua is impeached. How will this go? And there is also speculation on will this make the grounds for the next impeachment, which is one of William Ruto himself. Will we have members of parliament that have a nerve to take the bull by the horns and be able to ouster William Ruto from office, or they are all cowards? They are going to bow to the pressure. Well, let us keep talking. Thank you so much. Don't forget dereva na nani makanga wafe wote pamoja. Well, nashukuru kila mmoja. Asante kwa kujumuika nasi katika Sound Candy Talk. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike kukaribishana ili tukamakinike katika uchambuzi wetu. Samahani, tumeanza kuchelewa kiasi. Mashini imefanya kazi tangu asubuhi, kwa hivyo ilikuwa lazima ipumue kwanza ndio tukaregee tukaanze tena upya. Kwa hivyo tukapoteza dakika kadhaa, lakini tunashukuru tumefika. Haya, link ya kutumia kuingia studio nishaweka kwa comment section. Nashukuru wote ambao mmeingia, asante sana. Dahi Abdi, karibu kwa show. Freedom, welcome to the show. Green, welcome to the show. Tunim Hamud, asante sana, karibu kwa show. MNA, welcome to the show. William Adilo, karibu kwa show, asante kwa kuwahi. Nashukuru tu sana. Henry Juma, welcome to the show. Nasema Green hapa, nasema Freedom maze, guys will have to go back to the streets or else we are doomed kabisa. Aya, Njiru Maura, karibu kwa show, asante sana. Trufosa Achieng, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for making it to the discussion tonight. I salute everyone as you join from wherever you are. Please share the link widely, especially those of you joining us on TikTok. Share the live, please share the live. Get more people to join so that we can all focus on this. Yusuf Beidaz, welcome to the show. Abi Omar, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here. Kuna Abi Omar, thank you. Boss Lady, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, nashukuru tu sana. Nani mwingine sijamuona? Jafeth Mongare, asante sana kwa kuwahi. Alex Bundi, welcome to the show. Yasi, welcome to the show. Orodo Alfred, welcome to the show. Thank you so much. Anasema kufa dereva, kufa makanga. Haya mambo ni kama hayo, nashukuru kila mmoja. Naomba tumakinike tunapoanza mambo haya kuiangazia kwa kina ili tukamakinike ipasavyo. Naamini kwamba suluhu litapatikana tu wakati wa Kenya watajiunga pamoja na waseme imetosha basi. Hatutabebwa ujinga na wanasiasa hadi wakati watatuzika tukiona wakati umefika kila Mkenya awajibike katika mambo haya na kubali wito wa kuhakikisha kwamba nchi hii inakombolewa kabisa kabisa. Bwana Green, naona unajaribu kuingia studio. Your gadget is not well configured. Please restart your gadget, and when you come in, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera and the audio. Don't deny control. The StreamYard has to control your camera and your audio for you to be able to participate in the app where we are using to broadcast. Asante sana, naomba tafadhali tumakinike, tuanze tuko fujo kila mmoja ili tukaseme mambo haya wazi wazi kama inavyopaswa. So Bwana Green, naomba utoke kwanza alafu urejee with your gadget well configured. Thank you everybody. Let's keep moving. Aya, tuanze na NM. Umewahi mapema, hali vipi?
Yeah, jema kabisa. How are you bwana Bernard? Hata ulikuwa umenichokesha bwana. Nilikuwa nashinda uko wapi bwana? What's up?
Tumeguza mlima. Sasa itakuwa
I really needed to be here. Yeah, nimewasalimia wote. You know, mimi I'm not of the rhetorics ya usiguze mlima ama guza mlima. My rhetorics is usually different. I like looking at politics in a wholesome. So, two things which I've prayed today. As supremacy battle, Ruto, through the parliament, I'm not saying whether the parliament is credible or not. Going to the fact that the parliament is still there, Ruto has proved that his wheelbarrow is still working. That is one thing which we cannot deny that. His wheelbarrow is working, and in fact his wheelbarrow is becoming bigger. Sababu hata wale watu ambao hawakuanga wanafikiria maneno ya wheelbarrow ni kama wako huko. And by the way, Bwana Bernard, even as some of us tunafikiria ni kama whatever is happening is a very good thing. There is something we need to think here. Majority of ODM members were dragged in this issue without a methodological concept of thinking. For real, it is. We should not like to celebrate sana like it is as prima as a battle which is playing, and they were able to hold this number because there is something which is now evident, Bwana Bernard. In Kenya, we have 281 people who can use brain of one man. Bernard, that is a very risky trajectory. Why? This is what you need to think here. How watu siku ya leo kutokezee zile vitu tunaitanga kama zile materminator zile tunaonaga kwa movie, kutokezee terminator, alafu hao watu waambiwe tunatafuta chakula na sisi tunakulanga binadamu, si tutapeanwa sisi wote? But that is the risk which we are having here. Like we are now having a group which can auction us in totality. Forget about Rigathi Gachagua. Rigathi Gachagua is a very small thing. It is a friendship which has gone for, which happens to anyone, to any person. I pity him. Venye alikuwa anapiga drums for that guy, and now he is suffering this fate. I pity him. Ile jasho alikuwa anatoa, but those things even happen. Kuna watu wengi sana tumewahi saidiana na wao in so many places, but ikikuja wakati wa kukula, we are no longer together. Those things happen, and politics is not an exception. But what we need to ask ourselves about is this is one of the impeachment program which was concluded with haste. People are not applying their heads. And it's something which we need to understand, because that parliament was even having senior councils. Even the senior councils in that parliament were not thinking. Kazi yao tu ni kusema impeachment haraka haraka, tukienda tukisonga. Like ulikuwa unaona ni kama ni watu wamepewa pombe. Like the whole shenanigans was not making sense. So what I'm trying to say, regarding Gachagua, Ruto, whoever can be impeached in Kenya. No one has impunity of impeachment, immunity. I don't deny that. But there is one thing which we need to ask ourselves. Are the procedures rational? Kitu ingine sikufurahia based on what happened today is out of the 11 violations, they did not separate. It is not possible. Bernard, hata wewe nikikuhukumu kwa mambo 10, it is not possible that you are liable of 10 issues. And I want to tell you, the Kenyan parliament will be faulted on that. This is what will happen. In 2020, even Donald Trump was impeached by the parliament, the US parliament. But when it went to Senate, the Senate was not able to approve that. This is what will happen. Even in Kenya, the Senate could be, I'm not saying they are, I don't know the amount of money which has been poured. Kuna uwezekano kila mtu amegongwa 1 billion. Na pesa ni
Mwananjiri, naomba hivi usifungue mambo mingi. Swala moja at a time. Unajua tu wewe unafungua mpaka mikebe yote. Sasa tutakula wamena ama tutakula blue band? Tupeleke polepole. Unajua sisi sio lecturer kama wewe.
I understand. So that's why I was saying, because now the case is now being taken to Senate. In Senate, the higher you go, the cooler it becomes. So in the Senate, there will be more war. Expect that. And again, for them to get that threshold of 2/3, if that is what is needed, I think it will be more fierce. I don't think they will be able to get that. And again, kupita hizo kanda zote za kuimpeach Gachagua. I think hii tu ndio ile tu mcheko ya kwanza. But I think a lot will have to be done in this Kenya for Gachagua to be impeached. It is possible to impeach him if it was a rational process. You can impeach him if the process was rational and not political. But kama tu ni process tu ya kuleta tu hivi, it will be a very dangerous thing. Wacha nimalizie hapo sababu hutaki niongee mingi, sawa?
Sio sitaki, naomba tu tuchunge muda ili tuende mbio mbio. Wewe uko hapa mpaka tufunge. Ni vile tu ulikataa administrative powers. But thank you. And so according to you, the Senate may do a better job than the Parliament, the National Assembly. And of course, the 11 charges against Gachagua cannot be revised. They have to go to Senate the way they are. And the fortunate or unfortunate thing is that the Senate is going to vote on each and every one of that. And akipoteza moja tu anaenda. So ni kama mtego. Zile mitego za State House ni kama ziko sasa huko kwa Senate. Wacha nimlete Mamina yachangie. Mama, hali vipi leo? Alex, you coming to your message.
Let me listen more. Wacha nipatie Alex nisikie mambo kwanza, ama ni Alex unaweza ingia ama niingie? Wacha nisikie experience.
No, I'll be quick. Thank you, Mami. I appreciate so much, Mama Selina. Njiru, habari yako. I think that's the same thing. If Trump wins, that's the same thing we are going to do to him. Just know that. So anyway, Bernard nakusalimia pia. Today was a sad day for me. Absolutely sad. Not because of the man Gachagua. I don't like Gachagua. I've never liked him. I don't even know where he came from. I don't know how he became a national leader. I don't even understand, how the guy even passed his high school. I don't know, but somehow he's where he is. Today's a sad day, Bernard, because of a few things that have been happening in our country. Ruto had a narrative on how to completely change Kenya from a republic to a monarchy, and he has succeeded. Immediately he got into power, he bought the judiciary. What Uhuru failed to do, he came in, swore in the judges, bought the judiciary, and we were done. After that, he went to the next thing. He bought the legislature, he choreographed the Azimio and the Kenya Kwanza movement. We ended up choosing a minority party to become the Speaker of the House. From there, he managed to eliminate Ogola and appointed his own commander-in-chief. A few days ago, he managed again to get Koome out, and he has been able to get his own man as an IG. I mean, I can't be able to give you the chronology of the progression of what this man has done politically. And I've said it here. If I want to be a politician, I want to be like Ruto. Now, what did Ruto do today? What Uhuru failed to do for 10 years, Ruto succeeded to do. In a vote, Ruto flexed his muscles, and the possibility of us having what we refused to have in the second or in the current constitution, we are faced with a possibility of having a presidency that is appointing the deputy instead of them being voted together. What we refused in the last constitution is going to happen right in our eyes. That finally now, the problems he gave to Uhuru, he's going to take them out. Remember, he has taken the judiciary problem that Uhuru had. He had taken the legislature problem Uhuru had. He had taken the army problem Uhuru had. He had taken the police problem Uhuru had. And finally, he has taken the deputy president problem that Uhuru had. So Ruto has no problem. And the biggest catch is that he has taken the opposition out of his way. The people who are shouting on the rooftop, and they did not know that they were melting their own ice, were ODM people. Unfortunately, they were not celebrating. They were not thinking what our country has become. The pillars that holds accountable the presidency, all of them have melted, Bernard. We don't have a president, we have a monarch. Hail Ruto. That is what we have now. And as it goes to the Senate, Njiru, let me guarantee you, the Senate has seen what the House has done. Let me make it clear to you. The Senate exists only in Kenya by the mercy of Parliament. The Senate is useless in Kenya because even it's supposed to be the upper house, but the House has a better saying than the Senate itself. And therefore, according to the voting that I saw in the House, I don't see, Bernard, anybody in the Senate who is going to go against this. I don't see. And if there is, you can tell me. Bernard, we heard a few days ago that Gachagua has been able to get a couple of people again to his fold. Today, instead, I think one more person added to the people that are against him. That tells you that yesterday people did not sleep. Like the same way we were saying that what is called the guy who was the acting IG prior to the day that he had to go to court. We said a night before any tangible thing happens politically in Kenya, people don't sleep. Yesterday night, people did not sleep. Gachagua tried. In fact, Gachagua was put on the spot yesterday to resign to save the possibility of him ever occupying an office. He refused. He was given that opportunity. He refused. So the cast has been done. So what am I saying, Bernard? It's not about Rigathi Gachagua to me. That makes me sad. What makes me sad is this, that Ruto has flexed his muscles. And today we can say that is the only president, not even Moi, was able to capture. If there is anything called state capture in the world, Kenya is an example. And with that, things like Adani and the rest of the mega projects we are going to see, corruptions, we are doomed because Ruto has succeeded. His intention of bringing the motion was not about Rigathi Gachagua as a person. It is way beyond. And think about it. Is Ruto fighting Gachagua, or what is he fighting? It is the seat that he occupies and the powers that he knows he himself once occupied, and he has melted it. It is a benign power. It's a seat by position, but its role will never be what the Constitution has aspired us to have. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. An interesting way to look at it, and sad indeed that we are playing with what we have fought against for ages. It takes me back on the trail of the struggle. The whole reason why there has been a struggle was an imperial president. And now it appears we are right back where we started. And if nothing comes into play in good time, it will indeed be Kenya kwisha. Mami, hali vipi? Are you ready ama tulete Wangira tena?
Yes. I wanted to hear Alex, but Penat, sisi yote tumeona mambo imefanyika parliament. They were given 5 minutes to talk. Alex amesema mobilization, yes, and everybody should mobilize. Hata Gachagua alisema alienda TV kumobilize. But let me tell you, Penat, I don't know Kenyans. I don't know the politics of Kenyans of these days. I see my keep real somewhere. I want him to come in here. Penat, wanaume wakienda, and I think Alex and some people know that. Mukienda vita, hawezi enda na mkono tupu. And for me, I want to say this. People are sympathizing with Gachagua, and you are saying it was not Gachagua. Wakati alienda church, what did he say, Penat? Wakati alikuwa jana kwa TV, what did he say? And then when he was given chance, alisema nini leo, Penat? Unajua cheuri, wacha nikwambie, Penat. If you are not wisdom, cha Kindube ameongea sana ya kwamba tunaweza enda shule, tunaweza kuwa na masomo, but if you don't have a wisdom, kama una hiyo wisdom ya kukusaidia, Penat, ni ngumu sana. Now 281 members of parliament are ODM, the way I see people talking. Why ODM, Penat? This was Kenya. Na niliona Alex aliandika hapo 41, I don't know, 41 verses 1 or something. You know, we need to speak sometime truth. So if ODM has 241 members, for 281 members of parliament, Penat, then ODM is ruling the country. Because watu wamepiga kura And I was very happy Kalonzo had run to rescue Gachagua, the real man that he want to be the president, his group. I thought Kalonzo should tell Canvas and this man called Eugene Wamalwa and the entire group, they should have run back home and gather the people, Penat. Hawa watu wanasunguka, wanatembea. Yes, the Kikuyus walisema and they say tunachunga mtoto yetu, and they did. And some walipika kura. The Merus walipika kura. So this is not, I don't think it is about ODM. But because you guys are afraid of ODM, that is why even in a fourth where 281 members of parliament, people are coming here to talk about ODM. Why not other people? And Penat, as a woman here today, if I come to your house as Munaita Nini, come we stay. I'm not married. I don't have any marriage certificate. You have not gone to my parents. Umeniita tu kwa barabara ukaniweka nyumba yako. The time you want to quit me out, sina kitu ya kwenda kuonyeshana ya kwamba why are you kwa nini unanifukusa? So Bernard, what I'm seeing here, people are very clever. The mountain, wakati walienda nyumba ya Ruto, all of them has come we stay in UTA. If Gachagua at a party, he could have negotiated with Ruto. He could have called and call his people and say, well, like the way alituambia, ati Watangula yenye sijui ako na members of parliament ngapi, alinegotiate. Akasema, Musalia Mudavadi negotiate. Akasema hata mutu ya ule mutu ya Mombasa yenye hakukuwa na kitu, they negotiate. Why didn't you? Muliwacha Jubilee yenyu, mukaenda nyumba ya wenyewe. So, Bernard, if you go and get married to your new wife, na umekaa na mimi hata kama ni 10 years, what do I show people? Ulienda kwa baba yangu? No. Did you take me to court? No. Did you even talk to my friends? No. So, ukisema nilikuwa mate yako, who will say no? Nani atasema mimi ni pipi yako? It is a lesson to Kenyans. If we had to go for coalition, Bernard, if I was the deputy president, I would be in my own party. Hata kama nitakuwa na 60 members of parliament or even 50, I have something to negotiate. What are you saying Ruto did? Ruto did? He was very clever. Aliingia nyumba yenyu, akawatongosa, mukaenda pila hata shosho peke yake kutuma baraka. Now you are crying. What are you crying? Na yeye mwenyewe amekuja kutuambia tena ati these people negotiate. When others were negotiating with their party, were you a brother to Ruto? Who are you? You came just here ati nilikuwa. And then again, Penat, you are coming out kutuambia mambo ya serikali. Wacha nimalisa, Alex. I gave you a chance na si kuongea. I'm just saying fact. Don't ever again kuenda nyumba ya watu wengine. Okay, nyinyi mkitaka nitoke, I have no problem. I gave you chance when you are talking.
Mami, just finish your submission. I am in charge here. We will give everybody chance. So just submit. If they have a question, I'll give them opportunity to ask.
Yeah, wakule vile mimi nilimesa yangu nikingoja wakiongea. So the cry ya kwamba me today, I see Kenyans in all corners. Even you, I see Kisii, 100%, they vote yes. Everywhere, vote yes. Mombasa, yes. Kisumu, yes. Wapi, yes. Mandera, yes. Everywhere. Uko Meru, everywhere. So next time, kama munaenda siasa, na kama Gachagua, nasikia sasa munasema, if can Ruto win 281 members of parliament to vote out, Senate is not even 60 penat. They are not even 47 plus nominated 47 wanaenda kudiscuss what? It is a deal done. And again, in kama kwa Mungu, ukweli kama amenyang'anya the brothers family, kama kweli Mungu ati Gachagua anasema ali-inherit mali ya ndugu yake Bernard, you are giving the family only 5 flats na wewe unachukua hiyo yote. And then you are telling us, wakati imesemwa pale ya kwamba hule mtu ya Kirinyaka kwa kina Martha Karua, the person who works in his office, ndiye alikuwa anafanya transaction. You know, Bernard, some things, hata ikienda, you know, we say the truth. Hiyo uwezi kula nyumba ya familia yako wakiwa uwai. I'm saying what I see in that parliament. So, hapa atukuchi kuongea kusema ilienda. The real thing is this, Bernard. Walisema kufa driver, kufa makanga. Watu wakasema kwa parliament, Bernard, kufa makanga, kufa driver, wale watu wako ndani ya pass, watakufa bure, Bernard. So, makanga ana qualification, ni mtu ya kushika kari hapo nje. Kari ikikimbia sana, makanga anaanguka. But they protect the driver. Not because he's a good person. They protect the driver because kwa hiyo bus, kuna watu ndani. And I feel it and I say, and na kweli, hata mimi wakati nilikuwa nasema kufa driver, kufa makanga, where were the people? Nikajua kumbe saa ingine pena atatujui. So now, tumepata chance. Wacha kufa, wacha makanga atoke. The same people, wale wameona mambo ichaenda vizuri. Kama parliament inaweza kutoa makanga, then now tutafute evidence. Alafu tena tukuje tulete sasa driver, na kwa sababu makanga ametoka, itakuwa ni rahisi kwetu kuona what will happen with the driver. If the pass is not safe, kwa sababu driver anaendesha kari mbaya, then the only thing Kenyans should do ni kumobilize na kuona vile inafanya. But I'm saying this, Bernard. The photo of today was all Kenya, all part of Kenya. Waliwachwa, Kalonzo, I thought, hata nimecheka, I don't know where will Kalonzo sleep tonight.
Malizia, muda ndio huo.
You are not going to tell only 20 members of parliament or 15 not to vote with other people, and you are not even bringing friends to give you some for so that it can be balanced. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you. Alex, you had your hand up. What is the matter?
I just wanted to confirm something. The issue ya nyumba yenu, nyumba yetu. I want to confirm also UDA is a Kalenjin nyumba. I want to know that.
If it is not
because
a Kalenjin nyumba, who is the chairman of the house?
Gachagua needed to have nyumba yake. So I want to know UDA ni nyumba ya nani? Simply.
Bernard, you are not Bernard. Alex, you are a politician. Wakati
no, I want a straight answer.
It is true,
because
yes.
You said
the chairman,
straightly.
Okay. The party leader. Okay, 1 minute. The party leader of UDA ni Ruto. Na ulisikia vile Shole alisema, you cannot, kama wewe uko kwa hiyo chama, kama wewe uko kwa hiyo secretary.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for saying that. Answer.
The way munasema, nimesema hivi, the way munasema ODM, okay, the way unasema ODM wamefanya, ODM.
No, I did not ask you your ODM. I just asked.
Okay, order. Let her finish the sentence and then you can intercept. If you talk in between, you're creating noise. So
no, she already answered me.
Okay, yes. Now, what is it? Where are you going with this?
Yeah, so I just wanted to know the trajectory that the reason Gachagua has been impeached, according to her, is because Gachagua is from a certain region, and that region did not have its own house, and every house in Kenya should have its own part. I mean, look,
No,
there
but
are dangerous trajectories. Then I'm finishing. I'm finishing. It's a pregnant point. It's a pregnant point. I'm finishing. It's a pregnant point. I'm finishing.
Hold on, please. Let's not
better now it's an exchange between only two people. Allow us also to contribute.
Please. Now, look the way you are behaving. Can we have some order, please? And if you are not listening to be guided, then we don't need this show. Bwana Wangira, we are coming to you. Please patiently wait. Nobody is dying here, and there is no emergency. If a question is asked, let it be answered satisfactorily. That's how we debate here. Let's not introduce new standing orders, please. Now, Alex, the issue of region and tribes, you are the one bringing it up, okay? Mama talked about houses and their owners. And I think what I get from what she said is that the Gachagua team decided to fold their own house and go to move to their friend's house, hoping to have rights there. But now it is appearing that they don't have rights in the house where they moved, as a political lesson that you don't usiue mama yako kwa sababu umeitiwa kwamba mama wa jirani ni mzuri, anapikanga vizuri kuliko wako. I think that's the point. So it's not a matter of being blocked from a particular place because you're from a particular region.
I say this kwa sababu Gachagua mwenyewe alisema Watangula Fort Kenya. He said that. Yeye mwenyewe alisema kulikuwa na hii shareholder. Akasema Watangula na chama yake ya Fort Kenya, na akamwambia wewe uko hapa. Akasema Musalia na chama yake ya ANC. Akarudi yeye mwenyewe akasema speaker ya Senate alikuja na chama yake. That is what he said himself. Sasa yeye akasema, nikasema mimi, that is what I say. Kama nimesema hivi Penat, si kusema na ubaya, nimesema if Gachagua alikuwa na msimamo yake kama Mudavadi, kama Wetangula, kama huyu mtu ya nani anaitwa nani, speaker ya Senate, hata hii mtu ya maendeleo chap they went there, they signed an agreement with Ruto, na Gachagua mwenyewe alisema these people sign with Ruto. So for him alikuwa hapo tu. So ukisema mimi nimesema, you are accusing me for nothing. Na unaniambia ati unasema wapo kwa na chama. Unajua sahi wakati ya ufungu Penat kidogo tu wakati ya mambo inaripika, don't just try to put things in the mouth.
So thank you, Mami. Thank you. The point is made, Mami. Usisidi kushika, usipite hapo utaharibu. Alex, that is, she has made herself. She's reporting what Gachagua said. So I hope that's clear enough.
I think those are two different things. I think you have defended her. I think I was following the trajectory of what she said. I believe I even wrote it down what she said. I was asking cogent questions to follow up to understand her excitement for the impeachment, because I think intent and outcomes should be two prerogatives that must be understood for us to execute this thing very well. I will leave it there.
Alex,
and I will
you
say,
want me to say,
kila mtu.
You want me to say,
why can't I finish to talk, Mama Celine? Really? No, there's no 1 minute.
Order, both of you.
Come.
I want us to have progress in the discussion. Mama, hold your horses.
I will yield for Wangira. I think it will not help.
Thank you.
Let's
have Wangira to come in, please. Naomba tafadhali tukae kwa order. Don't unmute until you're given permission to. We are confusing our audience by shouting. Please, let's all have decorum and debate for the help of those who are following the show, not for us to score points. Thank you very much. Mr. Wangira?
Thank you very much, Bernard. First, Alex, my regards to everybody in the studio. First, Alex, let me tell you that unlike 1964, today the Kenyan Senate is never at the mercy of the National Assembly. That one is never. Bernard, I was born in a small community of only 100,000 people. Today we are only 100,000 Banyalas on the shores of Lake Victoria. So when I hear people talk about nyumba ya wenyewe, I wonder where we, the Banyala of Port Victoria, will belong, or which nyumba do we own? Which nyumba do we own? We, the 100,000 Banyalas of Port Victoria, what nyumba do we own? Bernard, let me tell you, I'm a history student, and let me tell you, in 1963, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta planted a seed called divide and rule. And today, the seed of divide and rule has attained its maturity. And I'm not surprised when I hear Mama Selina, talk about nyumba ya wenyewe. This is the divide and rule that was planted by Mzee Jomo Kenyatta in 1963. Bernard, let me now go technical. Allow me to go technical. I am a very, very worried person when I see 281 members of parliament voting like robots. Bernard, with 281 members of parliament who can vote like robots, this document I'm holding today, the 2010 Constitution, Bernard, is under threat. Because, it can be done anything with because of people who are ready to vote like robots. This is a sad thing. It shouldn't be a thing that we should be celebrating as the people of Kenya, that you are celebrating 281 members of parliament who have decided to vote like robots, and you think it's an entertaining thing. It's never entertaining. To some of us who are history students, who do research, who understand how governance runs, Bernard, that's a scary thing. It is a very, very scary thing, Bernard. Because, members of parliament are supposed to use their brains. They are not supposed to operate as if they are robots, Bernard. It's a sad thing. And it's a sad day for the Republic of Kenya, Bernard. It's a very, very sad day. And especially for me, who doesn't own nyumba, that thing worries me, Bernard. It really worries me. I hope that the Senate, Bernard, that constitutes 67 members today, will be able to interrogate this thing, fairly. And like what we saw in the National Assembly. For example, today I saw, new grounds being introduced, Bernard. For example, they were accusing Rigathi Gachagua of having called another lady Malaya. Why did they make that one part of the ground for his removal? Why were they introducing it as an afterthought, Bernard? Bernard, it's a sad thing. And this is not something that we should celebrate as the people of Kenya. You should not celebrate this. Tomorrow they are going to defy this constitution and you have nothing to hold on, Bernard, Let me just stop there and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mami, you have your hand, yes? Mama, unmute. Yes.
I think tukipeana maoni hapa, everybody has a right, na sisi yote tuliona hiyo TV, na members of parliament kwa sababu wamepot kama robots, and that is true. What did you do to tell them not to vote like robots? Penat, uchungwa isaidi. We need to educate our people. For me, hakuna kitu ninafurahia, hakuna kitu nimeona. The only thing I say ni yale ilitendeka. And you saying, hakuna, what is the meaning of, me I'm a Kenya Penat. With my mother Karua, we don't have a lot of people. But I'm a proud woman to say I have a political party. And I have na Kenya since 2006, Penat. I've been a member of NAK Kenya. And I'm a proud member of NAK Kenya. So, Kenya, lazima ukue na nyumba. My party, my house is NAK Kenya. Penat. with members of parliament or without, we are a political party. We are working on our party to make sure ya kwamba we get something. Then there is OTM, there is a, like now Kalonzo told the people not to vote. That is wiper. Iyo ni nyumba. What do you call that? Okay, let me not use the nyumba. Let me use the party. What is the meaning of a party na nyumba penat? There is Jubilee. That is a house. That is a party. So if you want to say Selina is saying wrong, I am talking about a political party. So now tell me, Ruto ako na political party. Gachagua ako na chama gani? And you are saying people sign the papers. If penat you sign and you are not signing anything. Kama sasa una transfer property. And my name is not there. And I want to say, mimi niko na penat. And I don't sign anything. I was just saying like that. I have been in a political party. Nimekuwa KANU na huyo Ruto. And I'm always saying penat. That man. Na nimetoa example. Tumekuwa na hawa chama moja. Mpaka nikaenda kwa Martha Karua. I'm a Kenya. I'm not talking here. Kama mutu sina chama. In that party of NAK Kenya, I'm the National Deputy Women Kenya. I'm the National Deputy Woman. I'm the National Deputy Woman Leader in NAK Kenya. I'm not even a member, not just like ninafuata tu. Nikiwa hapa America, penat, naongoza chama yangu. So as I talk, I'm talking about the parties. Watu wale wanasikia uchungu, let them feel it. If you are members or you don't have a party, you better join a party. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mami. We hear you, and probably we all should understand that Kenya is a multi-party democracy. We should not rule that out. It's part of our constitution, and that is the framework of our governance. And I think Mama's point is, if there were negotiations on the inter-party relations and you are an individual, you cannot be placed on the same level with those that are coming on the premise of their political parties. And so the deal between William Ruto and other political parties is different from the deal between Ruto and Gachagua. And it's all stemming from Gachagua was speaking for the mountain, but without a political party. And so he's an individual, treated as an individual, and probably that is the reason why he's suffering loss. It's just a matter of us ventilating and looking at it holistically. How are we going to deal with this issue of us being a multi-party democracy when our political parties are not strong enough to have a stand, like what Wangira is talking about, members of parliament voting like robots. I didn't expect to have this kind of voting after the Gen Z. And I thought maybe the reason why Ruto has taken this to parliament is to test waters whether he still has his wheelbarrow influence over the parliament. And it is confirming that the members of parliament have not drawn any lesson from the Gen Z revolt. They think they will still play the executive wherever voting machine role and still pretend to be representatives of the people, which is very sad and very depressing that members of parliament don't have a nerve to chart the way forward and be able to defend the constitution and stand by what is true other than playing sycophants. And to me, that's a valid argument. We need to allow that to rise up and get that done. And then, of course, when members of parliament choose not to follow the constitution and play the wherever the tune of the executive, then we are doomed. And then also the aspect of opposition. We are all aware that there is no official opposition in the new constitution. Each and every member of parliament is supposed to provide oversight over the executive. So it is not only ODM that is supposed to oversight the executive, it's every member of parliament from whatever political party they belong to, whether is independent or from political parties. And so this aspect of blaming the ODM for not opposing, ODM has always been voting against the executive, but they don't have enough numbers. When the robots come to vote, they have always voted and, of course, overwhelmed whatever the stands that ODM and the Azimio people have been doing. And so if we don't have enough numbers and the matter is decided by votes, you lose by votes. So tuache hii story ya kuenda kutafutana kwa kutafuta mtu wa kulaumu kwa masuala ambayo tunapaswa kushughulikiwa kama Wakenya. Aya, nashukuru kila mmoja, naomba tafadhali tumakinike, karibisha mtu alafu tusonge mbele katika mjadala wa leo tunapozungumzia Gachagua's impeachment, and the Senate now has the fate of Gachagua. And the question we are asking is, was the parliament fair? Kama hujapiga kura yako, was the parliament fair in the process of impeaching Gachagua? Your yes or no vote is required. But before you cast your vote, please, we need thumbs up on the videos, especially those following us on Sound Candy Talk Live. We are very poor in liking the video. Please, let's like the video and then, of course, share widely to get more people to join and be part of the conversation. Let me quickly bring in Eli to give his view, and then we go back another round from Njiru. Eli, how are you today? Unmute, your mic is still off.
Thank you, Bernard.
Good. Come in.
And all the panel. I enjoyed the circus just this evening. I was at work, so I didn't really see most of that circus. As we all know, it's a circus. But I congratulate the young people, because without the youth who revolted in June, we would not have come to this stage, where now we will see Gachagua preparing to assault, to give an immense assault on Ruto. He will reveal everything about Ruto, and this is actually what we want, because I think this will now scuttle the regime. I'm not really seeing any moral ethics in terms of how powerful this parliament is, in terms of even trying to say that they know what they were doing. There is nothing there, but we know that this has given us the chance now to see for the first time what really happens in government, the competition for tenders between two main principals, how they fight it, clean out. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm really enjoying this. There's popcorns where, people selling popcorns, they're going to make a lot of money, because we're going to eat a lot of popcorns in the next few days, because I don't see Gachagua going quietly. I don't really celebrate this person. In the same way, I don't celebrate Ruto or many people in ODM or any other political parties in Kenya, because all we've done is we chased the white man from extending the so-called superior powers over us, but then we replace them with this kind of people. And you see the nature of that parliament. It's just despicable. I couldn't imagine that person who was the mover of the motion has big scandals himself. I mean, I read some of the things about that MP, and I was just shocked that he had the moral authority to stand there and educate us about Rigathi Gachagua, who is not innocent himself. But I will say again that for me, it's a celebration of a thing that was started by the youth this year, and it makes us now. This is a form of democracy now that I enjoy, because now we're going to know a lot more about these cartels that run the country. So thanks, and I'm enjoying the conversation. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Eli, tunashukuru as we continue to look at the whole scenario. PL Lumumba pia aliuliza wacha ile mtu ambaye hana dhambi au kwanza kutupa jiwe. Anasema kulingana na maoni yake hiyo parliament mzima hakuna mtakatifu. They are accusing for what they are guilty of. Yes, mama, unasemaje?
Nimekuwa accused. Nataka kuchua wale watu 44 wamepiga kura kwa 281 na 44 wametoka constituencies kani katika Kenya. I want to know that. Kama wametoka one side, mtu asiseme Mama Selina.
Oh my God. Well, I think it was, I don't know. They were not from one region. And okay, probably somebody check it for me. Mata uko wapi? You are the Minister of Figures. Check for us. Maybe Eli kama uko na hizo figures. But I don't think
from the
I think
mountain.
the only person I
Ilikuwa
saw
ni
there
mlima.
who was
Wote walikuwa mlima. Ni mlima 100%, 99.99. If that's what mama wanted to hear, nimesha kuambia ni mlima.
Mlima ni za Mukambani.
Thank you.
Ukambani bado ni cousin.
Okay, let's do this.
Ukambani ni cousin ya mlima.
Wacha Alex, wewe wacha hiyo maneno. Wewe wacha kutuunganisha hapa kwa harusi ambayo tutaitisha. Now, naomba hivi, I want us to have our conversation progressive, tusijichimbie shimo ambalo tutaweza kutoka. Tusisunguke one point over and over. Let's have a progressive discussion that the followers are learning and drawing lessons. And then, of course, the main thing is to get Kenya straightened out. It's not for us to continue, magnifying the impossibilities that you are faced with. We must look for the possibilities. How do we get out of the mess we are in? We are already in the mess. We must look for a way out. Yes, Eli, unasemaje?
I noted with a lot of interest when Mr. Gachagua tried to kind of make an expose, like a mini expose about the Adani contracts, the scandal at the airport. And this is just something that tells us that if you are a supporter of Mr. Gachagua, or if you want to vote against the impeachment, you would easily see where Gachagua is coming from in terms of the corruption scandals that he is about to enlist, And he openly talked about this Adani scandal yesterday. And this really encouraged me because it means that some or most of the decisions that were being made in this government were kind of unilateral. This person who leads Kenya at the moment, Ruto, is known to be averse to consultations and things like that. He runs things by himself. He micromanages the country, and we will not be surprised if what Gachagua said yesterday is true about the Adani scandal, which is, according to him, one of the things that he was very against. I think Gachagua has he has a handicap in his in how he articulates things. He might come across as a person who is doing a lot of rhetoric, but there are some things that he says that actually captures what Kenyans are going through. But he just has this. I think he has this problem with how he presents himself, and then we just start throwing stones. If we were to throw stones, of course, it is Gachagua and Ruto who should be the people receiving these stones simultaneously. But being that we are so-called democratic, you find that it's a slaughterhouse for the person who is deputizing a person who is himself has a track record from 1992, which is awful, and this is why a lot of people will be
Ellie,
shocked.
don't you are making a second submission.
Okay, sorry,
We're on the queue.
sir.
Please be brief. Yes.
Sorry, I'm not maintaining the house rules. Okay, thank you.
Just complete what you're saying. Complete what you're
Yes,
saying.
what I was trying to say there is the one of the things that I noted from Gachagua yesterday was the issue of the scandal at the airport. That really made me think these are the things that the youth wanted out, and it sometimes takes the devil to articulate such and certain things, and I think for some reason this is the person who had to say those things. I was really shocked when I heard Kimani Ichung'wah for the second time in under 2 weeks or even under a week, using some kind of metaphors describing Gachagua as that dark man. This guy Ichung'wah is just I don't even know how to describe Kimani Ichung'wah. That one there really made me almost like Gachagua kabisa. At a fellow African person is calling another one that dark man. That dark man. No.
It's interesting, but let's hold on that. Let's hold on that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being part and parcel of the conversation. Please, let's order, please, Mama. You're out of order. I need us to ensure that we are progressing in the conversation. Naomba tafadhali tusivunje sheria. Kuna watu hawajaongea na wamekaa kwa queue. Let's also respect those people and help them also come in good time. If we intercept and have an exchange between two of us, we are not being just, and we are fighting for justice. So please, let's be just in our operations. Now, naomba hivi wa Alex na Ann and the other people of like mind, please let us debate. Stop the aspect of being personal. Story ya baba kupoteza kiti ya AUC. Baba mpoteza kura ngapi? Kwani hiyo ndio itakuwa ya kwanza? Hii story ya sisi kuwa
mana. You are in a comment section. Bernard, you are a big man. You are on top here. Wacha na maneno ya comment section.
I'm in charge of everything and I answer for everything. When YouTube writes a warning letter, haikujangi kwako na kujanga kwangu tafadhali. Let's do this.
So writing Raila lost is going to lose is a violation.
I'm just giving a directive. Let us desist from going personal on any matter or bringing up a subject that is not for discussion, because that is diversionary and it's all seeking to do what? To get us into where we were not going. We are confusing the robot on where to send our content and whether our content is on this subject or on another subject. That's what I'm talking about. Then story ya kuwa manabii kwa hii channel. Sisi hii channel ikuange channel ya manabii, kuna channel ya manabii, wala ukukisia, wala ukusema now that this thing is like this, is going to be like this. And then they say I predicted, it came to pass. Let's just analyze things objectively. We are, I think, reasonable people. We want to appeal more on our intellectualism, our understanding, so that people can follow us, other than us refuting or reverting to these predictions that are majorly baseless. Let's just follow things, provide evidence for what we are claiming, enhance the conversation, not try to end the conversation by running into conclusions. That's all I'm saying. Thank you very much. Now, naomba hivi tafadhali tutulie, tupatie nafasi wengine pia nao wachangie. Shiko, wendo jirani wa Ichung'wah, tukupatie mawe ama maji?
Bora wasiguze Mrema, Mrema imeguzwa.
Mrima
Wewe
leo imelala
composition ya wimbo ya
imeguzwa.
Mrima hujatuimbia.
Yay! Wameguza Mrima Bena, daki wameiguza. Watu wa Mrima wamewaka kuwaka. Sasa, Bernard, I would want to reason, ningetaka kureason, kulingana na venye Gachagua alifanya campaign, and I also want to reason as a patriotic Kenyan, yeah? First, Gachagua put himself in this mess. Me with my friend Mr. Njiro, we had a very hard time to tackle the lies he said about Jubilee na ndugu yake Uhuru Kenyatta. Kuna msemo huwa inasema ukichimba shimo don't dig ile yenye pia wewe unaweza anguka. So Gachagua put himself in this mess. Gachagua in fact insulted the Mount Kenya billionaires. Remember those who are on Mount Kenya Azimio side. People who he can now run for, anaweza kimbilia wamshike kama mtoto wao. He was in the lineup ya kumtusi, ya kuwatusi, kuwakejeri with Uhuru Kenyatta. He included and insulted everyone. It was so personal. In fact, for him, it was not about politics. It was more personal. Ile hata we thought Gachagua angepatana na Uhuru Kenyatta mahali angeua yeye. It was so mtoto ya Serelak. Haya, on top of that, we kept on saying, even if they are going into a marriage with the UDA, kama Pauko na Pakawa, niliona Pauko na Pakawa wakisema ndugu wa Bernard ukisemekana wao walipewa 30% ya Bure and his brother Kabisa, and that's very good. In fact, Bure and Kabisa, I think hao ni kushinda Gachagua kidogo. And Gachagua said Ruto ni Christian, haezi ruka. So I trust him, and he went into that marriage without an MOU that would have now been standing between him and Ruto. Hata angeimpeachiwa, you'd have still have had his people in this government kama Uhuru venye alifanya na Ruto. Because even after Uhuru and Ruto disagreed, watu wa Ruto hawakufutwa kwa serikali because there was an MOU. So why did Gachagua went into a marriage without an MOU, without a party? And he trusted a word of the mouth. So one year amejikaranga na hii. Why is it that even when Raila joined Uhuru Kenyatta, Uhuru never impeached Ruto? Why? Ruto he had his own people. So it's also a matter of calculation. Gachagua didn't do his calculation well. So he is to be blamed for his calamities. Then the last thing is that saizi anataka watu wa Mlima tuungane na yeye. Mimi nikikumbuka ile venye I had very hard time to tackle the lies Gachagua said, hata naisha nguvu. Sasa anataka watu wa Mlima wasimame na yeye. Watu wa Mount Kenya, they vote with emotions. Right now they are going to vote out all the MPs here, and they are going to side with Gachagua just because he has come crying. Then we are going to elect another bunch of raggeds to parliament again. Huku watu they vote na emotions, na hatred, and it will always be there. Because watu huku wanaenda na emotions, anapigana anapigwa juu ya mali yake, ni wivu inamsikiria. Anyway, away from that, I want now to side with Gachagua as a Kenyan. Sasa wacha sasa nisimpige. I don't think Ruto has done the right thing for him impeaching his deputy. One, sasa turudi ile ya humanity. Ruto ndiye alipea kina Ishongwa, kina Rigathi kazi ya kutusi kina Uhuru and to demoralize kina Raila. Mpaka tunaambiwa Raila ni mchawi. Mpaka kuna mtu aliniambia kuuza Raila Mount Kenya ni kama kuuza nguruwe Saudi Arabia. It was so painful. Now Gachagua was given airtime na Ruto, enda utusiane, and he ran with it na akafanyia Ruto kazi. Either way, Ruto kama binadamu kunajua kuna ile umeona umetumia. I know he feel used. One, insulting those people he would have ran to right now. The other thing is making so many enemies. Gachagua ako na maadui wengi sana, not even politicians. So Ila tu Ruto ataona huyu mtu pia alinisaidia, sababu Gachagua ndiye alikuwa anaongea ile uongo baya. Gachagua is very mouthy. In fact when he says something, ujui hata kama unataka kusema ukweli towards whatever he said was right, uwezani Bernard, inakuchokesha sana. So Ruto venye waliform that marriage ya UDA, angekuwa so human to his deputy, asamehe ama waongee for the next 3 years, cause are we ready for nini Bernard? Hii mambo ya impeachment is going to cost almost 20 billion. Wanasema Gachagua ameiba 5.2 billion. Ruto ameiba gapi? Ruto alikuwa kwa accused na mambo gapi wakati wa deputy president, and he was not impeached. In fact, if Raila venye wanasema Raila pia amefanya Gachagua kuwa impeached, why was Ruto not impeached during Uhuru tenure? Ama ni Uhuru alikata? I don't know that. But also, Bernard, we have to be very careful with this thing of parliament having the monopoly, the executive kuwa na monopoly kufikiria they can be impeaching people, because sasa hii kiti ya deputy president hedi ikae. So who will accept in getting into a marriage now with the Kenya with a certain region? Ukijua kama unaweza mkikosana na mtu, you will be impeached. Not even about the Rift Valley. Si mtu ataona hata tukiungana na hawa watu, si hata mimi naweza kuwa impeached wakati tumekuwa na disagreement. Can there be a reconciliation, ama ile watu wanaongea for the sake, is it for the sake of Kenyans, ama for the sake of putting Kenyans into another bunch of political heat, mambo ya pesa kuwa wasted and it's taxpayers money itakuwa inatumika. We have to stop this. And if you are going to go with this Bernard, I'm telling you, Ruto anaenda kuongeza term limit. But one thing I'm happy about, our parents are Gen X. My mother being part of Gen X. Sasa alichagua Ruto sababu ya Gachagua. And now me mimi niko katikati ya Gen Z na millennial hapo 94. Nasema hivi Bernard, mimi wenye niliambia mamangu kuna maandamano na venye maandamano inaendelea, ananiambia mnaharibu serikali, give the government time for it to do its work. Saizi because we vote, nimekwambia hiyo generation they vote through tribe and emotions. Mamangu ananiambia hata nisingepigia Ruto kura, alikuja akatudanganya kwa kanisa mwadhani agosho. My mother is going to help me to remove all these bans and garbage readers out of power in 2027, because she's going now to side with the emotions na nini yake ya Gen X kupeleka Ruto nyumbani. Sasa hiyo kura yake moja yenye hakunipatia wakati wa Azimio, si amenipea. So me, I'm seeing it as a blessing. A blessing on my side, because some of these parents are going to help us to send Ruto home in 2027. Let's be very careful with the trajectory we are taking ya kuimpeach watu if we are having a kama it's good to have a reconciliation. Juu sioni ile kitu kubwa. Gachagua Ruto ameiba pesa ngapi Bernard? Tukisema ni watu wakuwe audited pesa yao. Wote hata hao wabunge. So for me, I would call it a political witch hunt, but Gachagua should go back to the drawing board. Yeye alijishibia hii shimo, asituigize hapo. Mimi napigia makofi. By the way, I have mixed emotions. I'm happy, I'm sad, niko hivyo. Niko vile nilisikia mpaka Bwana Jiro wakalia wakati walisema hot air. Nasikia vizuri watu wa UDA wamefinywa, wale walichagua Gachagua. Jiro alilia machozi. Sasa hata mimi kumbe walisikia hivyo. So tit for that is a fair game. Thank you.
Jiro used to cry every day. Now he's happy. We're all happy.
At least
I know, I understand. Thank you guys. Please let's be lenient. We ensure that everybody gets a chance to submit before time runs out. I want to appreciate all of you. Thank you for the invites. I can see the number of viewers increasing. Tukaya hivyo hivyo. Na kama uja subscribe, if you have just run into us, you have not subscribed to our channels, please subscribe. The link is already in the comment section if you are having problem finding where to subscribe. And if you are not yet a member of Sound Candy Talk, we also encourage you to join as a member. Thank you so much for being part and parcel of this great conversation. Philip, it seems there is something wrong with your connections, so you keep jumping in and out. Tafadhali or reorganize your internet so that when you come in, you are able to stay and contribute. So mbio mbio tumlete Innocent seme ya kwake, alafu tuanze hiyo round nyingine tukisonganga mbele. Asante.
Hi, how are you?
Sisi tuko bungeni.
Nimeweka mitego pale, nikaweka huko kwa my MPs, nikaweka kwa women mitego, nimeweka mitego huko. Nimeweka mtu hawezi, mtu akuja huko ataona mitego nimeweka vizuri sana. So sijui kama mtategua leo.
Mtego wa panya washika waliomo na wasiokuwemo, wahenga walisema.
Bernard, kuna njia unaweza weka mtego na ikushike. Watu wanaweka mitego na imewashikeni.
Wacha kuguza Murema tafadhali.
Aki nakumbuka wakati tulikuwa hapa, the way you are crying, at least I can the way you are talking ni kama you are smiling a bit, and mamaka ameingia kwa debe ndani kabisa. Anyway, I'm glad to be in this channel. I'm a panel, and let me just give my hits and misses. One, we said all these people must go. At least one is nearly going, so we believe tunaendelea salama. But Bernard, before I give about Gachagua, I want to, today was on 8th. Oh, yesterday was on 8th. And that is the date when I don't know kama ni Adani ama the government was supposed to appeal for ile deal ya Adani. So and it's the same day Gachagua is being impeached. It's the same day Morara is being abducted. Yani things zimefanyika hii tarehe 8. Ni kama kulikuwa na mwadhara. Let me now come to the matter of the day. Gachagua, please. Wewe mlikuwa Mkristo na Mkristo wako, praise the Lord. Na ulienda parliament ungesema praise the Lord, uendelee kufanya what is supposed to be done. Ungefungua Bible, mwanze kuhubiriana. And Bernard, I think tumewekwa mahali papaya sasa, si Wakristo bana. Wakristo hatuwezi aminika bana. Unaweza kama Mkristo unaamini Mkristo wenzako, alafu na huyo Mkristo ndiye anakugonga. Wakristo nafikiri wamegongwa vibaya sana. I don't think believer ama Christians will ever trust one another. Hata hao waanze kujua lazima waandikiane chini. Hata huyo mtu alikuwa anasema mwenye alikuwa ni drunkard, alijuanga vizuri. He made sure that things are written down. Gachagua, the way she has said, Gachagua messed up. Hati huyu jamaa huyu hakuna haja kuandikiana, and the way she has said, I just support her, that wangeandikiana saizi hata angekuwa impeached, angeshika zile shares zake alikuwa nazo, atoke nazo. Now he has been speaking about shares na anatolewa na hata ena na shares. I think amebaki kama sisi wenye hatuna shares huko. Sasa imagine somebody who has been having shares kwa kampuni na unatoka bila share yoyote. It's so bad. So hii shares alikuwa anaongea, nafikiri ni kama haifanyi kazi. Hii shares ametoka bila shares bana. Sasa amekaa kama sisi tu. Kumbe shares haikukua, ilikuwa tu ya mdomo. Number 2, Bernard, I believe the impeachment was not done right. From your question, the impeachment was not done right. Because one, there is no way when you go to court, the accuser reads for you alafu akisha kusomea mashtaka, and then immediately mnaanza give your views without giving the mshtakiwa permission to give the views. You know what happened is that the move of the motion, alitoa mashtaka yake, alafu the MPs they started giving their reactions without hearing the Gachagua. So I blame this parliament, hata kama wanaitwa ni honorable honorable parliament. I don't think the process was right, because I thought they could have given Gachagua a chance to talk, akishaongea, and then they give their reactions. So they were giving their reactions from one-sided. So Bernard, for me, I don't think they gave Gachagua the right chance to also showcase ama kutoa verdict yake, so that from there they can give their opinion. So parliament, I think one of the standing orders yenye nimeona inatakana kuchenjiwa ni to make sure that when somebody ama anakuwa impeached ama when they have an issue, they should give both sides waongee, wakishaongea, and then they can give their reactions. So from what I saw is that they gave their reactions. Sasa wakati Gachagua alikuja, they had already finished giving the reactions, and immediately after Gachagua ameongea, if there was anybody who wanted to change the mind, angeweza kuchange because they had already given their reaction. So I don't know now from the professional legal point of view, Gachagua anaweza kuwashinda if they go to court, because it was not given there's what we call inaitwangaje kwa law, jina imeenda kidogo, but a fair trial. It was not given a fair trial because they had already vindicated him before he had given his side. His side. Number two, Bernard, when I heard what the move of the motion was giving and what Gachagua gave, there were two different sides. The mover says Gachagua alikuwa na 80 acres. Gachagua comes and says 29. So which is which? Bernard, kama hata ukikoa hapa mtu watu wawili wakuje, kila mtu apatiane, mmoja aseme 80 mwingine aseme 29, then it means we need evidence. So that's why nakwambia hii kitu ikienda kotini ama ikienda kwa Senate, na Senate unajua ni watu wanaenda kuangalia the evidences. Gachagua anaweza kupata some bonga points kidogo, because if you give a wrong information ama misfacts, and then another person comes and clarifies ama atoe those facts ama aseme the asikokuwa right, then atakuwa amekushinda. So from what I saw, there were two different motions ama two different facts which need to be facts, lazima waende wasicheck waone kama ni nani anaongea ukweli. So from me, nikiangalia hii motion, siwezi sema Gachagua alishindwa ama alishinda, because there are two different facts which need to be checked, na lazima waende walete those things. And one of the thing I liked about Gachagua, which we have been saying that kufa makanga kufa dereva, is that he gave the evidence from his videos, akaonyesha vile mdosi wake alikuwa anaongeanga, na akasema I learned from the master, na akatoa vizuri. So whatever the things alikuwa amekuwa yani walikuwa na muimpeach those things, Ruto alikuwa ameziongea, na wakati Ruto alikuwa ameziongea, aliweka video kuonyesha na akasema whatever he said is what I was saying. So to me also wakiendelea hivi, wakiendelea sana, ndio nakwambia ikienda kotini, especially to the courts, utakuja kupata Gachagua akipata at least some relief, because those things were said ama wote walizisema when they were campaigning, hata before, hata after campaigning walisema walisema some of those things, na sasa ndio yeye ni kama aliendelea kuzisema, that's why maybe anakuwa vindicated. So Bernard, that is my introductory part, but niliona hii kitu iko balanced. Ikienda kotini Gachagua atapata relief, ikienda kwa Senate the follow watapata relief. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bona Innocent. I think that is clear enough. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. Please, let's keep inviting each other. If you're not a subscriber, please subscribe. Just take a minute or two and subscribe to both channels, Sound Candy Talk and Sound Candy Talk Live. We really need you to be a subscriber so that you are resident, other than just popping in and out whenever we have these discussions. I encourage you to be a subscriber. Please subscribe. As I bring in Philip, I want to remind us, thank you so much for those who are sending in their contribution. We contribute to pay bills. So tafadhali, I need 50 of us just to send me 1,000 shillings each. 50 of us send me 1,000 shillings each. Tumalize hii maneno. We are 246 people. Only 50 people send me 1,000 shillings each. Tumalize hii maneno leo. Tusiongee maswala ya paying bills for October another time. Let us, by the time we clear this show, 50 people, 1,000 shillings each. Tumalize hii maneno kabisa. Bwana Philip, how are you? Karibu please.
Asante sana Bernard. Sawa, asante sana Bernard. I would like to speak for a short time na sitachukua muda mwingi, but I want to point 1 or 2, 3 points kwa hii issue ya leo. First, I've seen the parliament of today, the sitting. Na from my own assessment, when sometimes you mix politics with emotions, you just lose the point of the day. You cannot mix your emotions with very weighty issues, especially what is happening in the country. The second thing, our bunge, they know what they did very recently about finance bill. Wanajua venye what they did. They saw when they were running, they saw our young youths were shot outside the parliament. Na waka cover up your issue yote, they were called goods and all whatever. So I think today, ilikuwa siku yao kujiredeem. They were redeeming themselves at their house. I felt like your emotion yote was just directed to this young man, to this Rigiji. Mi sioni, Rigiji is a politician. Na as every other politician, even during the elections time, we have politicians who spoke a lot of things. Nakumbuka wakati Madividi alikuwa anataka kujoin UDA, he used to say, there is a thunder that is coming, and you'll know that thunder. And we kept waiting until we saw him joining UDA, and people are all over saying, tulijua tu. Oh. So politicians, you can never treat politicians as saints. Politicians always have their day, and they know how they do politics, and they do this politics to win these seats that they have. They have their own tricks. So hatuwezi wa treat kama ati nini ati kama saints. They have their ways of making their way there, those seats. Another point, I appreciate what Gachagua does. Sometimes, even if people just fight him, he's a man who tries sometimes to speak the truth. And I have this point that sometimes when I hear him trying to emphasize on that point, and a lot of people never look at that point, wanga inaniuma sana. There's this point, he has been fighting illicit brews, and that is a job was given by the president to do that under his office. And the most affected part with his illicit brew, that's why I think he is being referred as tribal, was Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya, even wakati wa Uhuru, he raised this issue of illicit brews, wiping out youth, making you the vulnerable, and a lot of things, even marriages were not working. And Uhuru in his tenure ordered for the closer, yani hizo wao watu wanauza hizo pombe badia na nini zifungwe, na watu wana manufacture zifungwe, na watu wafunguliwe mashtaka, because that beer it is true was just washing, yani ile kuwasha vijana tu na watu wazee na marriages. So when President Ruto came in, he actually gave Gachagua that job to deal with those illicit brews and those who were selling that brews and whatever was when walikuwa na hizo bana nini, and Gachagua did that. He has done that in Nyeri, he has done that in Murang'a, he has done that in Kiambu, he has done that in recently in Embu, and he was now focusing on other parts, but the most affected part was in Mount Kenya. So when he did that, and he started succeeding, and because he put a lot of efforts, then he brought the report back to the president. You know, I've done this work, and now I see like I'm succeeding. His wife on the other side concentrated on drugs. Na drugs mahali zimekwama sana ni Mombasa. She has been in Mombasa to try to rehabilitate young men, young women, and other people who have been vulnerable to drugs in other parts of the, especially in pia these street children and nini. So when Gachagua did this job and it was almost done, and then he brings this report to the president, I'm almost done and I've done my job. Then another junior, I call him a junior because ni kama mdogo, it's not someone of his rank, goes and start saying this man came here and closed all our sources of income. Yes, nini. We want to open those bars again. We want to open those sources of brews again. And I think at the moment those bars are operating again. So when then Gachagua went back and asked the president, you gave me this work. I have done this work for all that time. You gave me resources. I have used those resources doing this work. Then someone else comes, my junior, authorizes those bars to start operating, those brewers to start operating. What's happening, my boss? Can you talk to these juniors of yours to stop undermining my office and my work? The president never replied. He kept quiet. He never answered anything. So I think as much as we are trying to vindicate this man and trying to say that he is tribal, he has done this and he has done that, we don't see the good side of him. And that's why I'm saying we are a lot of members of parliament today mixed emotions. I don't know, emotions with I don't know other things, and you can see it's pure emotions, because if someone comes and says, you know, even if this man has defended this point, let us all members of this house believe. Let us believe. And he repeats that once again and again. Let us believe that this man is not good for this county. He's not good. Then and there's a point that I noted. When Gachagua was presenting his case, he came with his own documents. And those documents are there. The land dealings are there. Every document was stapled, and when he was stapling, he was quoting where those documents are, and I could see the whole house being very quiet and very observant. Some were even, I think, some were being even agitated because you are here trying to tell people to believe, and the same man you are telling people to believe, he has come with documents that show if it's a land. It was done on this date, it was released on this date, it was acquired on this date. So I think when it goes to the Senate, and because I believe the Senate is a house that checks facts, and that's why they try to save Kawaira Mwangasa for the first time and the second time, because they actually check facts. I am very sure if they go through those documents and they go through those documents thoroughly, leave alone the easy emotions za bibi ya Gachagua sijui aliakoya bibi yake aliwakoya land ya sijui what. These are matters of family, and I wish those matters would be well spoken hizi matters za familia. I wish tungekuwa na another session tuelezewe ni nini ili happen between familia yake na ya Gachagua na ya brother yake. I think those are family issues. Now to politicize and tell members of parliament to say alichukua mali ya wajane, I think it's like to offload emotions to a serious and weighty issue of the conduct of a deputy president, his conduct in the office, how he has, and I feel those were purely emotions. If they were to table serious facts, I think we could have had a very sober day, because they used to repeat the same thing a full day until this man came in within 1 hour and 30 minutes. He gave his own presentation. We attached copies of evidence. So I wish him best when he goes to the Senate. But if this parliament continues like this, because I know they were redeeming themselves, they saw when they were in parliament, when they were running, they saw our fellow young men were shot in front of the parliament. And how today some have not even been seen. Some have not. Some who are abducted have not even been seen, and they know what happened. Some even are continuing being abducted up to this date. You have the Adani deals. We have the health issue. We have a lot of issues. So I think they are trying to cover up issues and trying to use this man as a scapegoat. And I believe it's just for a short while. Because Kenyans we forget so fast. It's just for a short while. Those who are trying to politic with him, it's okay. Because I saw when he was presenting his case, some were very agitated, but I completely wish him the best. But I feel that man is a truth man as much as he's a politician, because we cannot treat politicians as saints. There are those who are in those parliament right now, even those who are debating. Someone like Didmas Barasa as under a very serious case. We cannot forget. Some around that parliament and serious cases, and we have not forgotten. Some are under utterances before. We have not forgotten. So they cannot try to say or try to feel. I remember somewhere when I saw someone like Junaid Mohammed during campaigns, what he spoke, somewhere he spoke about the seat of the presidency. I have not forgotten. I have that clip. So I think they are they were trying to show themselves they are saints, and Gachagua is I don't know. So I wish Gachagua the best in his next encounter with the senators in Senate.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Philip. We appreciate that. It's all a matter of judicial, whatever process, and the best way to look at it is in view of law. What I saw, in my opinion, was wanting in the way the parliament was going about it. They were citing the law, but they were not using the law to process the accusation as well as the ruling. So it was more of an emotional whipping of the House, other than articulating which law has been broken and how it has been broken. And that's why the Senate will have sufficient time to verify which law has been actually violated, and how has it been violated, and what is the outcome. And as we engage, we are free to ventilate and come to better conclusion on every one of those accusations. But our country as a whole need to be freed, so that the judiciary can do what it's supposed to do, the parliament does what it's supposed to do, the Senate does what it's supposed to do, other than them being unduly influenced by outside forces. Our really unmaking is when the outside forces influence our decision, that we do somebody's bidding, other than just looking into the case and ruling the case in view of our laws and giving the required punishment. And so when we deviate from enforcing our laws and adducing cases according to the provision of our laws, we are creating a precedent that we may never be able to uphold because it stands on nothing. And that's what is disappointing about our parliament. The lawmakers are in disregard of the law. When you really need to see them articulating what the law says, how the law has been violated, you find them wanting in the presentation of the whole thing. And so we are really doing badly. And it zeroes into what kind of people do we send to parliament? Are they really capable of making laws? Are they really capable of enforcing the laws? Because we are wanting in our enforcement because the people we are looking up to are not up to the task. So we really need to have everything. And whether Gachagua is bad or good, he needs to get justice. And for that justice to be served, it has to be within the framework of the defense of the law, the defense of the constitution, and of course, let him be justly be impeached or, let justice be seen to be done. Not that phone calls were made, money were given, and so people have done what somebody asked them to do, not punished people for breaking the law, and it was seen in the same light. Thank you very much, everyone. As we continue to engage, I still need my 50 people. Please, can we finish this process today? I've not seen any response. Just 50 of us. If we give 1,000 each, tutamaliza hii kazi leo. So tafadhali, na kwanza tuanzie studio kwa sababu sisi ndio tuko hapa. We are it says, the husbandman that labored shall be the first partaker of the fruit thereof. So nianze kutoza ushuru wale watu wako studio. 1,000. I need 50 people to give me 1,000. Maliza hii process. I really don't find it comfortable, talking about this every day. I want us to debate without being under pressure in any way. So tafadhali, let's move into action. Tumalize hii maneno leo bila kupoteza wakati. Haya, naomba hivi, mkururo umekuwa mrefu, so tutaanza kuchanganya wageni na wapya. Kipril, vipi?
Hello. Hey.
Yes, welcome.
Yes, very interesting day. Yeah, today we lost our freedom completely. And it's down to what I've been singing over and over again. The opposition of Kenya is the legislation. Now we've seen that the whole legislation is full of idiots. Yote. I'm not going to say one party. Wote. We were UDA, we were ODM, we were Wiper, we were whatever party. How can we have only 45 MPs and only one abstention? Yet, in very important aspects of the country, they do not come to debate. They do not come to defend our children. And Bernard, seriously, nasema wote. We've elected fools. We need to scrap every single one of them and start from scratch. There was no debate. This was just a fun and game tricks for them. Ilikuwa mchezo. Where were the defenders of Gachagua? At least a bit of resistance. I don't like Gachagua, by the guys. Please understand. I don't like it. But even the impeachment of Trump took time. You have to show evidence. Where was the evidence? First of all, hiyo ndio kitu tulikuwa nataka kuona Bernard today, because remember I said this is like a court ruling. Kuja utuoneshe evidence ya huyu mtu kuiba pesa. Unajua tulikuwa nataka kuona hizo transactions. That is what we wanted to see. That is what needed to be demonstrated by every single MP in that parliament. I hope the Senate does that. Kuja tuoneshe hiyo evidence ya Gachagua akiongea impeachable terms. So alisema ni 10, there are 10 of them. Can you demonstrate to the people these things? Nataka kuona hiyo account, fungua transactions, fungua hiyo bank account ya Gachagua, tuoneshe hiyo pesa, na hiyo pesa ilitoka wapi na nani alimpatia hiyo pesa, who within the government gave him money to siphon. So you've opened this Pandora box, so-called government of Kenya. Finish the job. Even if it's all of you want to impeach Gachagua, can we see this and then we want to follow the money as Kenyans? And I said it yesterday, Gachagua is a very dumb bastard, is a dumb idiot. Nilikuwa nasema ile kitu alifanyia Raila tafanyiwa. Look at what is happening right now. And he's acting shocked. You know, Bernard, hata saa ile Ruto alikuwa anatukana watu. Did you notice something? He always had people in his backing. Alikuwa anashikilia watu. Any fool he gets rid of, he has one that he replaces, if you've not noticed. Ruto akitoa mtu anaingiza ingine. Kindiki akislapiwa, Gachagua anaingia. You know what I'm saying? Now, what has demonstrated here this is not going down to party. I'm talking about the individual MPs. They're idiots. Those fools, all of them. Walilamba kitu wote. They were given something. And it means this guy has taken over the whole legislation. Impeachment cannot be that easy. No, my friend. It just cannot be that easy. And if you think that there's an election in 2020, I had she coming here, my friend, she coming here. If you think there's going to be an election in 2027, so how? At least, okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, Bernard usually says, let us think logically. Let's think analytically. Okay, let's analyze this. At least in 2027, kama mwezi protect the top seat, can you at least bring reasonable MPs? Unimpeachable MPs. When I say unimpeachable MPs, I say characteristically, character MP that is unimpeachable. So forget about, okay, let's say, okay, wacha Ruto aibe, aende nayo na vitu zake. Can we at least get rid of the stupid MPs? At least give me that hope. Patia na Kenya, we are ready. I'm telling. Let a plug up. Yeah. Let us bring fresh new people.
Okay, then we should have you on the ballot, and every other Kenyan that is sober, because if the thieves run against each other, the best thief wins. And when the thieves meet together, they will not catch each other, they will steal together.
What have I always told you? My people are politically mature. Hata Mama Selena amewambia hapa. You think I'm going to run in Kesas constituency? There's no way. There's no way they accept. Mi napigananga na watu in my constituency kila siku. They are still singing UDA Ruto mpaka leo. Even today. Yeah. This event happens only when Ruto comes to visit the constituency, ama sasa ile anakuja Eldoret akifanya hiyo praise and worship zake huko, haleluya, ndio anaenda kumwona. Otherwise we are politically mature as a people. Ukiona mimi na Mama Selina hapa, we know our people. We know our people. We know how they think.
No, but keep real. We need to be change. We need to advocate for change.
That is what I was coming to. Yeah, that was what I
Keeping
was
the
coming to.
people the way we found them, or
No,
trying to
no,
explain our problem around the unchanging of the people, we are compounding ourselves instead of us being liberated.
I'm
Tamatisha
cooking.
tafadhali.
I'm cooking. I'm cooking. It's karibu hivi. Karibu hivi. The way the Luyas walichapa character development. Siku hizi hakuna kitu kama Kingpin Western, and I love that. That is the most beautiful thing in Western. And right now what Ruto has done to the mountain, hakuna kitu kama Kingpin huko, imechafuliwa vizuri sana. So the next time there's no Kingpin, and I love that. Sasa hapa the mountain will be thinking independently in 2027, just like the way the Luyas. Mnafikirianga, you know, that's a problem, the way you guys have been castigating the Western or the Luya nation. It is good the way they think, very separate. See it in stronghold. Okay, most of them are in ODM, but they have depth, they are separated. I like that. Individual thinking. Aya, sasa Central imechapa character development. Us as Kalenjins are the next ones. Because tukiingiza hii nyang'ao 2027 tutagongwa vizuri sasa na nasema ai ho. Then the next people who will need a little bit of character development, najua nyinyi watu mtanigonga leo, but I have to say it. Saila Raila ametoka na mpate hii mashetani wanakuja, character development in Nyanza ndio mtajua. Then now Kenyans will start thinking without this nonsense of king, and we start voting about ideologies, voting for people like Martha Karua. Not people like Kalonzo. Mara anatetea huyu na huyu alimtukana ile siku ingine. Unajua, I have the outright permission to tukana Kalonzo. Mimi mtu asikuje kuniambia nini. He's been a watermelon, the worst. At least Raila, you can see what he's running for. Anakimbilia hiyo AUC yake. You ni fine. Apate his flowers to go for that. I'm not gonna talk about him losing or winning it. It doesn't matter. Aliendea hiyo and we saw what he went for. But Kalonzo, Baba, what are you doing? But I'm thinking, you know, this guy is just a very opportunistic rat. Acha nimalizie hapo. He is very opportunistic. Hajaifanya kazi. He's never worked for anything. Ni kudandia kila kitu ya kila mtu. Sasa alidandia Raila. Sasa nakwambia ataingia Kenya kwanza. Watch this space. Thank you very much. And
Okay, so
Martha Karua
thank
for
you,
president.
thank you, Kipril. Let's keep at it. We will change this country. We must all get set for the same, and of course, be willing to pay the price to achieve it. The greatness of a man is determined by the cause he lives for and his willingness to pay the price to get it. Wakenya huwa kila mara tunataka mabadiliko, lakini ikifika mahali pa kulipa gharama ndio tunaanza kukwepa. Hakuna vile tutapata mabadiliko tukikwepa kulipa gharama. So we must be willing to pay the price to get that change. And that means don't accept to be bribed. Don't accept to be talked out of the change that this country needs until we achieve it. And so let's occupy every space and ensure that that is being done. In every space you occupy, in whatever field that is your field, occupy it completely and, of course, push for the required change. Asante. Bwana Eli, wewe, keep your mic off, please. Wewe, ngoja kwanza. Okay, naomba hivi, naona matopi yamekuja. Masandio haya yanaendelea kukatika. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike. Alafu walimu wa usiku mwanze kuchezea karibu. And then, of course, I made an appeal for 50 of us to pay the bills. And I'm waiting for the responses. Let's do something, please. I think I should not talk about this any other day. leo tu tumalize maneno mpaka November. Asante. Jakindube, how are you?
Si jambo Bernard. Asante sana. Nawasalimia wote. Kina Matu, kila mtu nawasalimia. Hamjambo. Nafikiri leo kuna vituko kuna vituko parliament, lakini mimi nilikuwa nimesema jana, nilisema hiyo, tulikuwa tunasema, watu wanasema Gachagua hana makosa, kwa hiyo ajidefend. Hii ni upuzi, hii ni politics, ni upuzi. Wewe kama wewe unajua wewe ni mtu ambaye unajua kabisa kwamba huna hiyo hatia, kwenda kujitetea, kufanya kitu ya ungwana. Ukiona watu wanaleta fujo, kwa sababu sasa boss mwenyewe, yule mtu ambaye unamuita boss wako hakutaki, mtakaaje naye kwa ofisi? Mtafanyaje kazi? Hii kitu inashinda watu kufanya ungwana. Mimi sijui hata wale watu, unajua ukiwa unafanya kazi na unaona boss ana fujo ya kukufanyia fujo, hataki, akutaki, kitu inatakiwa ni una resign, unatoka kwa hiyo kazi, kwa sababu hiyo kazi sio uzima wako ndio eti ukitoka sasa utakufa, kwa sababu bado atakufukuza anyway. So Gachagua hata akifanya nini au atafukuzwa, hata kama atakuwa ameenda huko, sasa itakuwa ni atafanya kazi. Bosi yake mwenyewe hamtaki, kwa sababu haiwezi kufanyika kitu kama hii kama bosi hajaipatia go ahead, na bosi mwenyewe ameipatia hiyo go ahead. Sasa unajua kabisa huyu mtu hatuwezi kufanya kazi naye pamoja ofisini. Unajiweka huko kwa nini? Ni lazima uwe vice president? Si lazima. Watu wafanye kama kina Jaramogi vile alifanya, Murumbi vile alifanya. Hiyo ofisi si lazima uwe eti pale, lazima hii nawaambia, hii ndio kitu nasema. Saa zingine hii mambo watu wananiambia wamesoma na hawajaelimika. Hii kitu kama hiyo, au uwezi kuchafuliwa jina namna hiyo, why vice president tu unawachana na hiyo, una resign, kwa sababu ukiresign hakuna vile watakuzuia. Sasa wakikuimpeach utazuiwa. Lazima vitu kama hizo uangalie bosi, hata kama wasipo, lakini utafanyaje kazi na bosi wako ambaye hakupendi, hamusikilizani, mnazozana, mtafanyaje kazi? Hamwezi kufanya kazi. So mimi kwa maoni yangu, hata Ruto mwenyewe alikuwa ni mtu ambaye kwa maoni yangu ni mtu ambaye hana elimu, kwa sababu angeweza kuresign na bado angegombania tu president, unaona. Lakini kukaa pale mnazozana, hiyo ni kuonyesha sio kwamba ninyi kwa kweli sio vile wanasikia wanasema ati sisi politically ati tuko machua. Hakuna mambo ya machua. Watu ambao wako machua politically, kitu jina lake ikianza kuvurugwa namna hii, watoto wake wanaletwa, bibi yake nani, unaacha mapema, unaacha una protect family yako, unawaambia okay, hii kazi nimeresign, sasa mpatieni mtu mwingine, kwa sababu hata sasa watampatia mtu mwingine. So mimi kwa maoni yangu, mimi sioni problem Gachagua kutimuliwa. Atimuliwe tu, kwa sababu Gachagua mimi alisema kitu ambacho nasema yeye si mtu mwendelevu. Akisema ati mimi sina shida, Central Province, mlima tumepewa viti 8, tumepewa ministry 8, kwa hiyo mimi sioni ubaya. Sasa yeye ni vice president wa mlima, au yeye ni president yeye ni vice president wa Kenya, au yeye ni vice president wa mlima? Kuna yeye hana constituency, kwa hiyo hawezi kusema eti ama nasema uongo. ana sehemu anawakilisha Bernard.
No. Unajua katiba
Vice
mpya,
President,
makamu
makamu wa rais ana mahali ana represent, ana sehemu ana present, sehemu ambayo anawakilisha.
Hapana, hiyo haiko katika katiba mpya, ilikuwa kwa katiba yake.
But sasa kama wewe ni umechaguliwa kwamba huna mahali, ndio kusema unasimamia Kenya mzima. Kwa hiyo huwezi kusema ati mlima saa yote unazungumza juu ya mlima. Hiyo forget. Kuna vitu vingine ukishapewa, hata kama umechaguliwa president, huwezi kuanza kuzungumza juu ya sehemu ile umetoka au kabila ile umetoka. Hiyo unafuta. Wewe sasa ni unaangalia Kenya mzima. Na vile walichagua yeye na Ruto, vile walichagua serikali yao ni makosa kubwa kabisa, kwa sababu ukishachaguliwa president, kodi zote za Kenya watu wanatoa equal. So inatakikana kama ni unachagua serikali, unachagua serikali equal Kenya nzima, lakini hawa hawafanyi hivyo, bado wanaongoza hizi. Ndizo maana nimewaambia hawa watu ni ukoloni bado wamejana ukoloni. Ni lazima tu waende waulize mzungu, kitu mzungu amesema ndio wanafuata. Mtu kama Kalonzo tukichagua, hata yeye atakuwa tu kama huyu Ruto, atakuwa anaenda kuuliza wazungu, kila wazungu wamesema ndio anafanya. Kwa sababu mimi niliona wakati mmoja alikuja mahali ninafanya kazi mimi, na tulikuwa na mzozo, na alishindwa kitu alisaini ni kwamba tulikuwa unataka kulia, anakubali kabisa zile vitu ambazo ziko Kenya anakubali zinunuliwe nje, na yet kwamba mkataba ilikuwa ni hizo vitu ambazo ziko Kenya zinunuliwe Kenya na wafanyikazi Kenya ipatie hao wafanyikazi. Lakini yeye alikubali hata nani ya choo, karatasi ya choo inunuliwe nje. Jamaa wakaanza kununua nje, na yet karatasi ya choo ziko hapa Kenya. So hiyo nilimwona yeye si mtu anaangalia hizo vitu, hana hiyo mambo ya kuangalia kwamba hii kitu inafanyiwa ni haki ama sio haki. So watu kama hao, mimi nasema, ndio maana nimewaambia inatakikana tuwe na sheria zingine zetu ambazo ni miko ambaye hatufanyi. Tukiwacha tukiolela hivi hatutaendelea. Asante sana Bernard.
So Daddy, thank you. I believe that is clear enough. Naomba tusonge mbele dakika kadhaa kufika saa 8 asubuhi masaa ya Afrika Mashariki. Naomba tujitahidi katika kutekeleza wajibu wetu. Mato, walimu wa usiku, naomba tafadhali mkasonge karibu, muda wangu unaendelea kuyoyoma. Now I have James and Wilson and Kims have not spoken, but the silence of Wangira has also been long. So let me hear Wangira first, then we go to get James. Wangira, come in now.
Oh, thank you, Bernard. Thank you for this second opportunity, because, you know, my first opportunity, I only spoke for 1 minute. Bernard, looking at the composition of the Senate today, I was just trying to look at the senators, the way, you know, they are lined up. And, you know, regarding Gachagua to survive in the Senate, he needs 14 senators. And having analyzed it, Bernard, it will be a very high mountain to climb, because, you know, looking the way things transpired in the National Assembly, for him to get, you know, 14 senators to serve him will not be an easy thing. And again, you know, regarding Gachagua, immediately they were sworn in together with William Samoei Ruto. He made his own bed. If I want to be malicious, I'll say that, let him lie on it. But again, I'm a believer of constitutionalism and the rule of law. And that's why, I'll always defend even my greatest of enemies. If you look at, the designers of the 2010 Constitution, especially Article 145 on the grounds for removal, they were very, very specific that, it must be gross violation of the Constitution, it must be gross misconduct, or they must be something to believe that, you have committed a crime under either international or national law. And there were reasons why, they came up with the three grounds. Because, if they did not come up with the three grounds, then it was possible to impeach a president or deputy president when you did not like his nose or when you did not like his eyes. And that's the reason why they came up with this particular ground. So I was analytically looking at, the regarding Gachagua case, because I don't see him, surviving through the Senate. That one, it's an uphill task. I don't see him surviving in the Senate. So the only area that, regarding that can serve regarding Gachagua only the courts of law. And now this brings me to what we call the procedural questions and the questions of law. For example, today there was a report that was tabled on the floor yesterday, on the floor of National Assembly, where they claimed that 61% of Kenyans, said that, regarding Gachagua should go home. A report must have what we call the methodology. Without a proper methodology, then such a report, especially where you're dealing with quantitative and qualitative, such a report will become unreliable because, the methodology must be there. So I believe that, given the ruling of the High Court in Kirinyaga last week, the first thing that, Rigathi Gachagua is likely to contest, Bernard, will be the public participation and in the manner in which it was conducted. Remember, we already have 19 cases. As per last week, there were 19 cases which were supposed to have been consolidated. And I believe that this morning, there could be another case because now, the National Assembly has finished on its part and, now they're supposed to move to the Senate. So somebody would want to inject, the Senate, so that they be heard first. So there's a likelihood that, Gachagua or any of his proxies could run to the courts this morning to try and inject, the Senate so that the Senate does not proceed on. And, one of the grounds that he could use, Bernard, is to say that, public participation was not conducted in accordance to the laid down procedures. And that is a ground. That's a ground in law. There would be another issue where, grounds that were not part of the original grounds that were later on introduced in the National Assembly. Issues like where, he was being accused of having called, a particular woman Malaya. That was accusing him without giving him an opportunity to be heard. Those could be grounds for him to pursue this particular matter. So the only savior for Rigathi Gachagua, Bernard, would be in the court of law. And I believe that, he has grounds to argue his case in the court of law. You remember I told you yesterday that, the National Assembly will operate like an open market, and they were likely to lynch him. And, what I told you yesterday is what transpired because, there was no fairness in the National Assembly. So the only area that he must run to and fight his case hard is in the court of law. Because if he loses his particular case in the court of law, Bernard, then, his goose will have been cooked and, he'll be barred from participating in any public exercise in the Republic of Kenya for the rest of his life, Bernard, That's all that perhaps I wanted to add. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wangira. Interesting.
Bernard, wacha ni interrupt tafadhali.
Aha. Yes, Jakindube.
Nimefanya vile umesema. Angalia.
Okay. Thank you. I have seen the notification. Tafadhali tuendelee na hiyo msafara tumalize hii maneno. Asante sana.
Napenda
Bwana James,
kufuata sheria.
asante kwa kufuata sheria. Wewe ni hiyo ndio uongozi tunataka. Hiyo ndio uongozi tunataka. James, are you there?
Yeah, niko hapo.
Come in, give your views please as we move on.
Yeah, nawasalimia nyinyi nyote. I hope mumeshinda poa. Nimekuwa nikisikiza mjadala hapa polepole, and obviously tumefuatilia hii maneno kutoka kwa mtandao moja kwa moja kutoka bungeni. Well, it has been an interesting day on both ends. You know, funny thing is, this one we can't call it on one person. This one we call it on everybody. We call it on the MPs, we call it on Gachagua, we call it on Ruto, and sometimes we also call it on us as people of Kenya, because this is it's more of, we were watching a reflection of us and our choices. Just playing out drama straight on, you know, when it comes to handling situations. I think we have seen how we prioritize drama over the real affairs of the country. We put aside time na manage very unwisely. Even the drama, we didn't even manage it right, in a way. For my friend Gachagua, me, I'm a believer. Now, I wish his wife would have kind of read the book of James 1:8, verses 8, and it says, a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. This is playing out on his face because since he was inaugurated, I think he decided to go. He wanted to be the mtu ya ground na mtu ya UDA. You know, at that point, you know, anybody else that's either on the government side will not think he's the stable guy to trust because he's unstable. He's double-minded. Even the Kenyans, wananchi, also don't know where to place him because he's also unstable. He's, as a matter of fact, he's fighting to keep a job that hata akishinda hii kesi itakuwa ngumu kufanya. You know, so instability will kick in as an office of the vice president. It's a high constitutional office, so he might as well just do what Jakindube was saying, for the sake of the country and his own sake, to just resign. Because even if he loves the job and, you know, what the drama that played there, obviously, if we follow laws. Now, another thing, I just find it funny that we send people to make laws, and today I watched people that could not interpret the same laws, and they're supposed to be making it. So I don't know who they are making these laws for. They read things that were so mischievous. I mean, they were not serious about the things they were saying about Gachagua. They read something, but when you look at that and you interpret it in application to Gachagua, it is not as strong. And these are the same people who should be making those laws to protect the Kenyans against some specific things. So we can talk about making laws and change laws, but we saw the same manufacturers of laws misinterpreting the same laws in application to. So, well, it told me that justice, from where it's made to the courts, if that's how we're going to look at how our courts have been acting, because some of these cases have been dragging for very long. Even if you have a good case and a strong one. You see how a weak case can be adjudicated quick in parliament, and a strong case will take years to get justice in the courts of law, So for me, if I was Gachagua, I would do Kenya justice and just say, maybe fight my way into, kwa sababu hii pia naye ukiangalia politically, I think he's attracting a lot of attention to him, and he might win, because if the Senate play by the law, he will be vindicated. And if he misses that and maybe go to court to appeal, maybe also there. But at the end of the day, is he really gonna win and go back to work with Ruto? What is his end game in this entire thing? What are you trying to accomplish? Are you trying to draw attention, then win a case, and then quit, resign, and go tell people, I was the only person in there who was for you? And he has really drawn a lot of doubt to himself. I don't think he wants the job, and I don't think he wants to resign. So I don't know what's the end game for Gachagua. But for our country, tafadhali, next time we go back to this type of elections, we need to vote in people who have common sense. Today was a lot of nonsense that was going on in the country. I can't even say anything, Bernard, other than it really quite a good show. And everybody came in with their minds already made, and they displayed a lot of stupidity in front of us. So that's all I can say for today. Bernard, kama hiyo namba iko hapa ndatuma nini ya bill.
Okay, so thank you, James. We appreciate that. Please, let's keep going as we continue with the debate. I'm happy Stony PK is here. Jakindube, tegea tu hapo. Kuna huyu mkora anasema sijui ako kona mbaya.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Hata leo sitaanza na zile nini, sitaanza na vitu zangu, niko mahali pabaya, nimekuwa nikingoja, unajua nasimama mahali. Bernard, wacha nikimbia raka. First of all, mi naona leo ni siku poa. I don't know what you guys are talking. I think today is a very good day of our country, because we are starting to exercise that constitution yenye tunasemanga. Okay, number 2, nitakimbia raka leo. Kajwang, mimi kwanza, first of all, lagefaa atakuwa anaongea, because he's a king of violence. We need to start being accountable of people kama hao. Huyo mwenye kitu yenye anapiga nani, he's the one actually from ile Amurara. He shouldn't even be anywhere commenting anything. That's someone, hiyo ni kitu nilishika. Now, tuende kwa Gachagua haraka. Gachagua, yesterday, Bernard, I wrote on the comment section and I said that he had 3 hours of self-incrimination. Today you've seen, hiyo nini yake ndio walitumia. And you can see, Bernard, there's a reason in a constitution you're told to plead the fifth. Usiongee sana kama unaenda mahali unaenda kuchinjwa. Nyamaza. Unaona alijichinja mwenyewe. Those are the things that he was using. That guy should have never even spoken anything, never had that press conference. Hangefaa kusema chochote, because that is actually what hanged him. Anyway, alikuwa ashahangiwa either way. And then the other thing I saw that was so, I mean, forgive me, Bernard, for saying dumb, but I don't think that's a curse word, dumb. I just think that says stupid. Is actually self-representation. How do you self-represent yourself? Well, 3 lawyers are sitting right next to you. And to go back to what a friend that just came from talking, to say that now he's banking on the courts. There was one thing that watu hawakuelewa vizuri. When Otiende Amolo stood up after Gachagua amenyamaza, na akasema we want it to be on the Hansard, because there's two ways of representation. You can self-represent or be represented by lawyers. Na akasema wote watangaze nani wako hapa na yeye, so that they never go to court and say that he was ambushed and he didn't have representation. That is exactly ndo ilikuwa inauliwa hapo. And I'd seen it coming, because I was like, if he does it, he thought he was very smart to come peke yake, ajiongelele, and then so that when he goes to court, he says, I never had fair hearing because I never had lawyers. Yet they were sitting there, and that's why he was put in the Hansard. These guys are not stupid. Gachagua is done. And we said it here. Resign or you're going home. Either way. But it's good. We know we can touch the presidency. Ukiona chuma cha mwenza, ukiona kichwa cha mwenzako, hiyo saying inasemanga Haji Bernard, ukiona nini inawekwa kwa
mwenzako akinyolewa, nawe tia chako maji kichwa.
Yep. We're not done. We are coming for the mwenyewe. Kufa makanga, kufa dereva. Watch what is going to happen. Bernard is working exactly how we thought he was going to work. And the wrong thing, the bad thing is that Gachagua is not helping, even with this thing, helping the other guy. He's actually digging him in a hole, and no wonder the guy is so quiet. Then no wonder the guy now is sitting in State House. He's not moving because he's understanding kimeumana. The moment we went to public participation, the moment hii kitu imefanyika like imefanyika saizi, the other guy understands that hata yeye anakujiwa. And that's why, by the way, you will not see Ruto anywhere, anytime close. He'll be hiding, trying to find out venye atafikiwa. Mark my words. But Gachagua is gone. It's over, dusted. Hata saizi akiresign, either way, nini ilishapita. He's done.
Thank you.
We'll see you later. Tuonane hapo mbele. Nikifika mapema nitaingia.
Wai mapema urejee, alafu kipindi kitaendelea. Nashukuru Jakindu.
Kusema kwamba hii kitu ambayo inaendelea pale kwa bunge, hiyo ni part of politics. Parliament lazima tujue ni part of politics, lakini mimi ninashindwa kwa nini hatuoni our minister, prime minister wa hapa wa Uingereza walitoka namna gani? Hawakuenda kwa koti, walikuwa wanaambiwa tu na hawa tu kwamba umefanya kazi vibaya bwana, hii kitu hujafanya vizuri, ana resign. Hii mambo ya kuresign nashinda watu wetu namna gani? Kwa nini nashinda Gachagua kuresign tu? Kwa sababu huyo boss ambaye anafanya naye hamtaki. Na hii ni process. Akiresign bado anaweza kusimama kwa president. Lazima tu ukalie hapo. Ndio maana nasema hata hao ambao tuliona kama tunafuata kweli, tunataka kusema eti tunafuata. Tumeona hao prime minister wamejiondoa wangapi? 4. 5. Mwingine alipoteza tu. Ukipoteza chochote, ukipoteza hata uchaguzi, una resign. Hauwezi tena kukaa pale eti we ni kiongozi wa chama kama wa kwetu. Unakaa unapoteza hii, bado huko tu wewe ndio chairman, unapoteza nyingine bado huko tu, unapoteza nyingine bado. Haifanyiki hivyo. Ukipoteza inatakiwa unaondoka. So hii Gachagua mimi naona alikuwa anapoteza wakati wake, kwa sababu zile vitu walisema jana, kuna zingine wamepiga, kuna zingine wamepata ziko na makosa. Walisema pale aliwapatia zile document zake too late. So vitu kama hizo hazifai kama wewe ni vice president kuvutwa kwa matope. Lakini mimi sina huruma, hawa wote ninataka watoke.
Okay, sawa, ujumbe umefika. Asante sana Jakindube. Naomba hivi dereva mpya amekuja, mimi nataka ku hand over, lakini kabla ni hand over niwakumbushe tu, we are still looking for I think 48 people to respond 1000 each, tumalize hii maneno leo. So hiyo ndio jukumu mtakuwa nawacha hapa. Mtu anatuma 1000, we are looking for a maximum of 50 people. I think I've gotten 2 responses or so. So tafadhali tumakinike hapo. Bwana Stony PK, kuna watu ambao wajaongea ni wawili, watatu pamoja na wewe. Wilson ndio anafuata, alafu Abel ndio lala. Huyo unamjua ni mkereketwa wetu. Alafu wengine sasa ni raundi ya pili, Eli and then of course mama there. Na wengine wanaingia studio tukiendelea na mchakato. Kile naomba tafadhali, hii story ya kuvuruta maneno ya kulipa bills staki ya vurutwe tena. Tunataka tumalizane nayo, tukimalizana kama vile tumemalizana na Stony Peak na nani na Gachagua. So kama vile tunamalizana na Gachagua, tumalizane na maneno ya kulipa bills ili tukifanya debate hakuna pressure. Okay, I want us to be as free as possible and do what we are here to do, to debate, sio kufundraise kila siku. So naomba hivyo tumalize hii maneno leo as I even sign out. Hiyo namba bado inafanya +254718454585. Bernard Makoha is the name if you're using the M-Pesa number, ama you can use the till number 516575 Sound Candy Talk. I really want to appreciate everybody kwa kufanikisha kipindi. Tumekuwa hapa tangu saa 2 asubuhi tukiwaletea masuala ya bungeni, tukifuata kwa kina. Sasa naomba tafadhali mkaniachilie mkiendelea na mchakato na dereva mpya mimi huyu nang'atuka, unless kuna swali kwangu. Okay, Stony PK, over to you. Bring in Wilson and then Reverend Lal.
Thank you, Bernard, for holding fort, and yeah, imekuwa tamu kabisa. I've been following since you opened the studio, and I also was following from the TV, from our Sound Candy Talk, the morning, everything that we have done. Thank you for that. Yes, wacha tuendelee kuchambua haya mambo yabadilika katika nchi inayoitwa Kenya. Haya basi, Wilson, karibu.
Asante sana ndugu wangu Stone PK na Bernard, umeshinda hapo vile umesema. That has been a long time kutoka asubuhi mpaka wakati huu. Na wenzangu wote ambao naona Jakiru Bay, naona Mama National Unity, wote mnafanya nalala. Asante sana, mnafanya kazi nzuri. As I've always said, I really commend you for talking it out. Inasaidia wengi, msione tu mnaongea inaenda bure. Kuna wengi wanasikiza hii kipindi na they may not be in kwa kuongea, lakini inasaidia wengi sana kwa kuona kwamba there are Kenyans who are concerned about what is happening in our country. Nikirudi kidogo tu kwa mjadala ambao mmekuwa mkijadiliana kuhusu impeachment ya DP. Ni ukweli Wakenya wanaendelea kujifunza mambo ambayo we didn't think about in the past, because hapo zamani ilikuwa ni kwamba ni mtu mmoja tu akiongea ameongea, vice president ama ni nani ama minister, watu walikuwa wanangojea saa 7 ya mchana. Always the Kenyans walikuwa wanangojea sana news za saa 7. Ukiona huko kazini na news za saa 7 zimepita, unajua basi you have another day to go. Na wewe kama ni minister, wewe kama ni nani, ukiona tu 1 o'clock hakuna natangaza imetangazo kutoka Ikulu na jina lako aliko, unajua then you have another chance to serve. Kwa hivyo what Kenyans are doing today, and I'm sure even in other countries, wanaangalia wanasema these Kenyans are getting more developed. You know, we might look at ourselves as a third world country, but I'm telling you there is a lot that we are learning and doing that other people will emulate us after seeing what is going on today. Jambo ambalo niona ni kwa DP ambalo I don't know, sijui ni advisors gani walikuwa naye. He had talked a lot yesterday kwa mtandao, kwa national television and so on. But then he came back with the same today, armed with the same information he put out today, yesterday. Amekuja nayo. Kuna vitu vingine mimi niliona jinsi alivyokuwa akizungumzia pale kwa bunge. Kuna vitu kama ile alionyesha, unajua mtu lazima ujidefend na nini, lakini kama yeye alikuwa anaonyesha because he has been yeye mwenyewe ameongea kuhusu DCI na nini. It is true, his boss pia aliongea the same, but what he's forgetting is that was not the same person who is leading. Huyu alikuwa ni Uhuru naye alikuwa mtu tofauti. Leadership ya Uhuru ilikuwa tofauti, sio kama ya huyu ambaye tuko nayo. He might have had, anaweza kuwa ni mbaya, but he had his own weaknesses and he had his own strength. But leadership yake ilikuwa tofauti. You cannot compare Uhuru na Ruto, because Ruto is a one-man show, person. Yeye ni mtu ambaye kila kitu anajifanyia peke yake. So huyu aliingia na akaambiwa na Ruto kwamba you do this, because kuna some of the accusations ambazo are leveled against him, against Gachagua. He came up to say, hii nilikuwa nimeambiwa na Ruto niseme. Sound like a leader. You cannot be told huyu mtu asiingie State House, huyu mtu asifanye namna na unakuja kusimama na tangazia watu nimefunga. Kama aliambiwa, and then he should be wise enough to know what to say in public. So kwangu niliona Gachagua kitu imemshinda ni kwamba he does not know what to talk and where to talk, and what to talk about and where, because yeye akifunga mdomo anaendelea tu. Is like somebody who doesn't think, who doesn't have his own wisdom, because actually Mungu alipouliza, Mungu alipouliza Solomon, King Solomon in the Bible, ya kwamba unataka nini, nikufanyie nini? Kwa watu Solomon hakutaka mali nini, lakini alimwambia Mungu, nipe tu wisdom. Because when you are wise, you can do everything, including Mungu atakupatia wisdom na atakupatia hata mali na atakupatia, because you even know how to take care of what God has given you. So this man was given position, but he didn't ask God to give him wisdom. So kitu ambayo kinafuta Gachagua ni wisdom, hakukuwa nayo. He did not know where he was standing and on what ground he was standing and what position he was holding. Alikuja akawa ni kama MP wa Madhira huko, or whatever it is called, akawa ni kama mtu ambaye anataka kuonyesha watu kwamba yeye ndio the DP. So these are some of the things that people have been watching na zimemfanya ameenda, is going down, ingawa bado anashikilia, but is going down. Kitu ambacho mimi nimenotice pia, ingawa I commend our parliamentarians vile wanafanya, lakini kitu ambacho from watching what I saw ni kwamba it was like something, all the MPs were like they were taken somewhere and be told mutaongea namna hii. It was like people who had rehearsed on what to say. I didn't see anybody coming in, akae kama mtu ambaye hakukuwa pamoja na wengine wala alikuwa anaongea. They were aiming at the same thing, but it was like they had rehearsed on what to say kwa hiyo mjadala. But this could be the beginning in that Kenyans are at crossroads, because wakati Ruto alichukua uongozi, nchi ilikuwa mbaya, but not to the extent that it is today. And what he forgot ni kwamba amechukua uongozi na anatakiana ajaribu ku uplift the standard of living ya Kenya, but instead walienda kuchukua, sasa wakaanza kuchukua kupora. And even when we look at Gachagua, Gachagua ndio tunajua tu sahi because we have been told, but tukija kuambiwa sasa mambo ya Ruto na wengine, not only even the MPs who are talking, watu wameamass a lot of wealth within a very short time. I'm not saying that mimi pia sitaki mali, lakini we are saying the rate at which they are stealing ni rate mbaya ambayo imemaliza nchi yetu, wananchi wanaumia, people are suffering, like people are even wondering whether they are living in a country that they used to live before or is a new country. It's because the leadership is bad. So it's good. Me, I support what the MPs have done because it is long overdue. But then at the same time, I don't think this is the end, and I don't think we have actually accomplished what Kenyans want. Kenyans want this thing to go further down. I mean, mpaka waone the leader, because when things are bad, when things go bad, it is not only the deputy or the CS or what who has messed up everything. They look at ni nani kiongozi wenyu, because it's like a family. Kama mtu ako na watoto wake na ako na bibi yake na watoto wake, mtoto akikosa ama vitu vikifanyika mbaya kwa hiyo family, they just don't look at mama ndio alifanya hivi, mama huyu ndiye amefanya hiyo mtoto awe hivi. No, the people look at na mzee ako namna gani, baba huyu mtoto ako namna gani. So it's a collective responsibility ya kwamba they were put there in place kuhakikisha kwamba wamepewa the mantle ya kuendeleza Kenya from wherever they got it from. Kama walikuta kio kwa ditch, vile Gachagua alisema kwamba they found the money, there was no money in the coffers, ilikuwa empty. Their aim was to make sure that Kenyans are coming out of that ditch, but instead walichukua Kenyans wakazidi kuchimba hiyo shimo, wakazidi kuichimba, na Kenyans were going more deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, whereby they hawezi kutolewa. So they have not left Kenya better than they found it. No, they are leaving Kenya worse than they found it. So this is an indication that Kenyans are starting to see their rights. Walikuwa nafinyiliwa, lakini now I don't think hata kama ni Ruto is going to stop Kenyans not to think or what next step to take. Kwa hivyo nawashukuru sana, nikijua kwamba most of you have talked and exhausted these discussions, but we are not exhausted yet. Bado nazidi kuongea na kuzidi kuulizana what next after Gachagua. Thank you, Son PK.
Thank you, Wilson, for that. Ni kweli watu wanaweza iita crossroad, others might say it's we are at the cliff, others might say it's a good barabara imenyoroka, others might say we are going downhill. It all depends on on our capacity to see kunaendaje. Yes, Reverend Lala, karibu. When ndio ulikuwa next?
I'm not sure, but probably I am. Asante Son PK, nzuri kukuona, na Jakindu Bay, Wilson, Eli, and James, na wenzangu wengine ambao wako huko nyuma, na wasikilizaji wote, amjambo. I think I've also been listening to you guys for a while now. I was unable to kind of see everything or watch everything or listen to everything, but the little that I listened to, first of all, I think we can take it whichever side we want to take it to. But let me speak on the positive side.
The positive side is that we are listening. Kenyans are listening. And the positive side is that Gachagua knew this was a political playing ground. So his choice was to address us. I don't think he was focusing on those MPs. He was addressing the public. Okay, we were the people that he wanted us to listen. Want us to listen to him, to Msikize, because they have been unfair to him. Okay, that was his message. So he didn't want any filters. He wanted to speak to you and to me. The problem there is that Gachagua has not been there for us, whom now is trying to seek help from. Okay, so that is the biggest challenge for Gachagua, because he has been on the other side. Now he's trying to look at us and say, you know what, save me. So that's the problem with Gachagua. Okay, I have a problem with the MPs, and the MPs is simple. When we needed them, they were listening to who? To Ruto. Okay? And it seems as if when we tell them to do something, they don't do it. When Ruto asks them to do something, they are doing it very quickly. So the question is, these MPs, whom are they listening to? And again, we can also say that they're looking at their own self-interest first. What would be in their best interest is to go against Gachagua, okay? Because Gachagua is a bad element. It may be a reflection of some of them, you know. Actually, not maybe, but he is, okay? So here kuna vitu. There are things. There are issues that now wananchi are watching. But as wananchi, we have a problem too, because number one, no one is listening to us. They make, like my brother talked of, how Kenyans have made it, and we are doing better and better because we are a democracy and all that. But when you look deeply, I think as long as these people don't listen to wananchi, there's no progress we are making. Because when we said we wanted change, they didn't. When Ruto wants a change, it happens. Okay? So the question is, are we the supreme as we the people? What does that mean? Okay, so there are a lot of issues that are coming out now, which I think is for us to think. Let's use a little bit of a thinking and not just accept things the way they are, because what we have done in the past is we see some little changes and then all of us are excited, things are happening, we Kenyans, this and this and that, and we don't understand that there are other games that are being played behind the scene. I think what we're looking for is a system that will strengthen we, the people. So when we ask somebody to leave, they leave. Because right now, we are happy and talking that things are happening. But then who listen to us when we say we don't need Ruto? Okay? Could we do anything? Now, of course, they want to get rid of Gachagua because it's a little bit weaker. So we are behind. We are trying to get rid of him. Should Gachagua go? Yes, he should have gone yesterday. Should Ruto go? No, even before Gachagua. Okay? So we are still at that very place. So my hope is that what we see here will motivate us to do what we must do at a beginning. This is simply a beginning, but if it's an end, then I don't want to be part of it. If it's the beginning of something that need to take place, then I'm there for it 100%. And Gachagua should have gone home. The question is, whom am I leaving behind? That's a big question. So Kenyans, let us fight for us. We gotta be a little selfish as we the people. What do we want? Is this our constitution, or this is something that they're using, and for us we rubber stamped it? Okay. So to me, what I saw is a lot of theater, yes, but there's a lot of things that we can learn from this. Okay, so that at the end of this exercise, Kenyans would have learned that number one, the constitution is about we the people. Okay, it's about us, not about executive or legislative. They are our people that we give power to exercise that authority on our behalf. Right now, it is not on our behalf. What we, the people, want is that the whole lot should go. But if the process has started where one has been targeted to go and is going, and then others follow, then I'm for it 100%. So that is my analysis of what I saw. I did listen to everything else, but I think it can be seen in a positive way if this is the beginning of a process. But if it's an end, then we are in trouble. Thank you. Back to you, Stone, PK. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Reverend Lala. Thank you so much for your direction of looking at it. In fact, that's very, very insightful. As we said, we have to really look at the biggest picture. Let's put tusitumie tu microscope moja. We have to really look for wider. Like the way people in the lab, when you go, they take your blood, they look for many things because they might focus on one, like they are looking for malaria parasite, yet the body is threatened by so many others. So I think it's the high time we started learning that way, because Kenyans, we are not used to that. We are not used to really thinking wide. Tunaenda ukiwa umeenda hosi wewe unasema upimwe malaria instead of saying please check hii mwili yangu, I think iko na mambo, just like that's the way we are supposed to be looking at leadership. We are supposed to really look at very wide scope. Even when candidates present themselves to us, we should really look at so many things. Don't just look at Stone PK ameoa wapi, Stone PK alisomea primary gani. Those are just some of the wengine hata wataki kujua Stone PK ameland na chopa, tunaanza kuifurahia tukiimba ati huyo jamani ni mnoma mazee, alikuwaga raka states, ameland na chopa moja deadly mazee. You find people arguing over that chopper for the whole day. They are not even saying na huyu jamaa alikuwaga wapi, anataka nini hapa, mbona ameland hivyo. Well, mimi saa yangu ya contribute bado. I hope all of you have done it. I want to play a clip unless somebody has something burning. Aya, wacha nicheze hii clip basi. Tuendelee ile mambo inaendelea Kenya hii, wallahi billahi, ni noma tu, lakini lazima tujue ilitoka wapi, ilitoka mbinguni ama ilitoka wapi hii masaibu yote ambayo inatukumba sisi kama wa Kenya.
Stone PK, you know we are in a big problem. Shida yetu, look at the Adani group, what they're doing. Look at the healthcare, look at all that. And so there's all kinds of things that are playing behind the scene. We don't know what's going on while we are focusing on this. And so I think it's important for us as we the people to really think about, or to ask questions that are important, or else these guys will cheat us and take us in one direction, and then we miss the boat. By the time we come back to our senses, things are gone. Okay, go ahead, play it. Yeah.
Nataka nimuombe rais wetu wa Kenya, tafadhali bwana rais, you shouldn't be the source of threats in Kenya. Wacha kutisha wa Kenya. Kazi yako ni kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya wote wako salama. Wacha kutuambia ya kwamba tutakujua wewe ni rais. Sisi ndio tulikuchagua na tulikuchagua uwe rais wa Kenya. Wacha kututisha. Sisi hapana watu wa kutishwa. Kweli ama si kweli? Kweli ama si kweli? Tunaelewana? Na mimi nataka nimwambie rais, wacha kuniletea maneno my friend. Wewe sukuma candidate yako bwana kitendawili. Unaniongelea nini? Sijui kama tunaelewana. Mr. President, please stop talking about me. Talk about your candidate. Tunaelewana? Mtuambie wewe rais, utuambie huyu mtu wa kitendawili atawacha kungoa reli lini? Atawacha kujiapisha lini? Atawacha kuvuruga Kenya lini? Atawacha mambo ya violence lini? Na utuambie agenda ya huyo jamaa. Wachana na William Ruto. I supported you when you needed a man to support you. If you do not want to support me, leave me alone. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Yes. Yeah. And please, tuko pamoja bwana? Tunaelewana? Yes. With a lot of respect. Sijui kama tunaelewana. With a lot of respect, my friend, Mr. President. Please, be a decent human being. Kuwa muungwana. Kuwa na shukurani. Sisi ndio tulikusaidia. Wacha kujifanya saizi eti sijui unajifanya nini. Please, ama niaje my friend. Sasa eti wewe sasa unaanza kunithreaten mimi. Ati utanifanya nini? Bora usiue watoto wangu. Lakini mimi na wewe tafadhali tuheshimiane.
One may wonder why I have played that clip, but I have my reasons of playing. Because now, what I've been doing for the last actually 6 months, I've been tracing our journey as Kenyans to where we are. Because some of us who are so concerned, it is so painful that sometimes you just reflect. Unashindwa sasa hii situation tuko ilianzaje mazee? Because as I said, somebody has to study this. In fact, anybody doing PhD, I think if you picked Kenyan dynamism in politics, and for me, I'm not calling it dynamism because it is negative dynamism, and it is negative. It's not a playbook I would want anybody to follow. Now, why I played this clip is that's the president of Kenya, and that was a candidate, presidential candidate, seeking the votes from who? From voters, kutoka kwa wananchi. And those were people, Kenyans in numbers. Hata kama mlikuwa mnasema alikuwa ati watu wanasafirishwa. Well, I don't think so. And where was that? That was Mount Kenya region. Okay? Because that is where Ruto was getting overwhelming, whatever. Lest we forget, because we have to keep reminding ourselves. Sometimes we build a monster ourselves. That's why I was saying we don't look at things in a diversified manner. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anataka kujua, na watu walikuwa wanaambiwa huyo ako hivi. There is not, hakuna kitu wa Kenya hawakuambiwa wakati wa hiyo campaign. Hakuna. Nobody can say ati sikujua. That's why sometimes when I come to this channel, I hear people coming here and saying, oh, unajua, hatukujua. Watu wazee, mtu wa miaka 8 anaweza niambia hakujua, or somebody who was 10 or 12 years last year anaweza niambia, or even let's excuse 20 years and below. Tunaweza wa excuse when they say for them they were seeing a candidate and they were carried away by the bravado, by the speeches. People who are novices, you can take it, because unless, if you've seen what campaigning looks like, you would even tell straight away that that is not the style to campaign. And I know Kenyans start saying, unajua alikuwa ni siasa. No. There is no excuse saying that it was politics. I was talking like that because it was political time. It was campaign time. You are not given a license to go lying outwardly or discrediting people or insulting people just because it's campaign time. So these are some of the things that were coming out. There is nothing that Ruto hid from us. Hakuficha. In fact, Wakenya wasije wakasema ati Ruto alitutrick, Ruto alijificha. Hapana, alitoka peupe. Kinyoka hivyo tu. Kwa hivyo hakuna mtu anatakiwa kusema what we are seeing now what we are hearing now coming from his office, because all this is from his office. Hakuna kitu ati ni mpya, tulijitakia wenyewe and we said we don't care. Okay, we said we don't care. Anybody can come in before we, any of you can come in.
PK, unajua hata Gachagua mwenyewe mimi jana nilimwangalia, nilikuwa najiuliza, mtu mmoja unaweza kuwa na vitu vingi unafanya, zingine lazima ziwe zisizo za haki, kwa sababu alihesabu vitu nyingi. Nikasema sasa hizi vitu zote huyo alikuwa anafanya. Hata kama wewe ni mfanyabiashara, utafanya hii, unafanya hiyo, unafanya ile, unafanya ile. Mimi sioni zingine zinakufanya unakuwa na mtu anaweza kukushuku kwamba uko na vitu vingi sana umejiwekelea. Alafu jana Gachagua anakuja anajaribu kujidefend, lakini hata hao leo nimeona zingine wamezipiga kwamba hii alisema hivi, nilivyomsikia jana akisema, na leo amegeuka anasema tofauti. Hiyo inaonyesha, ndio maana nilikuwa nasema kitu cha ungwana. Wanasema mtu anajua vita, saa zingine una withdraw ndio fight the other day. Kitu cha ungwana, mimi nawaambia hata Ruto alishindwa kufanya hiyo ungwana. Ungwana ni kutoka, unawaambia okay, kama hiyo ndio kazi mnaona ninafanya vibaya, unatoka. Nchi ni yetu na kazi ni nyingi. Yeye ni mfanyabiashara, baada anaanza kufanya biashara, siku nyingine kama kuna uchaguzi atasimama. So ako nani, sio kuacho anaweka kwa matope namna hii. Lakini haya yote mimi namuunga PK mkono kwamba haya yote tuliambiwa, na hapa tulisema hii maneno mengi sana, tulisema mara nyingi, tunasema huyu jamani muongo, huyu jamaa anawadanganya, huyu jamaa anawadanganya. Na mimi niliwaambia uongo, hata kama muamini, uongo iko na expiry date, iko na siku ile inaisha. Unaweza kusema uongo lakini ujue itaisha. Sasa kama Ruto alikuwa anasema uongo, yeye na Gachagua wote walikuwa wanasema uongo, hiyo uongo imeisha. Gachagua anasema eti yeye ni mtu wa kweli. Alimkejeli Uhuru namna gani? Mpaka wakaenda kwa shamba la Uhuru kwenda kuua wanyama mbuzi sijui kondoo za Uhuru. Hiyo ni wapi uliona kitu kama hiyo? Mtu ashawacha upresident, bado mnaenda kwa shamba lake kumshambulia ya nini? Hiyo ni kuonyesha madharau. Walimtusi mama yake. Hiyo yote ni upumbavu mtupu. Na sasa mnaona kitu inafanyika. Imeanza na huyo Gachagua ambaye alikuwa anamwambia Uhuru ende nyumbani. Mimi na Ruto sisi ni Wakristo. Ndio maana PK, mimi mambo ya Ukristo sijui, mambo ya Uislamu sikubaliani nayo, niko na shida sana nazo, kwa sababu hawa ni Wakristo, ni watu wameokoka. Kama watu kweli hawa ni watu wa Kristo na wameokoka, mbona hii maneno hawakuisuluhisha kwa njia ya amani? Mbona wanaleta fujo? Kwa hiyo hizi vitu saa zingine ni uongo mtupu. Inatakiwa tu mtu unajiongoza na ile njia ambayo unajua hii ni haki, tufuate haki. Ndio maana mimi nawaambia kila siku, tusifuate hao wazungu, tusisi wenyewe, tutengeneze mambo yetu wenyewe, kwa sababu hizi mambo za kizungu hatujui hata kuresign. Hapa Uingereza wametoka prime ministers wangapi? 4 no 5 kwa muda mfupi, muda wa miaka 2 au 3, wote wamengatuka. Na si kwamba walienda hata kotini, hawakuenda kotini. Unaambiwa tu bwana, kazi yako ni mbaya. Kukisha kuanza mazungumzo, watu wanasema hivi, inasemekana anasema hii ni upuzi, sitaki, ana resign. Na sio sisi tunashindwa, na yet tunasema sisi tuko na democracy. Tunashindwa tu kitu kidogo kusema. Ukiona kama sasa Ruto na Gachagua, wana Kenya wanasema hawafai, bado unaona wameshikilia, bado wanataka kufanya kupenya penya, eti ndio waonekane bado wana. Sisi inatakiwa kabisa kabisa hawa watu tuwatoe na tukubali kufanya kazi ngumu ya kuweka mikakati yetu ambayo itatufaa sisi as Kenya. Sio eti tunafuata ya Uingereza au ya Amerika ama ya wapi. Tusifuate, tukae chini hata sisi tuna akili. Asante sana PK. Mwingine achukue.
Asante Jakinde. Naweza kuleta Lala, you have something before K comes in? Oh, there is James. James, have you spoken? James and then K.
Ni James ama
James, I love K.
Oh, okay, sawa. Hey, Bernard, I was here back in those days during maandamano.
Stone. My name is Stone PK.
Oh, yeah. I mean Stone. Sorry. Yeah. Good to see you, Stone PK. Before ucheze hiyo video uliuliza swali hii maneno inatuhapenia Kenya ni Mungu ama ni nini? Kwa sababu like inatoka mbinguni ama inatoka wapi? Alafu Jakindube anasema amini mambo ya Mungu. So sometimes hizi vitu tunaachianga tu, vitu hatuwezi explain because at the end of the day kuna wenye wanaamini ni Mungu na kuna vitu zingine pia tunashangaa ni nini. In a way, I said, an unstable person, a double-minded person is an unstable person. Now also, in the video, what Ruto was doing there, it's just with that Bible verse that says, kile chenye utapanda ndio utavuna. A person who cannot follow definitely cannot lead, and we are seeing it unfolding on our eyes. Ruto could not follow leadership here. Ya Uhuru. And we are here dealing with a terrible leader because we saw and elected someone who could not follow. What am I trying to say? That will translate into what Rigiji is also doing. Because Babu Ruto is reaping what he saw from Uhuru. And his product is now a Rigiji person who is doing the same thing what he did to Uhuru. But on the other hand, Rigiji is trying to get out of that situation and do the same of what we saw. We are seeing as a leader who couldn't follow. Rigiji cannot be under Ruto, and a weak follower can never be a strong leader. So Rigiji, however much he's trying to vindicate himself, when he gets out of there, tusidanganyike kama wa Kenya that he will be a strong leader. He will be the same like his boss, because him and his boss, and today also, he said a lot of things kwa bunge when he was quoting these videos on what Ruto said about Uhuru, and he said, I learned from my boss. So if he's a byproduct of Ruto's school of leadership, and we know Ruto failed as a follower and he's a weak leader, so how is he gonna offer himself to Kenyans as an alternative quarrels zao of a future leader? I don't think it will be wise enough for us to say, even if we see his point as an innocent person, he might be innocent because nobody has said he's guilty other than his fellow crimesmates wenye walikuwa napiga wale wakora wenzake wamemruka because Gachagua does not know how to be quiet. They still wanaiba in silence, and Gachagua comes and complains in public because of share yake. So if he gets out of this mess, he should never offer us as leadership, as an alternative for leadership for Kenya, because we are seeing what happens if you cannot be a follower. What happens when you cannot be someone of few words? Gachagua speaks too much. That's his problem. Yesterday he came before the country. I know he was not addressing his case. He was addressing the Kenyans, like Chikindube was saying. He was addressing us. He was saying, this is what is going on in that government. So he cannot offer himself as an alternative solution. But however, we as Kenyans, because we see what happens with this type of mentalities, we as Kenyans should take notes right now and appreciate the drama. I appreciate that drama might shed some light because of Gachagua trying to vindicate himself. There are things he will say, and those things can be very useful to us as source of information, because we don't know unless the insiders speak. And when it comes to mambo, is it God or not? Stone PK, I feel like it's God, because acha nikwambie, watu wangekuwa side moja wamenyamaza, Gachagua quiet, eating and getting fat, huko amefurahi. Unaona tu Gachagua amefurahi tu, ametoka, nothing is wrong to Kenya ingekuwa inasafishwa vizuri sana. These people needed to be fighting like this, because as they fight, it kinda stops the people get uncomfortable, because you don't know if you're gonna do something and Gachagua is gonna speak about it. So they are not on the same page on stealing and looting. So I think it's God, because if Gachagua was quiet and happy, guarantee you, sahi Kenya ingekuwa in chases, vile Uhuru alikuwa anasema, hakuna kubadilishana, hizi hata tires zitauzwa. So it's good for them to be in this situation. We learn, we listen to what he's gonna say. The issue of Bunge, I don't think Bunge, we have one of the weakest legislative system. I mean, we went through a whole inaitwa nini, public, what hizi vitu walikuwa naenda kufanya, and public opinion, ama hiyo ndio, they did it for the budget, and they listened to people, they went and public participation, and they, after a whole public participation, they went and voted for the wrong budget, took people to ban the parliament after public participation. Then we did this Gachagua. We don't even know the results. They're already vindicating. So we don't have legislators that are there for the people. So hii vituko yote tunasema tuone tu ni kama drama enye we can take notes, not only as entertainment, because it's kind of entertaining but also kind of risky, but we should also take notes and say that never shall we ever find ourselves in this situation again in the future, whether Gachagua goes or Ruto. And we should never end up with this combination. Neither of them should be in the next government. Neither of the legislators should be in the next government. If we don't learn that lesson, and then I think hii itakuwa tu ni sarakasi ya bure. That's my take for now.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Kay, do you want to come in now? Kay,
Yes, if I may, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
No, I said thank you for the chance to I think I want to talk to us ourselves. Tuko hapa, hakuna mtu wako hapa juu ya kitu kingine more than important, more than our country. Our country. Where you are, you go to fight for your country. Mtu kuwa patriotic in any country, that's the biggest honor that we have. I'm afraid we've been sold. Tumeuzwa. And I'm not saying this in emotional way. Nasema hivi juu tunao. If you follow, kwenye unaangalia kwenye tuko sahi, tuko nyuma. Our technologies, our systems, we don't have control of that. So hata tukiongea hapa, tuko nyuma. We're trying to catch up. That's a fact. We all have to agree that. Kenye huyu jamaa anafanya, and he's so confident, and every time he wins, inamaanisha we're behind. Right? All of us, you can agree that. Tunaweza amini hivyo, si wote. Juu kila kitu anataka kufanya, unajua, NMC, kuna discussion ya Gachagua and all that, is fair. We are fighting this person who is taking over our country. Leo, hakuna mtu anaongea sio ya Adani hapa. Nimekuwa hapa for 4 hours. Adani, chief, the whole Kenya power. Hatuongea hizo story. Tunaongea sio nani? Gachagua. Kesho, today was a day to go to court for that process. We got distracted. On top of the Gachagua nonsense, Mrara kashikwa. So kuna wenye wanafuata Gachagua, kuna wenye wanafuata nini Mrara. We got distracted. The deal at JKIA today was a big D-day to go through, and they went through. Na sisi hapa hatuongee hizo vitu. We are getting tuko nyuma ya vitu, and you have to see it. Everybody who is abroad, I want us to see it from above. You know how these governments work. West Africa, France lost West Africa, big part of the portions. Now, France want to have an air base in Kenya. And you know what France needs? Material, nuclear energy, lithium, all those things that we have. This is the concession thing that the US gave to France on their own deal. And we're here talking about vitu. It's still vitu mbaya, but tunao discuss, tuko nyuma 1 kilometer. 1 kilometer. Nyuma. Those are the things we're discussing then when our country is being sold out. Tumeuzwa. We have to get this through in our heads. Thank you. Uko mute.
Yeah, thank you, Kay. Thank you. Yeah, I agree with you. That's why I said earlier that we need to really begin to learn something different. And that something different is like we begin to look at things from very broader perspective. To angalie, what is it that is going? Like now, this drama, this utu tuvipindre, what is the bigger picture? And you see, as I said earlier, Kenyans, we are not oriented to that. Kenyans, we are very myopic. Kenyans, we are blinded by self-gloating. We gloat a lot. we are best in this, we are best in this, we are best in this, we are number one in this. And I've always wondered, we are number one against what and who? We are better than this. How? What is better? How? Some of these things are very relative. You think you are very nice because you have got 20, 30-story buildings. To you, you feel you are better than a country that doesn't have story buildings. When the people wanaenda hosi wanatritiwa, akina mama wanaenda wanatritiwa, kuna wakunga katika vijiji, they have nothing to do with the 10 Hiltons or 10 KICCs, So that's why I think as much as we say we are educated, I would agree with Jakindube that tuko na shida kubwa sana. Yes. And that is why now we are, according to UK, we are thinking of steps zingine mob sana huko nyuma. Saa imagine, hakuna mtu anaelewa hiyo kitu unabonga juu ya France. Walingatuliwa West Africa, sasa wamekuja kuland kwetu. We are too narrow minded, too shallow. But we don't admit that. We don't accept because we are too selfish.
Okay, PK, can I give context here?
Let me finish.
Okay.
I'll give you another.
Okay. Thank you.
We are too selfish that sometimes unaangalia, hata even like when I was back home, I would go for Parents' Day when you go to listen to kids, unaambiwa na walimu how your children are doing. And I would just look at us parents seated there, the response, the way we were handling some things, like when the kids are doing this, you see somebody running to, unakimbia kama ni vitu zinagawanya, unaona mzazi anakimbia kuchukulia mtoto wake, and you start asking, surely these kids, the school knows, for example, if it's something they're distributing or sweets or cakes or, those of you who are parents, when you go to this, the school has enough of each child. They have enough of everything, whatever they are doing. But you see parents struggling and fighting. Unaenda grab for your child. Sasa unajiuliza aje, all these kids, according to humanity and according to what a parent should be feeling and thinking, they are all the same. Wako, wa huyu. They are all our kids. They are our babies. Why are we fighting? Why are you struggling to grab more for your... So this, if you are so keen, you observe our nature. I want to play another clip. Leo tutaendelea na clip before. That's my way of approaching this the topic of today. KK, you want to say something before I bring in that clip, the other clip?
No, the reason nasema hivi, and I sekuja, but unajua, and I want all of us to appreciate. Sasa kuna kila mtu, we appreciate all of you here. Tunasaidiana. My opinion nakwambia, your opinion on the show, we discuss it, tunaangalia nini happen kwa nchi yetu. Because in our country, we are struggling with this person, and the West is afraid if we walk away from that and we regulate ourselves, they will lose the whole of Africa. Think about it. Kenya has the biggest population of the smartest, youngest people. Our age population, we are the smartest, educated. And in Africa, English is key. If they're afraid, and this is why this guy did this. Aliambiwa, you can do everything, all the money you want. You utakuwa the top 10 billionaires in the world. And he sold us because of that. So we easy vitu tunaongea hapa sisi, it's fair. But tuangalie the bigger picture. Because tukiongea leo, whatever is happening in Kenya right now, it'll take more than 10 years to fix.
Sure. Okay.
So we have to go ahead kiasi.
Okay. Fine. Let's follow this. We will land where you are in tonight's show.
Kenya Kwanza presidential running mate Rigathi Gachagua today campaigned in Nakuru County, rallying residents to vote in favor of the coalition's flag bearer William Ruto. Accompanied by a host of leaders from the region, Gachagua called on the electorate to maintain peace during the election period, even as he echoed promises made by the coalition's flag bearer to reduce the high cost of living. Laura Otieno reports.
With Kenya Kwanza's campaign in Nakuru County entering its third day today, the team led by the coalition's running mate Rigathi Gachagua made stops at various places, starting off at Mount Narok and winding up at Free Area in Nakuru. Accompanied by various leaders allied to the coalition, including Gatundu South MP Moses Kuria and County Senator Susan Kihika, all calling for peace among their supporters.
Kutakuwa na amani siku ya kupiga kura, kutakuwa na amani baada ya uchaguzi bila kujali matokeo ni nani atashinda na nani atashindwa.
Tunataka amani na hatutaki kiongozi yeyote mwenye anakuja kupiganisha watu.
The team telling locals that a Kenya Kwanza government would seek to bring down the rising cost of living that has seen many Kenyans tighten their budgets and cut down on essential items.
Unga iko kali hata kuliko sufuria. Kweli ama uongo? Ile sabuni bei yake juu ya ile karai. Si ndio? Sasa tunasema serikali ya William Ruto, kazi yake ya kwanza tukiingia ni kupunguza bei ya vyakula, tuteremshe chini kwa sababu wananchi wameumia.
The team continues with its tour of Nakuru County on Saturday. Laura Otieno, Citizen TV.
Haya, nitawa eject tu kidogo kidogo. Wadunge tu ni wadunge kidogo kidogo. Wilson, unaonaje? Keep read. Karibu.
Wewe. Stone.
Sema bro.
My friend. Yeah. Today I saw Gachagua coming into parliament like the dictator from North Korea. Alikaribishwa na mabodyguards wakifuata gari yake. I was watching his entrance and akafika mlango akasalamiwa na I don't know who it is, sijui something of arms, amevaa hiyo suti yake ya green, alafu a few MPs wakamsalamia akiingia ndani. So I think he was just trying to show strength, which is very stupid. Then again, this thing that has been pissing off Kenyans, which is opulence. Again, Indonesia opulence to for people like us who care, me and the Gen Zs, the millennials, and people like Jacinto Bay and Mr. Wilson here. When we see things like that, we get angry. You know, it's like, what are you showing us? You know, if you want us to be on your side, show humility. But this guy even to the end anaonesha ukubwa. The way Stone Pikio anasemanga fast body, anataka kuonekana fast body. Akona nguvu. Yeah. Continuing with the saga, of course, I talked about in the first session about today tulikuwa na kangaroo court with the parliament where things just went like, you know, there was no objection, there was nothing. But I'm going to skip that and talk about the 44 MPs. Unajua waliitwa State House. Those people are called to State House to be given a piece of their a piece of Ruto's mind. Nafikiri aliwapigia kelele because this guy wants to take absolute and total control of the country. So amechukua judiciary, which Gachagua is believed to go next, because I don't think the Senate is going to do anything. The chances of him passing through, because I know what the Senate does with governors. So wanapatia impeachment, wanaeko huko, wanagawa pesa na masenators, governor anagawa pesa na senators, na story inaisha hapo. It's very hard to impeach a governor because ni kugawa tu pesa na hiyo story inakufanga hivyo, but this one I don't think so. I think ile pesa tapewa na Ruto hao washenzi wote itawanyamazisha. There will be a few objections, of course. We'll see Onyonka, the Sifunas, coming in to try and, at least justify what they're doing, do a kind of court proceedings. Because me, what I'm interested in is show me the evidence. I want to see those bank transactions. Stone PK, when you go to a court case, there is forensic evidence as to what law this man had broken. So tuoneshe hizo bali pesa ilitoka, nani alimtransferia, how did he get that money from the treasury? It came to his account through corruption. Who assisted him? How many times has he done that? And who are his accomplished? If he went through a ministry, let us know which CSs are involved in this. Hata kama mna protect Lord Ruto, can we find the others who are where's he? You cannot steal almost 7 billion peke yako. There has to be a way those things happened, because remember, he also has a case of graft. Alikuwa kwa handcuffs. I have pictures of that. Yeah, we want to see those. We want to see that case go through. It feels like Central Umona Chemchemakuni. I like this. This is good. It means, I am going to repeat myself, it means the way Western Kenya votes is going to be the same way Central will be voting from now on. Hii mambo ya kingpin imekufa sasa with Central. Central don't have a kingpin and I like it. Na hatutaki. Alafu sisi if we get the chance to get rid of this fool, hata sisi watu wa Rift Valley tutaacha hii mambo ya kingpin iishe, because the so-called kingpins are useless people. Western have never accepted it, and now I can have the permission to say this kwa sababu sitachapwa leo. Hata hii mambo ya Raila kutoka sahii, mambo ya kingpin Nyanza itaisha na finish this mambo ya stupid leaders to come and tell us something sijui nini nini. Na tena I know Mato atakuja hapa kama akisikia ni kama akisikia jina ya Kalonzo mara tatu atakutokelezea. Mato, you're my friend, but stop thinking emotionally. Kalonzo is an idiot, because what is he doing with Gachagua? There's nothing like neutrality there. I'm not going to mention Martha Karua, but I'm just saying what Kalonzo is doing is also very stupid. These are dumb people. If we're not very careful, Kenyans, the darkness we saw in Moi will come ×2, because this is a student of Moi. This man is like PDD and all these other psychopaths who study other people to imitate their pull of the crowds. How can somebody start from 107 million to 60 billion in just 2 years? Na hata hiyo 107 sijui alitoa wapi. Anafika 60 billion in 2 years na bado hajashiba. That's equivalent to 200 and something million dollars. That is almost like top 50 people in the US. Kuna hiyo pesa yote. I don't even know what he's going to do. Na bibi yake sijui amempatia disease gani, kwa sababu macho yake inafura kila siku. Sijui anamchapa ama nini. So what I pray will happen with Kenya is we are slowly beginning to understand that the people that we need to rely on is not the presidency. Hata wacha arudi term 20 ama 10, so long as we elect the right MPs that will put a stop to stupid presidency like this. I hope this is an eye opener. Mjujue the MPs can stop anything, And if we had good MPs, trust you me, hii mambo ya kufikiria mambo ya presidency would be out of our minds completely. It's the most useless seat, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. If MPs protected the country. You know, Ruto is operating as if we're in Jomo Kenyatta and President Moi presidency. That same constitution. That's
Can
what
you
he's
just
operating.
please wind up, because we have other people who need to contribute.
Who's that? No, I've not finished. Please.
Hold on.
Now you see, I hate when people do that because the train of thought has just disappeared.
Yes, because you don't have much.
Hey, I'm moderating, bro.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. That's it.
Hello.
You don't have time to listen to a speech.
And I've even forgotten what I wanted to say.
I don't want to have that kind of whatever, you know. I'm timing you guys, and I know why I'm giving you, you know, the kind of time I'm giving you. Yeah. So yeah.
Because
Okay.
my train of thought has just disappeared because of that. So even looking at,
then you recall it. You post there, then it will come.
Yeah, I'll post there because that was a very bad distraction. I hate that, by the way.
Yeah, it will come. Okay. Anybody with something? Nobody wants to say anything like, oh, sorry.
No, for a new guest. Please allow the new guest.
Wait.
For a new guest.
Richie Makiadi, karibu sana bro, long time.
Makiadi was a man and he analyzes.
Richie.
One of the analysts. Akakasirika katoka.
With
Stone PK unanisikia eh? Wacha niwasalimie sana ndugu zangu. Stone PK, good to see you. Mzee Jakendu Bay, James NK, Kipril, uko na ripoti yangu bado naingoja, sijui kwa nini umenitupa namna hiyo.
Oh, yes. Oh my God.
Yes.
This weekend. Let's talk this weekend, yeah.
Sawa. Mzee Wilson, wacha niwasalimie wote. Stone PK, unajua nimekuwa nikifuata program, lakini sisi ni watu ambao tulikufa roho kitambo. So saa zingine tukifanya impromptu appearance hapa ni kwa sababu ya big occasions kama ile imefanyika leo. Unajua siasa ni mafunzo, na we are learning that if you make a deal with the devil, then you have to prepare yourself. You have to get ready to sacrifice your firstborn. Na hiyo ndio kitu imefanyika siku ya leo. You know, there's that saying PK ya kwamba sijui fisi akitaka kukula watoto wake anasema wananuka kama mbuzi. So leo tumeiona when you become a politician, wale ambao wamekaa kwa siasa kama Weston PK, unajua you don't burn bridges ukisha cross. You don't go around fighting everybody, because one day you might need that person to rescue you. Unfortunately, kijana wa Maumau aliona amekuwa mjuaji sana kwa siasa. Aliona tangu akamate hii kitu kutoka kwa Uhuru Kenyatta, hakuna kitu kingine hawawezi fanya kwa hii nchi. Akasahau ana deal na katili. Ana deal na student mzuri kabisa wa Moi, student wa Raila, alafu mtu ambaye amekolea kisiasa. Najua William Ruto saizi nikiangalia political class ya Kenya, is one of the person ambao ameserve kwa almost all governments. He's been in government ever since. Yuni jamaa ambaye hajai andikwa na mtu kazi. Hakuna siku ameenda akafanya kazi ya mtu mwingine. Amefanya siasa tangu ujana wake. Alitolewa shule na Moi na kuingizwa siasa mpaka wa leo. So he has the experience. He knows when to pounce. He knows when to kill. And by killing, I mean killing politically. So today, we have seen Rigathi Gachagua being sacrificed at the political altar. Wale ambao walikuwa nasema mlima itachemka, wale walikuwa nasema sijui mlima we will see reaction and all that, I can assure you hakuna kitu itafanyika. Rigathi Gachagua will not even be saved by the Senate. Kama kuna mtu ambaye anafikiria Rigathi Gachagua ataenda Senate apate bahati huko, then I'm sorry, kwa sababu hata wale senators wako pale ni watu wa njaa tu bado. The kind of money that was mobilized leo, mtu asikudanganya ati hao watu MPs walipatana hapo over 280 something kwa sababu walikuwa wanapenda kazi yao sana. No, these people are there simply because they were paid to be there. Na hata wale watu MPs wa Mount Kenya nimeona wanakuja wanasema this was political. Inaweza wauliza namna hii, mlikuwa mnafikiria ni mambo ya kanisa mnaenda kufanya pale? This was meant to be the way it has happened. Unfortunately, mzee wa mlima Kingpin ambaye ameng'ang'ana sana for 2 years, amezunguka kila mahali Mount Kenya akijaribu kuunite, ameshindwa kujitoa kwa mtego ya Ruto. Now, Stone PK, wengine tunajiuliza, je, koti itamsaidia? Kumbuka, this is the same guy mwenye alithreaten judges. Kuna wakati walikosana na judges kwa sababu sijui ni bill gani yao ilikataa kupita. I think ni ya housing. Akakimbia akasema, I'm going to expose you judges. Niko na file ya corruption ya nyinyi judges, so ninaenda kwa expose. You think the same judges wataenda kumuokoa kwa hii impeachment? It is not going to happen. It is not going to happen. So what Ruto has done to the Mlima Nation, I think is a case study. Kwa sababu Stone PK, ile kitu imefanyika ni kikulacho kinguoni mwako. Wamekulana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. So they have nobody to blame. Wale ambao wameweka political career yao mbele, we will find out in 2027. Kuna watu wamesema ati wale MP wamesupport hiyo motion kutoka Mount Kenya watarudi bunge. I can tell you, it all depends on whether voting in 2027 itakuwa ya ukweli.
Mkubwa.
Ngoja kwanza. Mtu akiongea unampea nafasi, alafu utapata nafasi yako pia ya ku.
Lakini ile kitu nataka kusema tu ni election don't interfere.
Ngoja.
That's very wrong, and I'm just cautioning you.
Ngoja.
Wacha kukatia watu I give you all the time on earth.
Unataka time? Tunaongea hapa, sisi tunasaidiana hapa, tuna discuss.
Tunasaidiana ndio, but let people talk.
Lakini ukipatia watu 10 minutes tunasaidiana.
Lakini wewe you are not fair bana. Wewe na Ruto ni same sasa, tunaanza kuangalia hiyo.
Nani?
Cheki huyu.
Yeah, tunaongelea fairness na wewe kuji na fairness.
Yeah, tutakupatia nafasi pia uongee. So hata Stone PK akituambia ni dakika 3, we will stay within that time ndio wengine wapate nafasi ya kuongea. So let me wind up kwa sababu Stone PK najua kuna watu pia wanataka kuongea.
Nani Richard, you know the few we are here, mtu anainua mkono tu alafu nampa time. We are only 5. Yeah. Endelea.
Ni sawa. So nilikuwa nasema namna hii, ile kitu Ruto amefanya Mlima Kenya I think very few individuals wameachieve hiyo kitu in the political life. Kutawanyisha Mlima Kenya imekuwa ni kisiki. It has been a block. Imekuwa ngumu sana kutawanyisha Mlima Kenya. But right now, mimi nilikuwa naongea na jamaa mwingine rafiki yangu kutoka Mlima, nikamwambia namna hii, mimi sijui ni nini inaendelea Mlima Kenya, because the people of Mount Kenya used to speak with one voice and their togetherness was always their strength. They bargained because of their numbers. Ever. Hata wakati wa Moi, watu wa Mlima Kenya wote walikuwa wanajua kwamba hatuwezi ingiana na policies za Moi na tutampiga na tutapinga sera zake. Saa hii ukiangalia in our country, if we go back to the 8 provinces zenye tulikuwa tunajua, the one region yenye inakaa confused politically, totally confused, ni Mount Kenya region. Na mnatumiwa watu ambao wanatoka kwenu, miongoni your own sons and daughters kuangusha. because these people do not care about their political future. Right now, I can tell you, Stone PK, ile pesa imeibiwa Kenya for the 2 years zenye Ruto amekuwa kwa kiti. The 2 years and a half, maybe, yenye Ruto amekuwa kwa kiti. Imeshinda almost Uhuru Kenyatta and Mwai Kibaki's regime combined. Na bado wanaendelea kuomba madeni kule nje. So far, you look at the money that William Ruto has borrowed. Over 200 and something billion within 3 months. Miezi tatu peke yake. Amekopa inaelekea karibu 300 billion Kenyan shillings. So, I think Ruto ameamua he's going to deal with his enemies once and for all. And he's going to bring the people who threaten his regime either closer ama our monitor, our scare. That is what is happening in our country. Na mimi nilisema namna hii as I finish my last sentence. Watu walisema wanapeleka Raila Bondo 2020. These people wenye walikuwa wanatuimbia wanapeleka Raila Bondo 2020. Nilisoma kwa gazeti juzi ile inaitangwa there's a section in the newspaper yenye inakuanga undisclosed incognito, huwezi jua ni nani amesema hiyo maneno. Raila alikuwa anatafutwa na Gachagua, and I was telling somebody the only insurance policy yenye Gachagua alikuwa nayo against this impeachment ni Raila Odinga. Lakini if you go back uangalie zile vitu Raila Odinga ameambiwa na Rigathi Gachagua, including wakati walikuwa Matanga Nyeri, kwa uso madharau anatukana Raila kwa uso, akimwambia nyinyi muende muandamane, kazi yetu sisi tuko na serikali tunafanya maendeleo, bora msiguze mali ya mtu. He was talking as if yeye ndio serikali. Power is transient, power inapita. Utakuwa powerful leo, kesho utawekwa pingu uwekwe ndani. And I think Rigathi Gachagua is the worst political student in the history of Kenya. Thank you, Stone PK.
Very well put, Richie. Very well put indeed. And I would actually now start referring to these regions as the way they were: Central, Coast, Eastern, Western. That I think I want to refer them that way. I'll explain why I want to start referring to them like that. I don't want to refer to them in this new version of Mulima, Sijui Wapi Wapi. Let's say Central, Eastern, Western, Northeastern. The designers of that knew what they were saying. And unfortunately, of all those regions, the region that is really being beaten, and remember, we were told, lest we forget, that watakipata pata. It is sad, very sad indeed. Quickly, KK, I'll bring you back again, but make sure you don't interrupt when people are talking, please. Yeah, because it is better when you give people time. I'm the one moderating. I know how much time we have. So if I decide to give you 3-4 minutes and you exhaust your discussion, your submission in less than that, that's okay. Yeah, and then we move on. Who wants to come in? Because all of us have spoken. I'm just giving whoever raises his hand. Whoever has something. Yes, Wilson.
Oh, thank you so much, Stone PK. Wenzangu wameongea mambo mengi mazuri, na it shows from my understanding and from where I am, I can understand the bitterness our people have in what's going on or what has been happening and is still happening in our country. Kuna clip zile ulionyesha kwanza ya Ruto vile alikuwa anaongea na nguvu sana akiambia Uhuru. The worst thing part of what he was talking, kumwambia wakati alifika, because seeking si kumwambia kwamba unaweza kuniua lakini usiue watoto wangu. Hey, that was very touchy. I had it live wakati huo na tena nimeisikia saa hii wakati umeplay. Now, kitu ambacho I have seen na politicians wetu ni kwamba they don't learn from the past. And I said here one time that it is impossible to do something or to think of something better if you don't have a history of the past or a history of what has been happening. Watu wetu, our politicians wako very myopic because wakiingia mahali na wapate kuanza kukula, they forget. Wanasahau completely ya kwamba they were there before and now, I mean, walikuwa somewhere before na wameletwa mahali fulani. Gachagua might not have been, I mean, I don't know, it from the look of things, Gachagua anakaa ni kama that is his nature. Ni mtu wa kuongea na who looks down upon other people. Because maneno yale ambayo utterances zile za Gachagua amekuwa nazo, watu wakiplay hizo clips zake zote, you'll find that you will have more people hating him than liking him. Ruto is somebody ambaye is a, you know, kama watu wangekuwa wamejua, Ruto is a serial liar. Because ataongea neno hapa saa hizi na akienda mahali pengine amesahau kwamba actually what he told the people that he has just left, you know, behind. Anaenda huko na anaongea kitu kingine tofauti. So people should have learned even from them that huyu mtu ako na uongo. Na ameendelea even after he got the presidency, ameendelea kuongea maneno uongo, akienda hapa anasema nini, akienda hapa anasema nini. Na people still clap for him. People still believe that he's telling them the right things. Hawezi kuona huyu mtu alikuwa hapa mahali jana, mahali fulani jana, and this is what he said. So people still believe like, I don't know what is happening. I don't know what's going on, whether this is the language that politicians have ya kuambia watu and people cannot tell them their lies, ama hawezi kusoma their lies. Ruto hawezi badilika. The only thing that can change Ruto is when people change him by taking him out of that office. But for him to change, even after Gachagua leaves, to expect Ruto to change awe sasa ni mtu mzuri wa kuangalia vitu, because I don't think it is Gachagua who made Ruto not as funny as per what he promised. Because Ruto, alikuja akisema kwamba the other president, the former president, alikuwa amefanya hivi, but then when you look at his record today, where is he? What has he done that anaweza kuonyesha watu kweli fulani alisema hivi na kweli tumeona amefanya hivi? Nothing. So as much as Ruto still remains in that position, we might change. I mean, as we are looking at me, one thing I am saying is that whatever is happening today, impeaching the deputies today, it's one step towards going somewhere. It's one step towards coming up to kujua kwamba, how do we heal this wound? Because without knowing the cause that wound inaendelea, una apply dawa lakini inaendelea, people, you must know what it is that is causing it. It causes kupona. So we are heading there. That is the only way. Take out one person, alafu tuone next ni nini. And I would ask Kenyans to be brave. But when you look at also what happened today kwa parliament, you can see it might not have been that they did it just because walijua kwamba huyu mtu amekosa. It was like I said before, in kama walikuwa coerced in doing certain things. Yani na hapo naona ni kama pesa zimefanya kazi. But Kenyans wakizidi kuangalia tu mambo ya pesa, then Ruto is very good at that. So watu wetu waangalie sana, na Kenyans wale ambao mko nje, Kenyans wale mko kwa hii mtandao kama hii ya Candid, your analysis inasaidia wale ambao hawajaamuka. It is helping to teach our people where we need to go. Nitakomea hapo Bwana Hassan PK, lakini nawashukuru sana wote.
Thank you very much, Wilson. Yeah, I think it's a hard way. We are learning in a very most difficult way. Imebidi sasa wa Kenya after 60 years of mambo mingi na kujipiga kifua na kusema we are best in this. I think the worst subject to machine, I mean the subject that we've done the worst ni when it comes to getting proper leadership and also being careful when you are conned. We've not been able to realize, we've never been able to gather enough energy and skills to deal with the conmanship and the deceit that we are experiencing. It is so sad. 60 plus years of independence that we are still toiling and toying with the idea of being able to fight for ourselves. We are not able to do that. Tunaibiwa tu tukiona and all that, and then we say ni sawa. It is Kenyans who are saying Ruto ni Mungu aliamua, ndiye amemwagiliwa mafuta. So again, what we say and confess with our mouth, I think, is what we get. Let me play this clip. I know KK is complaining out there. That is what it means when you are put in quarantine. You'll be upgraded automatically. Yeah. Wacha tuone what is happening here. Yeah. Something here. Anyway, before we get anybody who has something to say before I prepare the clip I want to play. KK, come in and say your thing. Wilson, wait for KK. Wait for KK. KK.
Okay. Shida, unajua pole. Ile kitu mimi naogopa. Unajua tuko hapa kusaidiana. We share ideas. We can see these things from different perspectives, all of us. I share an idea, you think about it. You say something, I think about it. Tunasaidiana. I think what is happening in our country, tunakuwa distracted. Let's be honest. Adani airport inauzwa. The healthcare system imeenda. The Kenya power imeenda. If we don't focus on these things, before we have a way of fixing them, it will take 10 years. I want us to think about vitu hizo. And I know kuna whatever the Githeri media is telling us to do, that's fair. But can we focus as tuko hapa kila mtu because you have the best interest of our own country? Can we think nini watu Kenya tunaona leo, what's the purpose of it? Are they trying to distract us on this, on that? Tukuja hapa tutusaidie, tuongee. Wenye wako wataona. Then we communicate that way. The moment we realize we have tuko hapa abroad, most of us, And the few at home, they don't get a chance to talk about these things. And we will not get away na hizi vitu sisi wenyewe. We have to help each other. We have to think about our people, ourselves, our future. To fall for distractions. I beg you. I beg all of you. Tusikuja hapa tuongee vitu zina. Najua genuinely this is a distraction. Adani deal is gone. Our minerals are gone. And we're here talking about Gachagua. It's very painful. It's very painful. Our country is saved by people like us. We're here. Tunaongea, tunasaidiana. Your idea is okay. Even if we don't agree, we share it. So we can catch what is happening in the country. So we can fix it. I beg all of you. We focus on this. Let's not get distracted. Nchi yetu imeenda. If we don't work on how to fix it, before you use yote, tunaenda wapi? Most of us hatutakufa in a free Kenya. Because what is happening right now? Think about it. Tuache mchezo and discussing vitu hazina. Okay, hazina maana, but hata kama you don't see it, listen to other people who don't agree with you. I listen to everybody here. But I have a different perspective. Tumeuzwa. Can we see it in that side? Even if you don't even see it, let's talk.
Okay.
Opinion.
Your point is made. You know, you are saying people should not talk about Gachagua. People should not. So what should we talk about?
No, tunaangalia whatever is happening. And I shared the text kwa the YouTube chat. I think unakumbuka West Africa venye wanini, they kicked France out of it. There are rumors from like deep down with the CIA and that kind of stuff. Kenya is part of what US gave up. This is why Ruto signed the contract.
Okay, so what should Kenyans do?
We have to monitor our resources.
How do you do that? Let's go pole pole. How do you do that? How do you do that?
We have to go through like drones. Anything inatoka kwa nini, especially like a large trauma thing, you check what it's in it. We gather minerals.
How?
Kuna document sina sahi. Let me be honest here. I'm looking for a document to show where our minerals are.
We have it. We have even shared it here. There was a map.
So then from there, every day kuna one of us ana record vitu. Na si mmoja, 10 people wakana camera running. The more you steal from us, how to preserve vitu zetu aje? How do we preserve them?
Let me. Can you do you give me a minute? I tell you.
Yes. Sure.
Yeah? The thing is, who will help you protect this? It's not me and you, shouting or doing this. It's by us getting the right leadership. How do we get there? It's by ensuring that the Gachaguas, the Rutos, and all these other people are out of our way, so that we are able to have a system that can be able to, create platform for us to get the people now who will be able to protect our minerals. That's the route. That's the route we are supposed to take. Lazima uongozi ndio namba moja. We have to get a kiongozi that will be able to guard and protect us and our resources. Lazima ianzie hapo. Whether we get the maps or you get the drones and Ruto is the president, my friend, you're just doing nothing. Number one, listen, the first thing is to make sure people are aware, people realize the mistakes they have done. people now realize that we cannot hold an election in Kenya. So we have to think of njia mbadala za kutoa these dictators. That is why people have to, that's how you mobilize and get force. That's how you build up a rebellion. We have to talk about it. And we have to really make sure everyone is talking about it. That's why people are now saying, yes, Gachagua, Amanda, of course, it is this, it is that. Yeah, but it is good because it has paved the way of how we can do it. So the next thing is, how do we deal with the MPs and how do we deal with the Ruto?
Can I ask a question?
We have to talk about that.
One second, please. So my point is, now Gopa, unajua the whole media, the Githeri media imechukuliwa, right? Because even whatever is happening, it focuses on what is told to do. So how do we, unajua the Western media is helping this person. How do we do it?
Can I ask you a question?
Give Nani to ask.
Okay, you say that West Africa kicked France out, right?
Yeah.
How did they do it?
The same way we're trying to do it.
Okay.
We're trying the same way.
From what I know is their leadership. If I was to answer that question for you.
Exactly.
So that's what we are saying. You are saying
thank you.
West Africa did it. And what we are doing here in this platform, we are just not discussing Gachagua. We are discussing our leadership from the top down. Gachagua is just part of that. MP is a part of it. So if West Africa woke up and took care of their minerals and eventually maybe economy, they did it through their leadership, no BS type of leadership. And that's what Kenyans need to wake up. Even what you're saying that wanatuuza, it's true, they wanatuuza, but we are busy talking about it. Here about individuals, they are selling the country, but we also need to refer ourselves to that topic of leadership. That way, we don't have leaders who have intentions of selling the country anyways. So it has to be from the leadership level down to us as, first is us as Kenyans. Now we address our issues.
I have a different opinion.
It's us. Okay, it's us as Kenyans talking about us choosing leaders and how us as Kenyans we're gonna address our country, whether it's resources, economics, or social welfare. So we have to discuss Kenya in totality, and leadership is part of that discussion.
Thank you. And James, to add on to James before K, it is through those discussions and making our people realize the mistakes like this. Let me play this and then K, you come in. Let me play this because it's important for us to know how did we get to where we are. Because again, as we keep on saying, there are people, wale wanasema nini, oh, huyo mwizi ni wetu, ama these kind of things. So we need to really get why things are the way they are.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. Okay, that's enough. PK.
By the Stone, nimekumbuka what I wanted to say, so when you have time, you can add me. Yeah?
Okay.
Remembered.
All right. Okay, so what you want to say before Keep comes in? Okay.
Oh, pole. Nimejimute. Unajua ile tumecheza hapo
Why are you saying it's enough?
No, nimesema
It's
cause
painful. No,
kitu
wait. You are right. It's painful. It's painful. It's painful. Go ahead. Go ahead.
nakujanga hapa and you know tunakuja tunasaidiana hapa. I share ideas, nakuja na kushow familia yangu nini, hata kama unijui, kila mtu anajua tunafanana hapa. Nakwambia wenye walikuwa wanafanya hizo vitu, kuna anko yangu ako na watoto 4 hawana kazi, wako na degrees zote. Same people, they can't wait to vote. Hawezi kungoja kuvote, but shida yetu sasa ni moja, mwenye atachukua vote atatuuza. So there is the fear now, and we have to be honest with ourselves.
Okay. Thank you. But we have to create awareness. In Catholic, we always say there is repentance. Before you correct yourself, unaendaga unatubu na mdomo wako. So this has to happen. Ndio watu wasianze kusema huyu ni mwizi wetu, sijui huyu ni wetu. This thing we call brotherhood in Kenya is fake. Ati ni ndugu, this is our son, it's fake. Just because you come from one region and we come from the same region with you, then that we are brothers, that's fake. So when I'm stealing and I'm your brother, it's okay. That is terrible. We have to stop that and start dealing with integrity. Kip, you wanted to say something.
Yes. Yeah. So what I was about to finish, because naenda kulala sahi, is something sad is happening. Ukiona mahali ukienda mahali ya passport right now in Kenya, it's just to add on top of what's happening in the country. Ukienda mahali ya passport, you'd see people who are younger than me. The Gen Zs are leaving the country. They're leaving the country kwenda kufanya zile makazi za, intelligent people. You just talked about, Kay has talked about family members who have graduated with degrees. Hao ndio wanaenda Saudi Arabia kufanya zile vikazi vidogo vidogo, and it is so many of them are planned, and this is the worst thing. In a few years, Ruto will not understand why a working population is very important. We will leave an aging population in Kenya, and hiyo pesa anataka kuiba, there will be no longer money to steal. It's going to be similar to what is happening in Japan and most of Europe. Alafu sasa xenophobia will come in. Ask me how xenophobia is going to happen. The people who are going to replace our youth are going to be people from Uganda, people from Rwanda, Burundi, watu wa South Sudan wanakuanga na maringo, guys from Eritrea, and then we will start acting in xenophobia. We'll be saying hawa wanakuja kuchukua kazi yetu, yet we have chased our youth. That is what is going to happen in Kenya if we're not careful. Because they're leaving. There's so many Kenyans leaving right now. These MPs don't understand how important this youth of ours are. Finally, Kay, you got to understand that all of us here have gone through those stages of grief. We've been doing this for a very long time.
Okay, bro.
Ngoja.
Sina vita.
Ngoja. I was just trying to explain to him. Stone. Nimalize tu kumexplainia. We've gone through these stages of grief, mister. Sisi accept now, we're looking for a way forward. What do we do next? Because we've gone through anger. Stone tumekuja hapa tumepigana for months with our seniors out there. Now we've come to accept, now we're just looking for solutions. Yes, we know about the Adani. Tumeongea juu ya Adani. It's not that we've forgotten about Adani. And we know this is the distraction. Stone, si hatujui. We've even mentioned that. We said that tutachukua a break for because we know it's not going to take too long, and go back to the Adani discussion. We'll go back to the steamer talk. We're going to go back to the shaft. We've not forgotten. Okay, hatujasahau. Hii kitu ya Gachagua is just a small break for us to analyze. I said that yesterday. Stone, utakumbuka, I said this is entertainment for me. Hii ni short break, alafu tutarudi back to business as usual. Thank you, Stone. I'll be in the background. Thanks for giving me the chance to finish that thought.
Yeah. Thanks, Kip. You put it very well. We
Stone, can you mute Jakendube's mic inapiga echo?
Okay. Richini, wewe nilikuwa nataka kwanza kuita. I'm sure you want to say, nataka kusema kitu.
Yeah, sawa. Hiyo mic ya Jakendube ndio nilikuwa nasikia ni kama inaleta echo, keep akiongea.
Sawa, nini.
Keep umeongea kitu mzuri sana. I think K anafaa elewe kitu moja, that wakati tunakuja kudebate hapa, when we come here to meet and talk about issues, we follow what is right now moving across the screen there. That is what guides the debate for the day. So today debate yetu inahusiana na impeachment ya Gachagua. We know you might want to tell us that this is a distraction, but this is what the moderator or whoever created the program for today wanted us to discuss about. It is okay for you to have a divergent opinion and bring it in, but you can also not reduce us to want to speak about what really you think affects our country from your own side. So Stone PK, vile Kiprila amesema, tunajua hii ni entertainment. For us it's entertainment because sisi tumekaa tukatukanwa, tukasikia watu ambao walikataa kupigia hii serikali wakitukanwa, wakiambiwa ya kwamba tulizunguka mlima lakini ikatereza. Kwa nasema Martha Karua hakupata hata kura moja kwa polling station yake. So how do you expect that person to be a vice president or a deputy president in the Republic of Kenya? So these are some of the things that bring up emotions when we remember what the person in the name of Rigathi Gachagua talked about Azimio. Wakituita watu ya kuzimia, telling us that they are the best option, they are the best bet for our country moving forward. Telling us that tuliwahangaisha sana na polisi, tukawashika wakiwa uchi kutoka kwa bedroom zao. Lakini sasa saa hii ni hao wako na power and they can do what they want. But Stone PK, let's come back to what Gachagua has not done when he was a deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. When people are being kidnapped, even up to today, it has become norm of the day that you can be picked up from your car, from your house, in the market, in the toilet, in the bathroom, and disappear for 3 days, 4 days, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, and no one in the country, including the Gachagua who wants to gain mercy from the Republicans, from the Republic of Kenya, from the citizens of the Republic of Kenya. He wants us to feel pity him. He has been quiet when people are suffering in Kenya. Wakati watoto wa watu wanatolewa kwa nyumba zao wakienda kupigwa, wakienda kuteswa, people end up finding their kids, their sons, their daughters in the mortuary after looking everywhere and for days. Rigathi Gachagua remained silent. When money was being stolen left, right, and center in Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua did not say anything. And I'm not saying this because I have anything against Rigathi Gachagua. I'm just telling you that Rigathi Gachagua is a politician like any other. Self-interest. That is what sustains politicians. So hii kitu yenye tunaona inafanyika Kenya ambayo K anasema tusiongee, we know all these shoddy deals, na hii ya Adani ambayo inamkasirisha K ni kwa sababu hiyo peke yake ndio iko kwa limelight. Ukienda kusoma gazeti ya leo, I think ni The People's, you will see how much money Kenyans lost kwa deal ya mafuta, 9 billion when Moses Kuria was the Minister wa Trade. It is now coming out, but the same Moses Kuria amerudishwa kama advisor kwa president. So our system is rotten. Our system is rotten. When one person in that system fails, we all celebrate. And that is why sisi tunapiga sherehe Stone PK. Unajua Jesus alikuwa ni disciples 12, lakini alisalitiwa na mmoja. Na huyo mmoja ndio hata leo ukienda kila mahali, huyo mmoja ndio Stone PK, I can tell you for free, enda utafute mtu yeyote ambaye amesoma Bible, umuulize disciples wa Yesu. Ule wa kwanza anajulikana ni Judas Iscariot. Hata kabla tukuje kuongea juu ya Petero na hizo vitu zote wengine walifanya, mtu wa kwanza anajulikana ni Judas Iscariot, because yeye ndiye alifanya kitu kubwa kwa disciples wa Yesu, alimsulubisha Yesu. So hata saa hii, the man of the moment saa hii, harusi, bwana harusi wa leo ni Rigathi Gachagua. And I know kama Rigathi Gachagua anajua siasa, of course tumesema hapa, nimeanalyze pale mbeleni nikasema Rigathi Gachagua is not even a politician. But I think kama angekuwa na advisors wazuri, Stone PK, hii ni ile kila mtu alikuwa anasema kufa gari, kufa dereva, kufa makanga. Rigathi Gachagua should take down the whole house. Kama watampotezea hiyo kiti yenye anasema kana alitumia sijui 2 billion Kenyan shillings kuinunua, kucampaign, ndiye apate hiyo kiti, then atufanyie favor. Na unajua Pastor Lala atakuambia hapa, Mungu anafanyanga kazi kwa njia mingi. God works in many ways. Tulijaribu ya Gen Z, watu wakatu short circuit huko mbele, wakapata viti. Akina Joho, waziri wa madini, they are eating kwa sweat ya Gen Z. The likes of Mbadi wanakula kwa jasho ya Gen Z. Hiyo imekuwa short circuited. Hakuna kitu ingine utawahi sikia Gen Z Kenya, because their movement was non-political na ilikuwa inaonekana ni kama itakuwa successful, ikakuwa short circuited. So saa hii God is opening a new avenue. Bible ilikuwa inasema, sijui kama iko kwa Bible, Lala, Pastor Lala utatuambia, when one door closes, God opens another door. So let us celebrate, because this one might be one that we never expected. I am very sure, 100% sure, that by the time this impeachment is done through the Senate, hata Weston PK utashanga, ala, hii iliwahi tendeka, mimi sikuwa najua. You will know a lot of things. You will understand the rot in this government, because this guy is not going to go down alone. Now, point of advice. Wakati unapata kiti siku ingine, jaribu kujizingira na watu ambao hawaongei the same language na wewe. Try to surround yourself with a diverse opinion. Mimi nashangaa Rigathi Gachagua is the deputy president. Bodyguard yake anatoka Madhira. Secretary yake anatoka Madhira. Ile mtu anamleta kuongea pale kwa speech anaitwa Rogene. The person who was whispering, do not take any more question, ana whisper na microphone iko hapo, anatoka Madhira. So this person does not get the advice of people from other regions, because wewe unaamini ya kwamba everything begins and ends in Madhira. And that is why wakati unashambuliwa na kila mtu from all over the country, people are ganging up against you, you do not have somebody who can lend you a hand from outside your community, simply because you do not believe in the nationhood of our country and the spirit of working together with other people who have a diverse opinion. This is what is eating our brother. Nikimalizia Stone PK. Wacha iwe funzo, because mimi nakuambia namna hii, if William Ruto ameweza kuconvince MPs, amelipa MPs wakaangusha Rigathi Gachagua, I can tell you, because history is a very good teacher, this is also going to happen to him in one way or the other. One way or the other, hata yeye itakuja kumkula. Na nimeona kuna mtu anaitwa Betty hapa ananiambia suti yetu ya blue. Mimi sijui kama yako ulitoa kwa hanga Stone BK, because that was a vision. Tulikuwa tunashinda tunaimba hapa suti ya blue, weka kwa hanga. Mimi yangu bado tu nilivarisha karatasi juu. It is still there because I believe that one day we are going to change our country. It might not be right now, it might not be tomorrow, but one day we will have a different Kenya. Asante.
Thank you, Richie. Yes, yangu pia nilianga hapo nikasema one day soon. One day soon tutaiva. Lala, do you have something you want to say? And then I'll play a clip.
Oh, okay. It's good to hear you, Makiadi. It's been a long time. Who else is new here?
Thank you.
Wilson, good. And I think all of you, Mary. I think na wengine mko nyuma. I think I agree with you guys. You see, those who want Gachagua to resign, I don't agree with you. Let him stay, because when he's spilling, is actually unearthing the corpses. He knows where they're buried. And as long as he's out there speaking, I think it's good. And I think he calls himself the truthful man, okay? So I think he'll go as a hero in history if he will tell us about the election, what they did, if he will tell us the role of each and every one of those guys, what they did, okay? Because we don't want to just focus on what we are talking about now towards the end. We want a little bit of a deeper, so that this system is gone completely, okay? Because to me, I think regarding going, everything left behind will have to go, because what's happening is that Rigathi is addressing the wananchi. He wants us to be convinced by him, but the problem is that he has done so much damage to us, because people are dying and he was not there. So already is turning to us to be on his side, when already he had broken the bridges. Okay, but the only way for him to win some of us is to be truthful and say exactly what happened, so that the entire system comes down, and then we have something new that elevates the constitution and with the people. As I stated earlier, I think the damage, nothing much has changed. Okay, even though they're beginning to, the signs are there. It's still people are listening to Ruto. People, the legislative branch is still working on their own. Wananchi still don't have that voice. But I think we are moving there, where it's going to be about us. And thank you, Bwana Rigiji, because now you're appealing to us to save you, okay? When you didn't, okay? But you're very damaged, that breach. So the only way for us to hear you is to tell us exactly what happened, how this illegitimate administration came to be, what are the intricacies that have been going on behind the scene that actually has messed this nation to where it is. The nation is messed up, okay? And unless we do something about it, it will continue to get messed up. I put on a shirt here written Vegas. I was in Vegas 2 weeks ago. Okay, not to gamble. I'm a minister. But I went there for some other reasons. I was at the Palace, that big casino. And that casino, one night, the most expensive room is almost $100,000 US. $100,000 US. I want Kenyans to hear that, because if somebody can sleep in a room for 100, I think it was 89 something, that's the lowest, 1,000 in that particular special suite, a place to stay. And Kenyans can't even afford a meal. Okay, they can't afford healthcare. They have got sleeping like dogs, and even dogs are treated better than us. When actually we have enough resources. The only problem is this class of people that care nothing about you, yet we are there clapping for them. Let us, as Kenyans, once for all, stand together and say, Gachagua, Ruto, and the others must go. And so for now, let Gachagua go, but it cannot stop with Gachagua. It cannot, because that would be the biggest mistake we make. Let the whole thing go. And so I just want to make that a little statement after you, Makeri. I think this is the beginning. It has to be a beginning. If it's an end, I don't want it, because if it ends with Gachagua, then we haven't done anything. It has to go all the way, so that it is we the people are able to exercise what we believe our constitution gives us, that we ourselves put in there. Then we are a nation, or else we are going to be poor, and then we cannot spectate others living 100,000 a night, yet we are suffering when we know we have what it takes. And those guys, you know what they're using? They're using African resources. They're using, our rich minerals and others, and they are spending it in Vegas, okay? While we are suffering, we are feeding them. And because we have created a system that we have that only validate someone else, not us. But let our constitution be our constitution. And so what is going on, let it go all the way. And those MPs and others know very well. I know there's some good ones among you, but you cannot keep this system. It is sickening, it is bad, it is rotten, and it has to go. So let's do it. Back to you, Stone.
Thank you, Lala. Let me play this clip before I bring in. I see there is Temba. There's another. Let me play this, and then we make progress. Let me see. Share this.
Majority of the members, the 38 of them, wanted Professor Kithure Kindiki.
Wakati Rais William Ruto akiendelea kujichimbia kaburi lake la kisiasa kwa kujaribu impeachment ya Rigathi Gachagua, mbunge maarufu Gathoni wa Mushomba katika video hii anaweka wazi chanzo cha vita ambavyo wanasiasa wa upande wa Ruto wanaendelea kumpiga Gachagua bila kujua kwamba wanaadhiri siasa za kesho za Ruto mwenyewe.
The problems that Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is going through right now started from the word go when he was nominated as a running mate for the president of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto.
Kama anavyofichua Gathoni wa Mushomba, Rais William Ruto kwanza alikuwa na akili na busara ya kujua kwa nini Rigathi Gachagua ni chaguo bora kwake kama naibu ikilinganishwa na Kithure Kindiki.
I was in the room. May 2022. I attended 3 meetings, stormy meeting, fiery meetings. The first meeting we did not agree. The second meeting we did not agree. The third meeting we had to agree by timelines.
What was the agreement about or on?
The agreement was the running mate was supposed to come from Mount Kenya region. So those members of parliament who were already in parliament including Rigathi Gachagua, who was also a member of parliament, were supposed to get into a room and agree to nominate one person who is going to be the running mate. And the candidates that were on the front line was Dende Nyoro, Alice Wahome, Rigathi Gachagua, and Professor Kithure Kindiki. And we went round one nominations. We dropped Dende Nyoro and we dropped Alice Wahome.
Na hata ikiwa wewe msikilizaji wa makala haya unafikiria kwamba Kindiki anafaa kushinda Gachagua ikiwa Ruto ataweza kuchaguliwa tena 2027, basi uende utanipa nafasi ni kueleze kwa nini unakosea.
We were left with Professor Kindiki and Rigathi Gachagua. We had to cast ballots inside the room and we got 5 votes for Rigathi Gachagua against 11 votes for Professor Kithure Kindiki. The rest of the people who were outside did not attend the meeting. Then we decided to whip each other and increase the numbers. So we whipped each other and we did the second round of nomination. And Rigathi Gachagua got 21 votes and Kithure Kindiki got 38 votes. And we did not agree and the meeting was scattered and we were requested to attend the next day, early morning, so that we can now conclude. And
Why did you not agree?
We did not agree because the president himself wanted Rigathi Gachagua.
How to open your car door while submerged underwater. A fatal construction flaw in all recent automobiles makes it virtually impossible to escape the car after crashing into water.
Majority of the members, the 38 of them, wanted Professor Kithure Kindiki.
Kwanza kabisa, wale wabunge wengi ambao Gathoni wa Mushomba anafichua kwamba hawakutaka Gachagua achaguliwe kama naibu wa Ruto, hawakupinga kwa sababu waliona Kindiki kuwa ni kiongozi bora kushinda Gachagua, ama kwamba waliona Kindiki angeweza kufanya kazi kwa Wakenya kwa njia bora kumshinda Gachagua. Kufikiria hii ilikuwa sababu ni kukosea, kwa kuwa jinsi wanasiasa wanavyoangalia siasa sio vile wananchi wanaziangalia, na hata sio vile ambavyo wangependa wananchi waamini ndivyo wanavyoangalia siasa.
So we had to justify why we wanted Professor Kindiki versus Rigathi Gachagua. For me, I was supporting Rigathi Gachagua from the word go. And I had my own reasons.
Kwanza kabisa, wakati William Ruto alikuwa anachagua mgombea mwenza, alikuwa katika hali ya vita, na unapoingia katika vita vya kisiasa, yale ambayo unaambia wapiga kura sio yale ambayo unasema wakati umekaa na wanasiasa wenzako.
And I told the president, if you go with the popular candidate, these people will swing you all the time because they are majority and they have the favorable candidate. Get the one who is not liked, because this guy, even if he's not liked, he is a worker. He is the administrator. You need an administrator. And I even reminded him, Your Excellency, you have never been employed in your life. You don't know how to wake up in the morning to go to an office and go to an authority. That is what I told the president of the day. I told him that you need an administrator, somebody who has ever reported in an office, somebody who has worked in the administrative system, somebody who knows how governments are run, and you need Rigathi Gachagua.
Katika sayansi ya siasa, mfalme ama kiongozi wa juu kama vile William Ruto huwa adumishi mamlaka na nguvu zake kwa kuwafurahisha wananchi. La hasha, bali anafanya hivyo kwa kuwafurahisha majenerali wake ambao wananchi wanawafuata, na kwa njia wenzake ambao wakati mwingi wakija pamoja huwa wana nguvu kumshinda yeye.
The people who felt like they were defeated. And let me tell you, when we went home the next day, the next morning, Rigathi Gachagua was supposed to come dressed in a suit with his wife. Professor Kithure Kindiki was also supposed to come dressed, ready for acceptance. When Professor Kindiki realized that the president wanted Rigathi Gachagua, he switched off his phone and disappeared on us. He ran away. He disappeared for 3 days. He even tweeted and wrote on social media, I've had enough. And so we told the president, if your own person, the candidate that people are giving you, is running away and switching off his phone, what kind of a deputy president will he be if he ever become? That's how Rigathi Gachagua became the deputy president.
So, katika mfano huu wa Ruto, Gachagua na Kindiki, Rais William Ruto alikuwa na mtihani wa kuamua ni yupi kati ya majenerali hawa Gachagua na Kindiki aliyefaa kupewa nafasi ya kuwa naibu wake, bila yeye kama rais kupoteza uungwaji mkono wa wanasiasa wenzake na bila kupoteza uungwaji mkono wa wapiga kura wa Mlima Kenya. Kwa kuwa Rigathi Gachagua na Kindiki wote wametokea Mlima Kenya, mambo mawili ambayo Ruto aliyazingatia kwa kuamua ni yupi ilikuwa ushawishi wa wanasiasa hawa baina ya wanasiasa wenzao, yani kumaanisha utajiri wao, na ushawishi wao mashinani baina ya umma, ama kwa ufupi uwezo wao wa kumletea kura za Mlima Kenya. Kwa kiwango kikubwa, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta alipoungana na Raila Odinga, alimsaidia Ruto kupata kura nyingi za Mlima Kenya, hata kuwashinda Gachagua na Kindiki wakiwa pamoja. Kwa sababu hii, Ruto aliposhinda uchaguzi wa 2022, aliondoka akiamini kwamba yeye kupata umaarufu na kura alizopata Mlima Kenya haikutokana na yeye kumchagua Gachagua, bali ilitokana na urafiki ambao alikuwa ametengeneza na wapiga kura wa Mlimani kutoka 2018, na pia alifahamu kuwa wengi walimpa kura kutokana na hasira zao za kutaka kuadhibu Uhuru, ambaye walihisi amewakandamiza kama kiongozi, kisa akawasaliti wakati wa kuunga mkono Raila kama rais. Imani hii ya Ruto kuwa Mlima Kenya unampenda bure inaonekana hata leo kwa matamshi ambayo wafuasi wake wa Mlimani kama Kimani Ichung'wah wanaendelea kutoa wakati wakimbeza na kumdharau Rigathi Gachagua hadharani.
So his problems started from the majority of those who didn't want him. They started fight from the word go.
On merit, we will consider it, but let the Deputy President not imagine that he can use violence as a tool to intimidate members of parliament.
And all they do is that whenever they have the access to the president, they will always demean him. They will always...
Yep. I think tumepata mambo, bado ni uhondo ni mwingi. Yes, let me bring in sisemi kitu kwanza. Let me bring in who came. Oh, Themba is there. Themba, karibu.
Asante sana Stone PK na wengine wote, nice to see all of you. Thank you for playing that video because it confirms something that is very essential in my view, especially in politics. Politics works in very interesting ways. There is seeking power and then there is governing. So when you're going to seek power, your focus is to get the power. Once you have gotten the power, then you start governing. I want to take us back. You know, the similar scenario that has happened with Rigathi and Ruto is not the back when the coalition agreement, the NAC agreement between Kibaki and Raila and Tim. They signed when Raila said Kibaki tosha. And he campaigned really vigorously for Kibaki. As soon as Kibaki was sworn in, if you can remember news around that time, they put in even requirements that anybody who wanted to see him must clear with his golfing buddies by then. And his access was limited. In some views, some have suggested that has been part of what caused the rift, because by then people who are in the apex of NAC thought that they could have unfettered access to Kibaki. But as soon as he got into power, the state management then said that you being a president outweighs every other thing, any other agreement that you have ever had. And so that was part of the fissure that came in between the NAC colleagues. And indeed, after that, it was downhill until, of course, 2007, 2008. Now, fast forward, we meet Uhuru and Ruto. Now, Ruto's strength during Uhuru's time was that he had the wisdom. He had the wisdom to make friends. After seeking power, he had the wisdom to make friends with the members of parliament. So largely, he had a very good support from members of parliament, and he also made sure that he tried as much to reach out to other people who are not necessarily from the ruling party then. I think Jubilee or something. So what happened after that? It was hard for even Uhuru Kenyatta to think of even the impeaching, because all the majority leaders that he was choosing after changing people that he thought were friendlier to Ruto were crossing the river and, supporting Ruto, you know. So even when ODM joined in, the only thing they could do is stabilize Uhuru's government, but not necessarily a thought of impeachment would have come in, because he had already made sure that he had talked very well. After seeking power, he made sure he reached out to strengthen his political base in and outside the government. Now, fast forward to Rigath's issue. Now, Rigath's problem was himself, as someone put it probably today, that Rigathi, yes, there was seeking power, but he forgot that after you have sought power and you have got it, now you need to move beyond that. Do not continue creating enemies. Now, Rigath's problem was he had created enemies within Mount Kenya. In the video that you have just played, you realize that a lot of UDA members did not support his candidate as a deputy president. But even after getting into power, Rigathi did not make it any better, because he started fighting those he perceived to be his personal enemies. Rigathi attempted to try and, appease Mount Kenya when consistent voices came and said that, hey, you need to make amends with the former president. And it was because of his impeachment that now he started to be a lot more friendlier with the people, the MPs. So Rigathi did not envision the idea that it will be important for him to make amends after getting into power. Now, personally, as someone has suggested earlier, as we were supporting Azimio, this played out to our advantage, and indeed we don't care how it sorts itself, as long as they are actually sorting themselves out. Rigathi had enemies without and enemies within. He had created enemies within the Kenya Kwanza itself, and he had created enemies outside the Kenya Kwanza itself. The moment he became the deputy president, he should have reached out. But every time he has gotten advice from whoever is advising him, he has dug his hole even much deeper. And anytime he comes out to defend himself, he's even making it hard for him to be. For example, he came out defending himself, but he was alluding to inefficiencies within the government, which is supposed to be serving in. He's supposed to be the principal assistant to the president. The fact that he can even stand up and allude to the fact that the president has made certain errors, while he's supposed to have, unrestricted access to the president, where they can discuss some of these things. He's supposed to be very close to the president, that he can be able to tell him that before you make this press conference, we need to discuss this. In my own considered view, the moment Rigathi Gachagua came out and attacked NIS boss, that for me was the lowest. And I thought after that, there was not going to be any other closeness between the two, because you're supposed to serve with this person. He sits in the National Security Council. And if you're going to be having access to intelligence reports, and you have already accused the person that the president has entrusted with that particular position, then I think that by itself, even forget the other things that they're trying to say, whatever money, in my view, I think all the others are just but the procedural things that are going to get him out. But the fact that their relationship had gotten to the down low, I think that in itself was reason enough for him to go. Now, I do not hold the view like some are thinking that Rigathi Gachagua staying on, he'll spill any more beans. I don't think there's any more beans to be spilled. and there's any much things that he can say that we do not know, because there's nothing much to say that even will be helpful to any process anyway. He's been put on his defense, and for as long as he keeps on talking, he keeps on revealing other things and inconsistencies that are coming out. So I don't think even him going to court, because even in court, they say he who accuses has to prove. So he'll only respond to the accusations that have been brought. He will not reveal further things that may not be subject of a court process, because beyond the Senate, which will only interrogate the 11 grounds, if in any case he goes to court, he'll defend himself against the 11 grounds. There will not be introduction of any other thing that will be so interesting that will probably emerge, in my opinion. So I don't think he'll even come down with any government. Rigathi Gachagua didn't look like he has political awareness to understand or even to get information. So today I want to identify with what Makiadi has said, that for us as Azimio, we are watching them as they lynch themselves. But I also want to say, like Atenda Molo said, that in terms of war, a bystander suffers more than even those who are involved in it. So it better take a position. So the position that he must go, that was very okay. However, are we far from over? Not yet. Our general governance and political system may require a lot of reforms, not necessarily a revolution, but reforms. And I believe that even if it's going to sort itself as it is doing, that is better enough for us. I want to also say this as I finish on PK. I don't trust Wamushomba a lot, because Wamushomba has come out as one of the tribalists that are within Gachagua's frame of mind. When Gachagua was friendly to Ruto, Wamushomba was pretending to fight them. But as soon as she sensed there was a problem, now she's pretending to fight for Gachagua. I think that is not the kind of a politician we need. We need politicians who have certain principles that they stand for. And today there's a video, I don't know if you'll play it, where she said even if Gachagua was wrong, she will still stand with Gachagua. That for me is not a principled politician who envisages our country on principles that are covering everybody, not just their tribal entities. So for me, I have lost confidence in her. And I initially thought that she had the interest of the public, but after listening to her talking today, I think I've put her together with those tribalists, ethnic-minded politicians like Gachagua. Thank you so much, Stone PK, for the time.
Thank you, Themba. Well put. I don't need to say any more. Let me bring in NM.
Yes, VP, how are you, Bwana Stone PK, and everyone involved here?
Poa sana.
Yeah, thank you sana, Bwana Themba. Long time. I think ni kama ulipigwa na tornado halafu ukapotea. Sasa umeanzia kufufuka wakati umeona wale watu walitugonga, ni kama wameanzia kuzama.
Stone PK tunaonana hapa saa zingine. Stone PK useme mimi nakuja.
Themba anakujanga kama Makiadi. Anakuja mara moja wakati kuna uhondo.
Yeah, of course. Ukiona Themba hapa, there is some political orgasm. Bwana Themba, I know you understand that. Anyway, wacha tuingie history ya Rigathi Gachagua. I remember the day when nikutaka kuwakumbusha ili at least tuweze kudiscuss uondo. I remember the day when Rigathi Gachagua said atakuwa na kitabu, sijui notebook. Alafu Raila Odinga akuje hapo, the only thing they are going to discuss with him is his retirement. Bwana Stone PK, kuna kitu I always tell people, all hata unasikianga wazee wakisema, especially huko kwetu pande ya Embu. Hata ukitetea mtu, najua Stone PK umesikia, ukitetea mtu usikaitetea mtu sana. Kwa Kiembu tunasemanga maundu ni macenjagia kani kugarukaga kani gukagota rere. I'm so surprised that Rigathi Gachagua, who is over 50 years old, he never met with wazee who could train him some of those small phrases which actually they take us all through. Kama Stone PK unajuanga hiyo kitu, unasikianga Mwembu akisema ni gukagota rere, kuna kujanga ambacho akijalala. I don't know. Unasikia sasa, na mko pamoja, you are in the same group. Actually the meaning of that phrase was even with the people who you are trusting, uende ukiangalia kuna kujanga ambacho akikulala. So bwana Stone PK, you know that this sijua wazee ni kitu gani hicho ambacho akikulala kilitokezea. Maybe Stone PK, you are a little bit older than me. Hebu niambie ni nini hicho ambacho akikulala kilitokezea wazee.
Inaitangwa kianio tuko.
Yeah. So, and it was a matter of time, and this is something which I want to confirm here, Stone PK. Ruto, maybe that is one thing which I want to confirm here. First of all, Ruto couldn't have allowed another person to use this. Unajua, these are the things which happen even when you are trying to follow another process. Maybe tuseme, kuna mtu alifanya experiment fulani na unataka kutumia njia yake. Hiyo barabara uwezi tumia na utoboe. You have to look for your own method. So, Ruto knew very well that Gachagua will be assembling his arsenals as he moves forward down the time. Now then, based on the way Ruto was losing popularity, he knew that very soon Mr. Gachagua could become one of his stumbling block in executing his 2027 mandate. So what do you do? Ni kama ile tunasemango kule kwetu bwana unajua Stone PK, lazima nikwambie hii story sababu wewe ni mzee. Kuna kuanga, unajua tunakuanga na hizi hizi mambuzi ambazo tunataka kuzibreed na AI na ile pedigree, lakini sababu tunataka kubreed hivi vitu yetu na hii pedigree. Sasa kuna kambuzi kengine hapo kanajifanya kanataka tu kazi yako ni kukanyanga na sika pedigree. Unajuanga vile kanafanyangwa, kanafinyangwa, kanafinywa ili sasa hiyo maneno ya kuharibu mbegu hakuna. So that is what happened here. So Rigathi Gachagua, who is actually a blind person, bwana Stone PK, Rigathi Gachagua is a blind person because kuna kitu alikuwa anafaa kuwa akijua ya kwamba Ruto had to destroy him. Some of these things, they are not things, whether Raila Odinga is on their side or not, Ruto had to destroy Rigathi Gachagua. Why? Because UDA is not working. Kila mtu anajua hapa. And Ruto has no reason ya kuambia Gachagua wacha tuachane. Ili yani waitana mwambie wacha hii harusi yetu tuachane, kila mtu aende ajipange. But how do you engineer a dissolution of the party ili uanzie kujipanga vinginevyo? Let me engineer an impeachment ili hii kitu ikufe, so that now I can start now coming up with new election vehicles. And before I do that, I have to destroy the other guy. So Ruto had to do that. So there were things in the coming because UDA is not working. UDA has not achieved anything. So what do? You destroy everything. You have to bring a tornado. Igonge kila kitu ili sasa uanzie kujenga upya. You see if you can be able to restructure yourself. So Mr. Ruto is on a path where he thinks he can recreate his own path of politics. He still thinks that despite the unpopularity, he can recover. That one is subject to Kenyans to understand if they will still listen to him or not. But let me go to Rigathi Gachagua. Rigathi Gachagua, there are some political mistakes which he has done in Kenya, which any person like him is not supposed to do. Why? Because number one, you don't allow yourself to be put on trial when, especially when you're an ambitious person. So for me, I still believe that these impeachments which are being done on Gachagua, they are actually wanamweka uchafu and nani hali ya kumumaliza. I think he is a little bit late. For me, I think it were better if he resigned voluntarily. Hadi nikakuja nikaanzia kujiuliza nini hiki kikubwa hivi anang'ang'ania hapa, and it has been determined that they cannot work together with Ruto. Hawezi fanya pamoja. Deputy President ananga kazi ya Deputy President ni kugawiwa, kusambaziwa kazi. Now they are not together. Sasa hata kama anajisukumilia kwa Ruto, ni kazi gani atasukumiwa? He is not going to have budget. So in other words, even if the impeachment fails, Rigathi Gachagua is obsolete because Ruto cannot give him work. So the best way and the most courageous thing which Rigathi Gachagua could have done, could have to resign. Because being a deputy is like a flower girl. You are at the mercy. You are at the mercy of the leader. And then it also becomes a learning lesson to also people who are now laughing and now saying, let the other peoples get injured. Yes, I understand. Kuna watu wanafurahia sababu the guy is suffering. Alituumiza sana. I agree. Lakini kama Mkristo saa zingine nasemanga hata wale ambao wameniumiza, I used to hate that guy very much. But kuna vile tu nilikuja tu nikaanzia kusema anyway, we can let him free. So, but one thing which is making me feel angry is the way I'm seeing the way people are supporting impunity, even when they know that it is wrong. So, Stony PK, the way some of our Azimio members have behaved today on this impeachment motion, it is something which is trying to tell you that even our Azimio was crap. We were supporting people with no principles and with no foundation. I could not believe like people like Akina Otiede Amoro. There are so many people who I know and they are highly esteemed. The level at which they were supporting this motion, and it rose to the cause. And I want to say it here. There is no corrupt man in this life than Ruto.
Can you stop talking for 20 minutes? 2 minutes.
Wacha nimalize. So what I'm trying to say is that these problems zile ambazo Rigathi Gachagua amewekelewa ama ako nazo, hata Ruto, the same problems they can be on him. Even the leader of majority can be on him. Hata Kindiki, hizo mashinda ako nazo. So whichever the problems ambazo have been painted on Rigathi Gachagua, they can be to anyone, any political person in Kenya. So those reasons are not the truth. Hizo reasons ni vitu tu za kuwekelea hapo, kupaka tu matope so that you execute a move. But the truth of the matter is, and the saddest point is, Azimio was not supposed to be part of that thing, because Azimio is showing that they are still on the side of the devil. Now, where's this idea in yetu? They cannot help our nation, and we have seen that they are one and the same thing if they could decide with UDA today when they are committing a crime. Thank you.
Thank you, NM. Very well put. Guys, you may see like I'm giving people a lot of time, but you know, what we are doing is when you have flow of thoughts and especially the relevance, yeah, things are coming up. you know, like I always say, it is the lifespan of impunity, deception, conmanship coming to an end. It's a lifespan like a human being. At the age of 50, you are this way, 55, 60, and all that. So there is also a political span of a country. We've been deceived, we've been lied to, we've worshipped mtu wetu, we've all that rot has come out. Oh, we are Azimio, we are ODM. Oh, if someone says right, he's always right. If he says left, you don't question. We have seen the people we hold with very high esteem, some of the topmost lawyers have come up. They have joined this kind of bandwagon, which now you and I, the common mwananchi, think it is the most rotten thing that has happened in our country, Kenya. It's beautiful. It's beautiful now that we know all those politicians. We know where to put them. If you are to go pick them and you have columns, we know where to group them. That actually most of them, because whatever interest they have, whatever, okay, people say, oh, politics is about interest. We would want to know whatever interest they have, that one, they side with the group that has killed people and continues to kill people. We would want to know what interest is that? That you go and dine with a murderer, with a rapist, with all sorts of evil person. That is something I said we need to study. Those of you who want to continue, it's a paper worth reading and researching about. That I would today go and side with a government that has gone to slaughter Kenya, a government that has sold off the country, that everything they have done since they came into power is just destroy, destroy, destroy. Bado hiyo sielewi. That is the bigger picture I would want us to really know. I mean, fine, you are saying you're impeaching one person, and then you even go and say a panel. People are saying we impeach the driver and then impeach the makanga. The bus will. Look at those stupid analogies. Ati sasa basi ikiwake bila dereva itaanguka. People telling us that you have to bear with the murderer for the country to not to burn. Kweli.
Okay.
Yes, Lala.
Let me jump in here. I stated here that if what they are trying to say is simply to get Gachagua and that's the end of it, then that would be totally wrong. But if the process is we want to start somewhere and keep moving, then I'm for it 100%. So it is the way you look at the whole thing. Of course, we know there are people who don't want anything to change after this. But for all of us that are in it, we know there are people with good intentions who are there who voted for it, but we know where they want to end. So to me, I think it's tactics here for those people. So some people may be on one side or the other with pure motive. So let's not just, put everyone who voted against Gachagua is really anti whatever. So my thinking is that personally, the way I look at it is I would support the whole idea the way it is if it is going to sweep everything. If it is not, it's just a beginning because somebody has to go. And if that's going, it means the momentum is got for the others. So I think it's the whole thing has to go. And that's my my stand at this moment, that the biggest mistake Kenya would make is to get Gachagua out and stop there. But if they get him, then there are others in there that actually, to me, I think even Gachagua may be aware of that. That's why he's not resigning, so that maybe raises these issues, so that when Ainchi see exactly what's going on there, he maybe end up with the hero by simply not resigning, because he could easily resign and leave, and then things are kept. Nobody knows what's going on the inside. So to me, I think there's still a lot to read from what is really going on. On the other hand, there are those that don't want anything to change, because to me, I think the one calling the shot at this moment is still Ruto. Okay, they still think that is winning, but then we can have a counter, which is really Gachagua is gone, but the hole is too deep, because we know where these things are buried, and Ruto become very vulnerable. So if Kenyans buy that argument and that thinking, and if this is what some of us are thinking, let me just say that. Back to you, Stone.
Stone.
Thank you.
Stone PK, let me also, I think nilikuwa next.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me also contribute to this. Njiru, good to see you, and Themba. Muda mrefu hatujaonana.
Good to see you. Yes, I haven't seen it too.
Yes, so going back to what NM said. Rajua, NM, the reason why some of us will not sympathize with what Gachagua is going through. Hakuna kitu mbaya kama kutukanwa na mshamba. Na Gachagua is one of the kind ambaye alikaribishwa kwa King's Dinner table. Na akakuja akaanza kukula bila kuosha mikono. Ule mtu ambaye hana discipline, hana political discipline na hana discipline in life. What Gachagua has done to many politicians, what he has said to many politicians, you would see they are still bitter for what he said. When Gachagua stood mbele ya matanga, hiyo kitu mpaka saa hii, Stone PK, kama utaipata hiyo video, chezee watu hapa waone. Wakati Raila Odinga alikuwa amekaa chini, Gachagua akatukana Raila Odinga. Hapo ndio mimi uhusiano yangu na Gachagua, mahali ambapo kulikuwa maybe kutakuwa na sympathy, hapo ndio yangu ilishia. Because this is a guy mwenye alikuwa anataka kujiendia kwa raia. Now, for him to endear himself to Mount Kenya region, the only thing he could say is stupid stuff in front of umati against his political enemies. So-called, in quotes, political enemies. We saw this even during the swearing-in ceremony at Kasarani, when dignitaries were seated. Alafu, the president, ambaye outgoing president, is seated there. In normal democracies, you are supposed to give people hope and tell them, yes, we know there are hard times, but we are going to try as much as possible within our means to rescue the economy. We unaenda kuambia watu, ma-president wa Afrika wamekaa pale na dignitaries na ambassador, these guys left us empty coffers. Waliiba kila kitu. Na unasema hapo, this thing is being, I mean, why should you even feel pity for this guy? Unamwonea huruma wa nini? There's no difference between Gachagua na William Ruto, lakini Gachagua naye wacha kwanza atangulia endange. Alafu baadaye tutakuja kumfuatisha ndugu yake Ruto. Nisikia Mshomba hapo anasema ati they were looking for somebody who knows how governments are run. Na kwa hiyo team yenye walikuwa nayo, they thought the best person ambaye kona experience ya kurun government, Stone PK, ni Rigathi Gachagua. Wewe unajiuliza, DO, mtu ambaye alikuwa DO, alirun serikali siku gani? So from the beginning, hii serikali ya UDA was meant to fail. Hata hizi excuses zote tunasikia kila siku hapa, tunasikia sijui Gachagua is the stumbling block in the government, is going against the president. I think sijui ni nani amesema hapa. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. These are just scapegoats. This government was designed to fail from day one. Na naona mise supporter wa UDA ameingia hapa. There's a saying yenye inaendeleanga huko Mount Kenya inasema, musituuzie uoga. Iko kalugha ingine, I think Stone PK umesikia, even small heads kama akina Kimani Ichung'wah wanaona saa hii wamefika, they are so bold, wameona ni kama wamekomaa kisiasa. Anasema msituuzie uoga, and that thing imefanya wanasiasa Kenya wakafura vichwa. Pride. Every politician saa hizi pale Kenya anatumia lugha msituzie uoga. And I think the way to deal with these people ni hii kitu inatokea, mmoja akitokea akipatikana na mehem NM, mnahakikisha hata nyinyi watu mko opposition mnagonga kabisa, aishe kabisa kisiasa. So mi hata nikiona kina Omolo anaitwa Otiende Omolo ama nani, watu wa ODM wanapiga kupeleka Gachagua nyumbani, mi nasema gonga kabisa. Help clean this mess, because next time hata wewe unajua uchaguzi inakuja iko mbali, and I can tell you for free, hii parliament is the worst parliament. Waje zile parliaments tumekuwa nazo, zile parliaments tumekuwa nazo, at least uliona bills zenye zilipitishwa hapa moja pale mbili. Hii ndio imekuwa the worst parliament in the Republic of Kenya, and a majority of these people know that they are not going to come back to that parliament. So wacha wamalizane wote waende. If ODM can help take UDA down, I support that. There's this guy called Kindiki, Stone PK. Hata Kindiki, look at his leadership style. Kindiki can go to parliament na aseme, it is factual that just because people died of bullet wounds does not mean that they were killed by the police. Wewe ni lawyer professor, unaenda kusema ya kwamba kwa sababu watu walikufa tu kwa sababu ya kupigwa risasi, haimaanishi ni polisi walikufa. Hata kama mnatuambia this was better off kushinda Gachagua, what type of thinking, what type of leader do you expect Kindiki to be? So these people are all the same. Hata mwenye alisoma, ule hajasoma, they are all the same. As long as they are in government, hakuna change ambayo itaonekana ambayo itakuja kusaidia mwananchi wa kawaida. Son PK, mimi hawa watu waliambiwa waue Jubilee, na uliona vile walitoka in droves. Unajua Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa mtu wa kanywaji, lakini alikuwa anaona mbele. Aliwaambia nyinyi mnafuata huko, kuna lugha alikuwa anasema muretema, yani mumepotea. Muretema, mumepotea na mtakuja kumbuka. Watu wote Mount Kenya, UDA ndio ilikuwa chama. Wewe ukivaa bendera ya yellow upatiwe party nomination ticket, unajua uko na kiti direct. So saa hii wakina Rigathi Gachagua ambao waliinvest even with their resources, waka-invest kutengeneza UDA ndio waue Jubilee. They even killed Jubilee after winning. Wakavuruta kina Sabina Chege and all the rest. Wameangaisha Jeremiah Kioni sana, Stone PK, na hawa MP 14 wa Jubilee. Jeremiah Kioni ameangaishwa sana. Mpaka Uhuru Kenyatta anapigiwa simu weekend akiwa amevaa tracksuit, anaambiwa kuja party headquarters. Inaenda. A retired president anakuja kuokoa ofisi yenye haina kitu ndani. Sasa hawa wakumbavu mimi nikiona wanaumia saa hii, mnasema tuache kusherehekea. Mnasema tuache kuonea huruma. Hawa si watu wa kuonea huruma. Let them face the music. Let them eat the fruits of their labor. As I finish, junaona line imekuwa mrefu. Mimi nataka kuwauliza hapa wana Azimio. And this is just a general observation. Do you think Raila Odinga has ever truly, na nimetumia jina truly, and sincerely been interested in being the president of Kenya? Hiyo nimekutupia tu.
Umeuliza kubwa. Richi, ngoja kwanza tuone hii.
William Ruto, asante sana. Rais wetu William Ruto, nataka kuchukua nafasi hii kwa niaba ya wale walipigania uhuru katika msitu wa Aberdare na wa Mount Kenya na watoto wao na wale wote walikufa wakipigania uhuru wa nchi hii. Ni kushukuru rais kwa sababu wewe uliamua ya kwamba huyu mama wetu ambaye alikuwa pale msituni akipigania uhuru, ambaye aliwachwa na bwana yake ambaye aliuawa na wabeberu, ukaamua serikali yako impatie heshima, apate mazishi ya kitaifa, na serikali yako ikasimamia kila kitu kwa hii mazishi. Rais, kwa niaba ya watu ya Mau Mau na watoto wao tunasema asante. Sisi rais, tuko na furaha kwa sababu serikali zimepita zimekosa kutambua watu ya Mau Mau. The Mau Mau story is about land and freedom. Mau Mau ilikuwa naitwa the Land and Freedom Army, na hao watu ya Mau Mau walipigana, mzungu akiwa na guruleti, akiwa na bombs, akiwa na buduki. They had only a panga and a resolve to liberate their country. Uhuru kapatikana, lakini mashamba haikupatikana. The British government gave 30 million pounds for land to be bought from settlers to settle the Mau Mau and their descendants. But the black colonialists who came after the white colonialists left.
Guys, I need to show you how I'm only paying $38 a month for car insurance. You're not going to believe this. I was paying over $150.
Diverted that money. That land was taken by a few and given to home guards and collaborators. Na nimeshukuru sana former Prime Minister, umekubaliana na sisi ya kwamba mashamba ya Mau Mau ilichukuliwa na home guards and collaborators. Na tungetaka former Prime Minister kushukuru babako marehemu Jaramogi kwa sababu he spoke about land grabbing for Mau Mau land, na akaumizwa kwa kuongea juu ya mashamba ya Mau Mau. Tungetaka kukuomba kwa heshima, waziri mkuu wa zamani, ukitetea Wakenya kwa mambo zingine zote vile naendelea, tunataka kusikia pia utetee hao watu warudishiwe mashamba yao, na wale walichukua na buda wajua warudishie hao mashamba yao. Kati wadu itu itiato tetere nguda Mau Mau yo iruo iria gathwariga na yo Mau igadiko tuvuli twa muingi. Koguo wale wanasema ati serikali inunue mashamba ni sawa, lakini mashamba ya Mau Mau iko na inajulikana pahali iko. Si wale wako naye warudisha hata kama ni nusu. Na tutetee hiyo. Even as we ask the government to look for money to buy land for Mau Mau, the land for Mau Mau is known where it is. Those who took this land, they can be considerate and give us at least half of that land. And it is enough for the Mau Mau. Hiyo shamba ni kubwa, inaweza tosha hawa na watoto yao. Your Excellency, we feel bad. We feel bad. We feel cheated. And we feel misused because our parents were buried having gotten nothing. Yet the collaborators and the home guards continue to enjoy everything the Mau Mau people fought for. And they despise us and they look down upon us. Yet the vast lands they occupy belong to the Mau Mau and their descendants. And that is the truth. And I'm happy the former Prime Minister, you have said we speak the truth. Welcome to the club of truthful men. It is true. The truth is good. It sets you free. Ukweli ni kwamba bei ya unga iko juu. Ukweli pia ni kwamba when the hardship government was there, unga ilikuwa 230, imeteremuka ni 170, hamukufanya maandamano. That is the truth. That is the truth. Ukweli ni kwamba tumekuta uchumi umeharibika, pesa yote ya serikali iliibiwa ikapelekwa kwa project ya BBI. That is the truth. The truth of the matter, pesa iliibiwa ikapelekwa kwa project Azimio. That is the truth. Ukweli ni kwamba pia people must not live in denial. The truth of the matter is that hustler number one, William Samoei Ruto, is the president of Kenya and commander-in-chief of the defense forces. That is the truth. That is the truth. And his deputy is the son of Maumau Rigiji. That is the truth. Let us stop living in denial. Let us be truthful. And once that we accept it, ukweli ni kwamba uchaguzi uliisha. The next election is 2027. Wale wa Kenya walipiga kura, hakuna pahali walienda, si wako? Wenye kupigiwa kura siko. That is the time to sort out all those things. That is the truth. So let us be truthful and let us tell each other the truth because it's the right thing to do. Tuko na apology ya CS wetu Rebecca Miano.
Richie. Haya basi, mambo ni kama hayo, Inaambiwa sometimes ukisikia drum inalia vizuri sana, iko mambo. Msimamo angekuwa hapa angetuelezea mwamba ngoma sijui ufanya nini. Richie, hiyo Kiswahili unaikumbuka. Karibu Mr. Mise, nimekuona hapo. Ladies and gentlemen, why we are playing some of these clips in us, because Kenyans, most of us forget very quickly, and sometimes we tukilana ABC, by the time we reach D tumesahau B. So we are trying to refresh our minds and to see where all this came from. This pride, majivuno mingi, the arrogance, and all these kind of things. So those who are empathizing, you can get your reasons to empathize with the situation that has befallen one Mau son, a hero. You can decide if you really or is worth your empathy. Now, we are doing 5 hours, 26 minutes, and I'm trying to now kind of go to a round whereby you have your submissions and then we move towards kukatinga. Manake kuna shughuli pia tunatakiwa tufanye ndio tuweze kuja tena hapa. Na kabla tukatinge, ninaambiwa niwakumbushe jameni, kuna ile challenge ya ngiri moja tutume tuweze kuclear deni zetu za studio. Ili kesho by the time Bernard anaamuka hiyo ka balance aweze kuclear, ndio hii studio bwana, tusije tukapata shida. We don't want to be impeached, okay, and we cannot afford to close the studio at this time. Kwa hivyo the details are there, and then we are able to do that kachapa ili kusaidia. Mr. Mise, karibu bwana. Wewe ndio hujazungumza hapa.
Asante. I am glad that we are having this conversation today. I had to make sure that Makiadi has finished talking because otherwise he would laugh hard that the government at one point, myself and others thought that we'll make a meaningful change to the Republic of Kenya, has just decided to be trivial and petty in matters governance of the Republic of Kenya. I am appalled by the selective application of justice and fighting of corruption in the Legislative Assembly of the Republic of Kenya. I admire, there are certain facts that no matter they say mgala muhue lakini haki yake mpe. The truth is Gachagua besides being corrupt, besides being outright and forthright in certain issues, there are things that he was talking about. For example, on the clip that you just played, we might have taken them for granted, but there is an aspect of truth in them. And even though now is one of the casualties, I want to believe that we need more. For the record, Makiadi, I am also looking forward for the impeachment of the deputy president. The president, because I would want him to go as well, because the deputy president did not do it by himself. The person who's charged with the responsibility, the first responsibility of governing the nation, is the president. And therefore, when all these 11 charges leveled against Gachagua has been brought up, the president cannot pretend and sit back pretty thinking that Kenyans are not aware that he was, as a matter of fact, aware of Gachagua's undertaking. And therefore, besides this impeachment is a good precedence for the Republic of Kenya. I look at it from a positive angle that those who are in power now know that power doesn't belong to them. You might manipulate people, just like William Ruto has manipulated people, for example, to make sure that his deputy is gone. But equally, his time is coming up. He might have favor in the executive, in the Senate, in the legislature, judiciary, but he might not have favor before the citizens of the Republic of Kenya, because the citizens of the Republic of Kenya, when they will decide, they will host him without any favor or delay. Now, we have the accusations leveled against Gachagua are selectively applied, so because we all know that Gachagua is not the only corrupt person. Ruto is corrupt as well. There are allegations against him. And therefore, we've not seen the very same house bringing up a motion with accusations against the president. All these people need to go. They need to go because we need a clean slate. We need a new dawn. And I am joining something that I was very against. And Stone PK, I've been telling you this in the past. You called for a revolution, and I was very against that revolution. But I can tell you, it appeared. Today I was listening to a Kalenjin narrative that the Kalenjin presidency has been always a target. That when Kenyatta was a president, there was no attempt to overthrow the government. But when Moi was the president, because he's Kalenjin, there was an attempt to overthrow the government. When Uhuru and Kibaki were presidents, there were no attempts to overthrow the government. But now that William Ruto, who is also Kalenjin, is the president, there was an attempt to oust him from office. This narrative is basically there to try and seek sympathy from the people who are the people of William Ruto, who actually are disgruntled, who are unhappy, to try and tell him, it's one of our own, and therefore we should unite together, have one voice to speak, because we, the Kalenjins, are being targeted. This is hogwash, and this is a narrative that should not be heard, should not have a place. We are all Kenyans. We are disgruntled, regardless of the tribe, regardless whether it's from the central Murima, whether it's from Kalenjin. Everybody is affected in one way or the other. Our common goal is to oust bad governance Right now, that bad governance is harbored by one William Samoei Ruto. The games that William Samoei Ruto is playing by trying to switch from regional amalgamation of regions so that he can get favor, those are short-lived. People are not stupid. People have outgrown those lies. And when those lies, I'm sure once Gachagua is impeached, is going to reveal more secrets about William Samoei Ruto. And we will be happy to see whether the same parliament will come up with a motion to try and impeach the president. And if it's possible to impeach the deputy president, then the president equally is very possible. But William Ruto is becoming cunning. That's why IBC is left in the on the hanging, because William Ruto knows that there is no body that can hold elections in the event there's a plan to impeach him or whoever is impeached. So we want to make sure that we continue with the narrative of hosting this office, this government. We are tired. They have stolen. The language that is there is stealing. William Ruto cannot be a victim of circumstance when he has the responsibility. You cannot blame everything on your assistant when actually the mantle, you are the one who has the responsibility. So my appeal to the people of the Republic of Kenya, let us not be tired. Let us, I know at one point we were, both of us were voting from different divides, but now we are united by the common purpose of removing this office and the office bearers with their friends and the political elite class that is not working for the people of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, Mise. Let me play something here as I welcome Julia and Jem. I want to play a clip here, lest we forget. Leo nilisema ni kurefresh memory zetu ndio tacheza clip. Okay.
Vijana nataka tuelewane. Vijana nataka tuelewane. Si namna hiyo? Si namna hiyo? Sikizeni. Sasa mnaharibu hii mkutano. Na sasa mnaharibu hii mkutano. Hii wacha niwaeleze. Hii si mkutano ya Ayodi na si mkutano ya Sloya. Hii ni mkutano ya Agoi. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Nyinyi mnanielewa? So tuwe na heshima. Tuwe na heshima. Tuwe na heshima. Sawa sawa? Nyinyi mnanielewa? Na kama kuna mtu ametumwa hapa kuja kuharibu hii mkutano, useme saa hizi mapema. Ama uondoke kwa hii mkutano. Nyinyi mnanisikia? Mnataka Sloya? Mnataka aondoke? Mnataka aondoke? Mnataka afanye nini? Basi nyamazeni. Atapata nafasi ya kuongea. Wewe kijana, wacha kunijibu, unanijibu kama nani? Kama umeleta kisirani kwa hii mkutano utoke. Hauwezi kuja hapa na kuharibu mkutano. Please, tuheshimiane. Sijui kama tunaelewana. Sisi tunawaheshimu hawa viongozi wote. Tunaheshimu Daktari Ayodi, tunaheshimu ndugu yetu.
Wacha nicheze ingine ndio tushikanishe mbili, alafu Julia ukuje. Wallahi billahi. Hii mnaijua sana. Napatia tu majibu.
Mimi nauliza nyinyi, kama mko na shida na Wakikuyu, hamuko na shida na Wakikuyu kuliko sisi wa Kalenjin. Tuko na shida kubwa zaidi, sawa sawa. Lakini ikifika mahali unatofautisha maneno, unaweka maneno ya tofauti za kijamii kando, unatafuta serikali kwanza, kwa sababu ile serikali itakusaidia kutatua matatizo ulio nayo. Lakini kama wewe unakwama mahali moja, unasema huyu simpendi na huyo hatoki Kenya, atakuwa hapo siku ya kupiga kura, atapiga kura hata na yeye. Sasa wewe utafanya namna gani?
Haya, sisemi kitu. Julia, karibu.
Asante. PK, unaendelea kukasirisha watu. Wewe utatembelewa.
Mtasalimiwa.
Utasalimiwa. Oh Lord, that is the first one was so funny. Nisahau hiyo clip. Ruto alikuwa anashauriana na mtu, ni kijana ama ni mtu wa bodaboda?
Ni hao tu watu wa chini hao, alikuwa anaita watu wa chini.
Was he already president or not yet?
No, it was during campaigns.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that just tells you who Ruto is. Leo nimeona that there was Amari. Do you say Amari? A lot of Amari around parliament. Hata kuna mtu alikuwa kwa armored vehicle with a machine gun. People, did you see that clip, PK?
No, I didn't see that.
Yes, I'll get it for by NTV. See ati ni data press. Leo kulikuwa na armored police, na kuna mtu alikuwa on top of one of the police on top of an armored vehicle with a machine gun, and he was on that machine gun throughout. So when you played that clip, it reminds me of what I saw in that NTV. I'll get it before Mwende. Nikashangaa, kwani was there anything apart from the impeachment that was supposed to happen in parliament today that we needed the police? Kuliendaje, PK? Who can analyze that for me? Was there anything that was expected to happen?
Yeah, there was a threat, injection occupation by the Gen Z.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they were just prepared just in case.
So they had to prepare with machine guns to face the Gen Z.
They were going to mow them down.
So that is what Ruto is. I'm just trying to drive a point. So while people were celebrating Gachagua's impeachment, I don't know. I was faced with mixed reactions myself, but I resolved to look at it positively. Because why mixed reactions? One, there have been rumors that kuna lineup where Igoro, Kindiki.
Oh, Julia, sorry to interrupt. Mama Mary, kumbe alikuja hapa zamani, utampisha pia.
Wacha niongee haraka. So there were kuna lineup ati Waiguru, ati Kindiki, ati hata Ishungu amejiweka mahali. Hata kuna nimesikia Raila Odinga. Sijui kama mmesikia Raila Odinga ametajwa mahali kwa hiyo lineup ya take over Gachagua's position.
Si mimi nilitaja Raila Odinga like a week ago.
Yes, like Raila Odinga kwa lineup.
Yes.
So if you analyze all those people, so let's assume that one of them now becomes deputy president. So Kenya tumesonga mbele ama tumesonga nyuma? That is what we need to ask ourselves. Tumesonga ama ni the same monkeys of the same forest, or worse monkeys? So that is why I'm saying I was looking at this impeachment with mixed reactions in May. I was having some mixed feelings. But then, if I look at it positively, I would only look at it positively depending on how Rigathi is going to react. Okay? First and foremost, the impeachment was good because if Rigathi was not impeached, mnajua angefanya nini? Watu mlikuwa jana wengine mnamtetea, angesema mimi na bosi wangu tumeongea, tumekubaliana tufanyie Wakenya kazi, sisi ni watu wa bidii, sisi ni watu truthful. That is what Rigathi would have said. Okay? And you saw the things when you played the other clip, PK at Home Guards walichukua mashamba. He was attacking Kenyatta family directly with a lot of magarao, and he has said a lot of stuff. Okay, so Rigathi would have bounced back to that kind of Rigathi. Now that he has been impeached, what choice does he have? First, his goose is cooked, is well cooked. That is one. But then he has a choice to help us destroy this government. He has a choice. He has a choice ya kusema kaende. How would he do that? He just tells us the truth from the word go. Ule walimba kura, ile mauvio watu wamepanga hata kama amekuwa kwa hiyo mpango. Instead of talking the things he was talking, you know, I heard he was playing clips in parliament, but he was just playing ati mimi nilisema hivi na bosi wangu alisema hivi. Hiyo ni kujitetea kweli? Me, PK was expecting him to play clip kama hiyo mmeplay saa hizi. Si angecheza hiyo PK, si ako nayo hiyo. Ati hakuna mtu amechukia. PK, you can answer me. Hakuna mtu amechukia Wakikuyu kama sisi.
Gachagua ni bure tu.
Si angecheza hiyo kweli? Si ako nayo ako nayo. Haya, hii maneno ya killings in parliament, si ange bring up that. He had the room to do that. You know, he had the room to go rampage on his boss. After all, he has lost everything. If he has lost everything, so he has nothing more that he has not lost that is going to lose. So it was his time, payback time. Kama yeye ni mwanaume, hiyo ndio angepeana payback ile mbaya. And you know what? Why I'm saying this? Rigathi has only a few days to do this, because if the Senate impeaches him, and then judiciary doesn't stand with him, which is the most likely thing, because I'm sure Senate imenunua Naruto na judiciary imenunua Naruto. Okay, so atawekwa ndani. Nyinyi watu, you're joking. The guy will be locked up. Today I saw some clip that Season was playing, and Gachagua was in orange. I think they were playing that with a lot of satire. Unajua watu na kinani wanavanga orange nyinyi watu.
Maabusu wa US.
Yes. So if Gachagua, in the few days he has, if it doesn't do damage and counter damage, right now he should go haywire.
Zinaitangwa kunguru hizo nguo.
Saizi Gachagua afungue mdomo yake, aongee. That is, his mouth is the only weapon he has now. Okay, before Senate impeaches him, and before the judiciary decides whether to say no or to yes to his pleas, because once those two branches decide to also impeach him, what is going to happen? He'll be locked up in the cell. Na atapelekwa sana. So Gachagua, sasa mimi, why I'm saying this impeachment could be a blessing in disguise. That is the only way. So once he does this, however Ruto thinks he's a man of Sugoi, sidhani kama ataenda mbali. And Gachagua should now be purposely, I'm not a prophet of doom. He should purposely destabilize the government, destabilize it to an extent that even parliament loses. I mean, he should be focused. His agenda should be destabilize the government. That he should be focused in whichever way he can, because he has lost it. You see, sisi tunaongea hapa, hatuwezi destabilize serikali kwa sababu we have no say. Yeah, we have a say, but our say doesn't go anywhere anyway. Nobody would even listen to us. Okay. But Gachagua right now can use all the things he knows about that government and use all the panyarus he knows to destabilize them as much as he can, because that is the only weapon he has. If that happens, then this impeachment will be a blessing in disguise for Kenyans. But otherwise, if akihopa ati ana worship, yes, akihopa na worship huyu mtu ati anambebeleza Kenya mmeisha. Secondly, if he decides to just give up, He jailed, that is one. And then mtapewa Waiguru. Na Mankis ni wale ama hata mtapewa Raila. But the good thing with Raila and Ruto, Raila could be a blessing because Raila and Ruto, they will fight within the next month. They will have fought bad way, bad style. Watakosana mbaya mbovu. The next, Raila is not a deputy president material. So in the next 2-3 months, they will have fought. Another downfall will come between ODM and UDA. That may also help. Okay. And then or maybe ile kitu ya Ishungo, acha nimalize nikisema ile kitu ya Ishungo itatokea. Asante PK, acha nimpishe. Sijasema
Julia,
kitu.
yeah, Julia, nani Mama Mary ametoka. I didn't see her, but I hope she comes back. Now there is somebody who talked kitambo sana. I think James. I would suggest we take around each mtu atoe nini yake ya mwisho. Julia, can you close for me? After
Yes,
everyone,
yes. Yes, I will close. Wacha waanze kufungasha. Naona kwanza na nani? Where do we start?
Na Joseph.
James.
Yeah.
Yes, James.
Well, that was good talk. Good talk. Nimefuatilia sana tangu for a minute. Well, I think from those videos and from what people have been saying here, I just my conclusion is just what else? We just pray for that country, Kenya. I don't think Gachagua is, as much as we all think he's been pushed to the wall and he's gonna come down with the house. I'm a little bit skeptical. Ya mtu mwenye amewekwa kwa kona na he can be compromised. It's so easy for, based on all these things zenye Ruto anafanya, he can be compromised where he will go through the entire process na Ruto amwambie sasa, I am your last hope and option. I will keep you, but you have to comply with me. And that means hiyo mambo ya the truth atakuwa muted. I said earlier, a double-minded person is unstable person. That is in the book of James 1 and verses 8. And these things that we are seeing here, they have happened even back in the day, those days of the Bible. There are people who were double-minded. They were unstable. So Gachagua, being a Mount Kenya Mau Mau guy that I am a son of Mount Kenya pia. I've never seen a man from Mount Kenya that talks so recklessly. We are people who, and a culture who handle things internally and talk only when there's a solution. We don't cry. That's the Mount Kenya that I know. For him, he talked too much. He exposed himself. My grandpa used to say sometimes you gotta learn from the example, or sometimes you can be the example. And Gachagua, somehow he's teaching us as Mount Kenya as an example of what not to do. I'm saying I'm as Mount Kenya because I'm also from central area. So I'm just learning from a man like him in leadership that's super reckless. He has no aspect of surprise. He had put all his cards out there because he was crying. Hata jana anasema mdosi alikuwa anafanyanga hivi, I learned from my boss. That's super reckless. Even if you have the last bullet, you don't show people that this is my last one. You act as if your gun is loaded. And you pick one person and take him out, and everybody will learn from that. But I think Gachagua, he might survive as much as we think because it's a compromise. He's in a compromissory situation where Ruto played his card, and kuna hiyo ya Wamoshomba alisema alichagua Gachagua for a reason. He saw a weak person, a weak mentality, lack of strategy. A guy he can push around, he can impeach based on this picture and save him and tell him shut up. and he saw someone that's not competitive, and that's why Gachagua acts the same way. He speaks the way he speaks. So we should just pray for Kenya. I mean, at this point, either he goes out and speaks, or he stays and do what? Because he wants his job. And do what? If he stays, Ruto will tell them now that you are staying. I will make it easy for you. You just need to stop talking, and I need to see you, less of you out there. I need you now to be on the people's side, and he will do it because he wants his job. He is not showing any signs of retiring, and that's a very risky type of leadership. Alicheka jana ati watu wanataka ni retire. No, what you call? When he say people are expecting me to step down from the office, and he laughed about it. Never. And he said never. That means this is a risky guy. He loves his job so much than the country. And that means if he takes Ruto to push him and save him and comply, he will comply. So we should just pray for a country. Eventually we sound like we need to learn as a people on how to select leaders, and that I think this is the biggest lesson that I take from what I saw in Parliament, what I see in Ruto, and what I see in Gachagua, and Ata Raila, because he might end up being part of this mess that we are seeing, and he's still not saying anything. So there's no saints when it comes to leadership in Kenya. We are not even close to that, and that's my take. And everybody who is in my Jew, good night when you wanamka Kenya. Good morning.
Asante for that awesome analysis. Yeah, next is Themba. Hi, Themba.
Hi, Julia. How are you?
Good to see you. Wanaona watu wanasherehekea ukitokelezea wanasema hawakuoni.
Now the final closing remarks. First of all, I want to I don't know if he has gone. Njiru. Njiru amekuja akasema kwamba him is sympathizing with Gachagua. You know, in politics, once you start allowing politicians to take you through the emotional journey, then you lose it. Gachagua was trying to appease to people's emotion for self-preservation. It is the same Gachagua, if you can remember, when there was protests, I think 2023. Gachagua sat in a room and planned on how they were going to massacre people in Kondele. And a lot of people were killed in Kondele under his watch. I remember that time the president, I think, went outside the country and Gachagua was left in charge. And there's a photo that Gachagua sat with security by then, the commissioner then. And they arranged on how people were going to be massacred in Kondele. And Gachagua oversaw that. I think at that point, I realized that in himself, there's a point in which it's true, whatever was said about him when he was the DO, that he saw over the killing of people, his own people in Limuru. And actually, we need to note that he was fired as a DO. So even when Omushomba saying that someone who understands how the administration works, I was perturbed on that. And the word in the wire also said that the reason Gachagua was chosen as a deputy is because he insisted, you know, that he wants to be the one, he was going to be the one to be the deputy. Because as you may recall, word in the wire is that the time that the deputy president was not having finances to campaign, Gachagua funded the elections. And so he said that he was not going to be the deputy president, then he has to be given back his money. So he actually forced the president to choose him as the deputy. Anyway, they are trying to use this other one that, oh, Gachagua was weak and stuff like that, which I don't think is true. That's the political statement they want to progress.
So I disagree with those who are saying that Gachagua needs to be sympathized with. I also don't think Gachagua is going to spill anything. I also don't agree that Ruto is losing politically, because as it is, UDA is struggling. The only political party you can say is fairly stable is ODM. So he's already planning on how to get back to power in 2027. And he's going to win in 2027, not because he will have planned so well, but because the alternative leadership is not showing any organization. And that is the problem. On those who are accusing ODM of having, tried to help the UDA, canvass the impeachment, you guys can remember that when Nelson Mandela is getting out of prison, he comes out and the person who is releasing him is the same people who actually took him, Frederick de Klerk, who took him to power. But when he came, they were co-presidents for a while before. So he joined them. They said, some people have criticized that he actually had so many policies that were pro the apartheid guys than even the blacks. But he says when you get out, whatever peace far outweighs the other things that you want to think about. And I think there comes a time in political decisions where you say, what is the bigger picture of all the things that you want to achieve? And for now, I think peace and governance, reforms within the government, not necessarily revolution. Unlike Mise, I don't really support the idea of revolution, because revolutions create more problems that even you people in your lifetime may not be able to solve it. Unfortunately, they say old people call for wars, but young people die in it. So as I learned it, I want to think this is a first step towards greater reforms that are going to come. I don't think Gachagua is going to give us any secrets that he knows, because I don't think there's anything so out of the norm that he knows that can even be helpful in any process. Now, those who are saying that Gachagua is not the only one, like Mise, I hoped that Mise as a lawyer would have a different kind of thinking. I thought Mise, I don't know if you can hear me. I thought Mise would have a different kind of thinking, but he's surprised me that he's saying, we're having Gachagua, but he's not the only one. There are many out there. That's a very interesting way of thinking. That if you arrest a thief and then you bring a thief in front of a judge and you say you caught this thief stealing, that his defense should be that I was not alone. We are 10 of us out there. Why are you only picking me out of the many people who are stealing out there? That's very interesting thinking, especially I would expect that from someone who is probably not a lawyer, but a lawyer like Mise. I think that is very, very interesting, very surprising. There's a story finally, Julia, of can you hear me, Julia?
Yes.
I don't know if you have heard about this story where there's a traffic cop who is stopping, trying to check speed for the flowing traffic, and then he stops this one vehicle, and he's asked, the guy comes out and asks that, why did you stop me? And we are many of us who are doing the same speed. And then the cop said that, you see, I'm only one, I can only arrest one person. So the law does not look at the many who have broken it, but the one that has been brought before it. So if there will be a motion for impeachment of other people, then that will be considered then. Right now, the impeachment motion is, when do you start an impeachment? Is when the motion is admitted in Parliament. And of course, the law is very clear on how many ways you can bring an impeachment motion. So this thing of he's not alone, they should have brought many of them. No, I think that's a good debate, but it doesn't have an anchor in law. there are so many thieves, but you find there are fewer in jail. It doesn't mean that the only ones who are in jail are the ones who have stolen. You see, the one that the law has caught up with them are the ones who are in jail. So I think it's important for us to make that out. We don't say that because you have caught one thief, there are no more thieves out there. There are many, but the law has not caught up with them. So from a lawyer, I think like me, say, it would be very surprising for you to say that, they're being selective. By saying that Gachagua has stolen is not saying that all the others are clean. I think that is the thing. It's only that the motion is about Gachagua. And I think that is the focus. So, Julia, for me, I'm very happy. Not because I'm Azimio, because I was really not Azimio. But because of the torment that Gachagua took us through. So right now, I'm sleeping a happy man. Thank you.
Yes, then, but now we understand that you are really not Azimio.
I wasn't Azimio, I was supporting Baba, not Azimio. What was Azimio anyway?
I think I'm not sure you are supporting Baba, but that's a story for another day. Now, I want to play something that someone is asking me what happened in Nairobi today. Like there was anti-riot police. Yes.
Now that I've been mentioned, I just want
let me play this, then you come in, Mise.
Okay.
Yeah. PKSD, Kama, you watch, you can see this. I don't know whether it will play okay.
Riot police officers were today deployed in Nairobi's central business district amid fears of protests in the CBD over the impeachment of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. A majority of these officers were stationed around Parliament, where an armored personal carrier was spotted all day, while others were stationed at strategic points in the CBD, including those in plain clothes. And as NTV's David Mudoka reports, the operation also included a hovering police helicopter that kept monitoring the situation from the sky all day long.
This armored personnel carrier, APC, fitted with a machine gun and which is normally found in bandit-prone areas, was parked at the entrance of Parliament for the better part of Tuesday. Inside the APC were police officers, including this officer whose fingers never left this machine gun, which is capable of firing at least 600 bullets per minute. Next to it was a roadblock mounted by police officers to prevent pedestrians and motorists from getting close to Parliament. Similar roadblocks were set up by police officers in other roads around Parliament, including at this roundabout where City Hall Way and Parliament Road meet. In other parts of the CBD, there may not have been roadblocks, but police officers were seen making patrols, some on foot and others in pickup trucks. Areas where these police officers were spotted include Kenyatta Avenue, Moi Avenue, Kimathi Street, and Harambee Avenue, where the offices of President William Ruto and his deputy Rigathi Gachagua are domiciled, and where these officers in plain clothes and masks were spotted at the back of this Mahindra pickup truck with concealed number plates. Above, a blue police helicopter was also part of the operation and kept hovering in the sky for the better part of Tuesday to complement efforts of the security teams on the ground. The tension in the streets, a sharp contrast to the heated debate on the impeachment of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua at the floor of the National Assembly that went on for more than 6 hours on Tuesday.
Will be starting. That is this.
The members of Parliament handling the debate had last week raised concerns over their safety on the day they will debate the impeachment of a man whose close allies have been accused of financing protesters in June to occupy Parliament.
Honorable Speaker, you must direct the Inspector General of Police, who was approved by this House less than a month ago, to ensure that when this House is sitting within the precincts of Parliament.
The Tuesday police deployment, a sign that the officers had taken the warning seriously, and were hell-bent on thwarting any protests in the CBD over the impeachment of the country's number 2. For the better part of Tuesday, roads surrounding Parliament, such as Parliament Road, were a no-go zone as police officers limited access into and out of Parliament. David Muthok.
All right, someone asked me to play that. So then, but I wish you could get another time. You just said that Kenya is getting better. Maybe when you get another opportunity, you could tell us how Kenya is getting better. Because according to you, we are on the right track, and maybe according to you, the parliament is doing the right thing, and maybe you expect them to do better things. I don't know how you expect that to happen. Maybe you have a suggestion. You could tell us later when if you get an opportunity. Though PK said we are closing. Maybe I am also wondering whether you are admiring the kind of a thing Ruto turning Kenya to kind of a police state. I am getting conflicting thoughts then, but when you said that, you think we are on the right track with the impeachment. I think the impeachment is not the issue. The issue is who exactly needs to be impeached first if Kenya has to change for the better. Maybe that is a question. Or Gashagua's impeachment, and we bring another Gachagua. Are we really on the right track? Maybe when you get an opportunity, then but you'd tell us, not me. Now, Mise, I think you are next. You wanted to rebut Demba, and also probably if you give your closing remarks, if that's what PK wants us to do. Yes, go ahead, Mise.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. Themba, I understand what you're saying, and it's important that you brought up that observation so that I could also correct myself in ensuring that making sure that we understand what my concern was. My observation is not necessarily a legal observation or a court process. My observation is a culture that is either mostly we see in politically or in political grounds, when especially certain people are become targets. My concern, you understand that the process that the impeachment process is not a legal process. It's a quasi-judicial process, right? And for the record, a quasi-judicial process is a proceeding that is actually normally that is conducted by an administrative or executive official organization that is similar to a court proceeding. That is what this process is all about. Now, for me, I am looking at it like we have a problem. And the problem that we have is more than Gachagua. And this politics of witch hunt, or with an objective of either maintaining or retaining power, is what I took keen interest in, that we find that has systemic discrimination, that for people who do not agree or who disagree with the greater authorities, then selectively are either removed from office using the processes that are in place. And that shouldn't happen. I mean, for me, I look at this, and perhaps in my closing remarks, I'm going to speak about the Kenya Gazette number 36, number 109 of the Senate Bills number 36, which was the lifestyle audit. If we would have looked at the provisions that were given or the recommendations that were given on that bill number 36, the lifestyle audit, and if we applied it, perhaps we couldn't be having an impeachment today. So I totally agree. From a legal perspective, courts usually answer prayers before them and try to restrict or confine themselves within the prayers before them. But courts also have the responsibility to make recommendations and precedents that can be used in the future in better administration of the and application of the law. And therefore, courts are not limited. While they are limited to make decisions, they also have recommendations that they can make. For instance, if this was a court sitting and Gachagua mentions other people that are harboring, for example, corruption and misappropriation of funds, then court requires those people to be, or the prosecution requires those people to be subpoenaed, to appear as witnesses, and therefore there is no difference, or the court is not, restricted, not to extend and also make sure that they have extensively ruled properly in a bid to create good precedents and authority of the law and respect of the crown. So that is something I wanted to make sure that we are aware. But most of these instruments or institutions are used selectively. For me, that's what I wanted to emphasize. They're used selectively to target people of interest. Gachagua is a person of interest, and perhaps those who have influence over the other institutions have managed effectively to use it in putting him on the spotlight. That doesn't mean that they are safe, but that also shows the laxity from the legislative or the people who are charged with the responsibility of oversight and representation, by making sure that they are active, they are proactive in holding these offices accountable. But you can see they are reactive because the president said, or because Gachagua said something that rattled many people. They are reactive, and what is their reactive? Bring a motion, impeach him. That is not how the law should work. That's not how our system should work. Our system should work proactively looking for those who are in violation of the law and being brought up to parliament. We pay the members of parliament to work for us, to ensure that they bring motions, they do legislation, they come with bills and make sure that they become laws. That's why they're called lawmakers. That is what I wanted to give a little bit of clarity, that I am not crying for that others have not been brought during this process, but I'm bringing awareness that while we are impeaching Gachagua, there are also other people who need to go through the same process. Might not be during this process, but should follow immediately. Right now, the focus is on Gachagua. After Gachagua, we need to move to another person. We are not limited or restricted by any law that we cannot bring a motion to impeach William Ruto tomorrow if we have superior grounds to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mise. Jakindube. Ni kama amelala. Makiadi.
Hi, thank you, my sister Julia. A long time no see, long time no hear. Hope you're doing well.
Yes,
Now,
I'm doing well. Asante.
Okay, so Julia, umeongea maneno ya Gachagua's game plan, ukasema maybe it is time for him to use his mouth to bring down the UDA government. Unfortunately, I want to say to you that Gachagua used his mouth too much, that he lost credibility. The time when he had an opportunity to change, he thought he was the Mr. Perfect. He thought he was the only person that knew what the truth is. Sometimes politics is not about speaking the truth. Sometimes politics is about aligning yourself with your interests. Unfortunately for Gachagua, it took him so long to realize that. There are two things that our leaders are lacking. Number one, empathy. Number two, respect. And so for Gachagua, his greatest undoing for his short political life, 5 years as an MP and 2.5 years as a deputy president, was that he lacked empathy, respect to other leaders and to Kenyans in general, including those people who did not vote for them. On what is happening in our country, I think God is teaching us a lesson, but I think this lesson is too tough. If I look at the story of the Israelites wandering in the wilderness, if you read the book of Exodus, it says that the Israelites spent about 40 years wandering in the wilderness before finally reaching the promised land. And you know, the journey of the Israelites began at the Red Sea. And so they crossed to the dry grounds after God parted the waters. From there, they traveled to the south area of Mara, and their journey continued until they traveled to Mount Sinai, where they received the 10 Commandments and other laws from God. And after spending several months at Mount Sinai, they continued their journey northwards towards the promised land, but their progress was slowed by disobedience and lack of faith. If you go look at the map that this story is referring to, you will discover that this is somewhere that you can walk and arrive at that destination even within a day. So for Kenyans, it has taken us more than 60 years wandering in the wilderness of political deceit and conmanship. And I hope, it is my prayer that as we continue to do this, we will soon arrive in the promised land. Thank you. Julia umejimute. We can't hear you.
Oh, thank you. I'm reading somebody's called Has first saying, Julia, look at the scenario: impeachment of National Assembly, Senate, Supreme Court, overturn seat. What will happen? It will be properly kufa derefa kufa makanga. It may just pass. I don't know how that would happen. I don't know. Then, but I know I mentioned, would you like to say something? I was just asking you a question. How does the impeachment of Gachagua make Kenya better? I mean, it is just one monkey replaced another. One of the monkeys will soon come in. Yeah, and they have been floating the likes of Oigoro with all her corruption scandals. The likes of Kindiki is not any better. And when if they bring Raila, I think he has become one of the rotten eggs now. Working with Ruto makes everybody rotten. So hawezi tuambia ati yeye bado amekaa msafi, ati yeye ni ule mzee tunamjua. Hapana, hata yeye ameamua kuwa rotten. Whether he's doing the things they are doing, I mean, he cannot come out clean. Because show me your friends and I tell you who you are. So, and even if let's just imagine Raila is the man that we thought, but he doesn't change. Can he change Ruto? Now, I just played a clip that they armed the police today, even with a machine gun, because of the Gen Z who threatened to protest. Last time when the Gen Z protested to parliament, they shot them. They shot them from the rooftops. And Ruto knows who did that. Did they have to shoot those children? They had an option of arresting them and charging them for vandalism. Those youngsters were only armed with handkerchiefs and flags and water. And they shot them. They killed them. They maimed them. They kidnapped them. And even today, we don't know where they are. Today, they were armed with machine guns to kill them again, to maim them, to do a massacre. Because supposing those children actually came out, I call them children because they are young. I have children of that age. Now, does the impeachment of Gachagua make Kenya better? I'm struggling to understand that. I'm really. Demba, would you like to say something? Tufunge tu.
Yeah,
Utaongea.
definitely. I mean,
Yes, go
I
ahead.
love politics, and anything politics, I'll have a view. Number one, first of all, before I respond to that, me say, if you're going to be subpoenaed by the court for any reason, it's going to be if you have something of interest to the case that is ongoing. It's not going to be something that's going to start another case. It's something that does it help to build a case for the ongoing case. For like the example right now in the US, there's this case of Didi. So the people who are going to be interviewed, they're going to interview those people who have interest to the helping the case that is ongoing. Not any other case that Gachagua, because Gachagua is a thief, so we look for other thieves also. That one is neither here nor there. Secondly, you have said it's a quasi-judicial thing, but it's also legal because it's provided in the Constitution, the impeachment of a deputy president. We cannot say that now do not implement the constitutional provision, just implement a certain part of the Constitution. Is it in the Constitution? Yes. Has it been given life? There's a precedent that is being set in the 2010 Constitution that, of course, we can actually use that constitutional provision. And the fact that we are using it doesn't mean that we have not used other constitutional provisions. There are other parts of the Constitution that we can use, but I think it's also disingenuous to suggest that if you use that part, no, don't use that. You can use other parts of the Constitution. It is constitutional. The Constitution provides for it. So let's see how it goes. We have a deputy president. Yes. Does the Constitution provide the way the deputy president should be removed? Yes. Where does it start? It gives the process. So I think we need to, if we want to address other social, political issues that are affecting us, let's address them. But let us say that we should not use this one. We should use another one. There's a constitutional provision that is being followed, and that is something worth noting. Julia, you have asked, how is Gachagua's impeachment helping Kenya? A lot, many ways. Number one, there's a precedence that at least we've seen that we can actually use the constitutional provision to impeach a deputy president. That in future, whatever position you hold, you cannot, just willy-nilly decide that because I'm a deputy president and because you elected me, there's nothing that can be done for me. So for that, it's good if we remove the debate from just Gachagua as a person, but in the progress of democracy as Kenyans, I think it's a good thing that is happening to Kenya. And secondly, it's a good thing that is happening to Kenya that they are actually sorting themselves out. If as is being alleged that one person thinks the other person is more of a thief, then that's a good thing that at least they are sorting themselves out for us. And we are getting less and less trouble as we move on. And indeed, there's going to be some kind of sanity in our political dispensation. Probably in future, we are going to hear less of the politics of my region, my people, the politics of ethnic balkanization. Probably out of this, that conversation is going to change in certain quarters, which is good for us. The idea that there's some involvement of the family. Give me a second, Julia.
Stone uko ama una tuendelee? Jackie Ndube. Okay, let me acknowledge the people who are on the comment section.
Julia.
Yes.
The fact that we have those some of the accusations are like maybe him using his family members in transacting business with government. That is sending shockwave to some of the politicians. That in future you probably will see some kind of reluctance for some of those politicians to have their families doing business with government. That is good for us.
So I think over and above much.
Julia, when Themba comes back, there's he's confusing me, and I would like him to be precise.
Julia, wait, Miss. You're not confused. Just follow my thinking. Julia.
Yes, go ahead, Demba. Go ahead.
Go ahead. There's a concept of the accusations that have come from the impeachment, Julia. The way they are being canvassed, it is also sending a message to any other politician who would probably be wanting to use their families to do business with the government. And the moment they think that, okay, fine, this is going to come back and hit me, they're going to be a little reluctant, a little cautious, which for me, I think it's good for a governance process. And anybody else can use that as an example. You know, when precedence has been created, you can actually use that. I mean, Ms. Iya knows that. You can actually use that to point and say that so-and-so was actually impeached for doing this. So when I say that this is good for us, is because over and above the political undertones that may be coming out of it, democratically and governance-wise, it is setting a precedence and probably a new narrative that we are going to be having moving forward. Is it where we want to be? I don't think so. But democracy and most of these things are incremental in nature. You never really get there, you pursue it. Now, finally, Julia, we are overly quoting the Bible. Most of the people that were used by God in the Bible were not perfect. Most of them. Look at Abraham. The stories that are given there, no perfection. Look at Jacob. The stories about him and, no perfection. Look at David, whom the Bible later God says a man after God's own heart. Look at the stuff that he does. So when we are looking for perfection in the way of trying to see that our leaders will be completely perfect and no iota of doubt on their behavior, we will not get that because the society by nature is not perfect, and even pastors that we are thinking that these are the pastors that are going to save us. When you look at some of the scandals around them and the things that are around them, we don't really get, you don't get near perfection. So perfection is an idea that is good, but we don't really get there. We are not perfect as a society. We will not get those perfect leaders that we are looking for, because by nature, even these people are members of our society. They are us. And by nature, we are not perfect. They are microcosm of the macrocosm. The bigger society produces its leaders. So you don't expect that you will be a society that has thieves and produce, people who are clean to lead you. That will not happen. But what we can say, like in the debate today for impeachment, what they were trying to bring, it says, is it's not beyond reasonable doubt. It's a balance of probability. Is there a probability that this person was involved in this kind of thing? The other part is where we are going into, in court is where you're looking at beyond reasonable doubt. The balance of probability. So even in leadership, you're saying, is there a balance of probability that when these people sort themselves out, we are going to get somewhere? Yes, we will. Are we where we want to be? I don't think so. And but it is incremental. Every time we make a step, at least they say, if you must fall forward. At least you have moved. So even if you are falling, at least we are falling forward. Now we know that the constitutional provision for impeachment can be used, and it has been used in the 2010 Constitution. Thank you, Julia.
Thank you, Demba. Yes, Miss, you wanted to rebut that, so we close.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Themba actually in his own submission, he's actually said that presidents can be used. I wanted to say, if a court of any jurisdiction has a ruling, and I'm bringing a case against Themba, I can attach that as part of my evidence against Themba, because there is already an existing ruling of a court of a given jurisdiction. What I was saying before, let us say Gachagua goes the way you said, Julia. Gachagua says Ruto aliiba hapa, Ruto akaiba pale, here is the proof. Okay? Then Gachagua would have helped us, because Gachagua, there's a right to be heard. He was given a right to be heard and a right of reply. And therefore, if by any chance he goes ahead and spills the beans, that goes to record that that is admitted as part of the that is given evidentiary threshold, then that evidentiary threshold under rules and procedures of evidence, and then the judge who is going to rule, or even the president or whatever, because we said this is a quasi judicial process that can only be faulted, cannot be stopped. You cannot stop the process. You can only fault the process, and that is how Gachagua would have just gotten out of it. But as it is, you can't stop the process. An impeachment is a process, a process that can only be faulted, but cannot be stopped. And therefore, if by any chance at the end of this Gachagua is impeached, and during his testimonies, his defense that has been put up by his defense counsel, etc., is admitted as part of the evidence under rules and procedures of evidence, then what will happen? It goes to record as part of that ruling that the judge relied on the following evidence and gave the same certain material facts, evidentiary threshold or evidentiary weight in making his ruling. Therefore, that ruling in itself is binding for me to come up and say, I want to bring a motion as well against an individual who is adversely mentioned in the previous impeachment with the following evidence provided that expressly so that person also is unfit to hold the office because there is overwhelming evidence. So that is not questionable, Themba. You and me agree that any witness that will appear or has been summoned to appear and has given his testimony, and that witness, the testimony that he has given has been admitted under rules and procedures of evidence that to be binding, then going forward, we, the people, that's why I was saying that this is a good precedence for us. The process has started. We shouldn't just focus on Gachagua. We should focus on every other person that is mentioned throughout the process and hold them accountable. This is an avenue that has been opened that we have not seen in the past. There were attempts of impeachment with the governors, but some of them did not succeed. But if this succeeds, even though it doesn't succeed, and if evidence that is acquired during or provided during this process, if they are admitted as evidentiary threshold, still one can bring a motion and use it as part of their argument to prove that whoever who is in question is not fit for office. I hope that you understand that you and me agree that the process has not been fair. People have not been obeying, have not been following the process to the letter, people have actually been going around the process to their advantage as opposed to the advantage of the greater general public. That's my argument, that we can only remember, if you steal today, if you go and steal, let's say you go to an electronic shop and you steal just a phone or a case for the phone, you might go to jail for some years. Because why? You don't have influence and power and resources to influence the law to work to your favor. But if you did, like Gachagua have, they used that position of power, money, and the connections, the unparalleled connections that they have to their favor. That's not how it should be. That's not the spirit. That's not the intention of the letter of the law. But however, the spirit of the law gives a leeway, and many people goes and inclines themselves towards the spirit of the law and gets away with it. That is what I was saying, that we shouldn't apply the law selectively. The law should be applied as it was intentioned. It was intentioned. You're a criminal. You go to jail if you're found guilty. That's it.
Yeah, I think them has dropped. Did you
Yes,
hear
yes,
before you close? My last comment is to Mise, you're talking about fairness. I just want to remind you one saying that goes, there's nothing fair in this world. Nothing. The only thing that makes us equal is death. So when you bring law and fairness, maybe you're talking to the wrong people in the wrong forum, not politics. That is how it is, and it is what it is. Thank you.
Julia, if you allow me.
Nyinyi watu hamtaki kulala.
I
Aya,
think-
1 minute, member, 1 minute.
No, I want to give a scenario, Julia, which would probably make Miss get my point. Julia is selling bread, and she has a shop. Then Mise is walking in front of me, and then Mise takes a loaf of bread without buying. And then when I come in also to take a loaf of bread without buying, Julia shows up. And Julia calls Mwizi. Then I'm arrested. My defense cannot be that even Mise took a loaf of bread. That's what I'm saying. That cannot be defense. I've been caught with a loaf of bread. And so I'm the one who has been arrested. So where does the criminal justice start? Me being arrested. So first of all, it is the arresting officer to prove that actually I was taking the bread without permission. You see? So it is my case that is going to be prosecuted. I cannot stand there and say, hey, you know, when I came, even Mise took the bread without permission. So we are two of us. If you just arrest me alone and you prosecute me alone, that is a misapplication of the law. So we should be three of us. The only way Mise can be introduced into the thing is there Mise a witness. So, and I'm calling Mise if only it is going to help my case to vindicate myself, while the arresting officer will be calling the people who could have seen me taking it. You see? So flip that back to the case of Gachagua. Gachagua has been arrested. The motion is not Gachagua who took himself to parliament, right? Gachagua was taken to parliament. The burden of proof is not on Gachagua. He is not supposed to prove anything. The burden of proof is on the person who is accusing to say, okay, can you demonstrate that you have accused me of this, demonstrate it. So Gachagua was only supposed to make responses to the accusations. And if you are listening keenly, even the speaker told Gachagua, can you limit yourself to relevance? things that are relevant to the accusation. You cannot say that part of my defense is that, even the president has stolen. Or, even that is why he was saying that, even the president has said, and he's the one who started by, telling us that everybody came with share. So for me, I was just following that. That is, in my view, far-fetched. Can you respond to the accusation? So, Mise, maybe in your process, I beg to disagree with you. Number one, you cannot use another person that because I saw so and so, now that is my defense. I saw we were 3 thieves, even so and so was stealing. So that is my defense. No, unless it is relevant to your case. Does it help you to exonerate yourself? You see, if maybe there are witnesses, if there are people who are with, does it help your case? That is how it works. Now, the prosecutor might get people who saw you taking and maybe get into a plea bargain with them. And okay, fine. We are going to give you a lesser charge if you know if that their witness or whatever testimony is going to help to nail you down. Right? So, but the idea that, I can stand and say, Mise was also stealing, you are with him. So me, it's only that I was caught. No. That one is not the law.
I think you got it
hold on, Mise.
Yeah.
I was quiet. Then, like Makiadi said, politics, and in fact, even this thing of Gachagua saying I'm a truthful man, politics and truth are parallel. They do not go together. Politics is about interest. What is the interest of the person getting into politics? And I wish to submit again, Julia, if you allow me, that Gachagua did not understand, and probably I should also submit again that he did not read Machiavelli, the prince, very well. That you do not allow yourself to be used so much, such that now you are the one who is actually trumpeting and even doing the dirty work for the prince. Because at the end of the day, you are the one who is going to go. That is how power works. And that is something Gachagua did not learn. So I will not want to belabor on that so much with Mise. He has his views. I've understood him. I know where he's coming from. I only beg to disagree, which is okay. You have your perspective. For me, I think justice starts from the introduction. So are we somewhere? Yes, this work. Does it mean all the other people are clean? No, they are not. Will they be? No. But dealing with one is good enough. At least one has gone. So let's wait for the next that will be brought if there's probable belief and it is brought into the parliament. Then we'll deal with it as it comes. But we are not better, Julia, in terms of our politics is still growing, but we are not where we are. At least we are moving. We are falling, but at least we are falling forward. Thank you.
Quick one, Julia.
Oh,
Miss.
Yeah,
a quick one. Themba, I did not say or allude that Gachagua can use what he knows for his defense. However, going by your example, that is called broken window theory. In broken window theory, for example, if I stole from Julia and you stole, and in your admission, in your admission, you say, yes, I did, but also Julia did that, and there's a sentence over that issue, and you're given maybe 3 months or a certain penalty. It doesn't restrain Julia to go with the same ruling with your admission that you saw Mrs. stealing from Julia as well, and then at that time it's up to Julia actually using the same ruling can take it to the as part of the proof, because Julia has a proof of burden to prove that even Themba admitted that Mrs. stole from me. It doesn't restrict Julia. Now, what am I in perspective? What I'm saying, while this ruling has been done, when we are done with Gachagua, it doesn't restrict anybody or any Kenyan citizen or any lawmaker to go to court or to go to parliament and begin an impeachment motion if by any chance there are glaring evidence or admission or self-incrimination from Gachagua admitting that there was someone abated him to commit certain crimes. But lastly, Julia, I wanted to say that a few years ago, Hassan Joe, I was listening to this. He said that he was giving a little bit of a background. He said Kenyatta, after Kenyatta, Moi came to power, who is from Kalenjin. It took 24 years for the Central to get the power back or the presidency back, after which when William Ruto was looking around and was choosing his deputy president, he chose a criminal. He knew that Gachagua had a lot of legal issues and challenges, and therefore he was very calculative and knew that once they get to power, he will then initiate Gachagua being removed from office, jailed, and then after being jailed, he will get a deputy president from another region, after which William Ruto will also try to change the constitution and stay in power, probably some other many years before another region takes power. Is this what we are seeing right now? Has it come to live? Has it come to pass that Joe Hassan is vindicated of what he foresaw that William Ruto has in place? If so, why is Joe Hassan with the very same people, same government that he believed is not a legit government? Are we sincere? Our leaders sincere to our interests, or they are just there? And lastly, why do you think a very good document, the lifestyle audit, which actually should be a document that keeps us proactive, why do you think was put aside? Why do you think we are not impressing that has very good procedures on how we account everyone's wealth, assess how someone became, or if someone is living beyond their means, etc., etc.? Why aren't we pushing so that we can have this in place? Because there's a clear measures on how we can hold people accountable on how they acquire their wealth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mise. Thank you, Demba. Thank you, Makiadu Ozia, Jekunimbe, Stone PK, and everybody else. I wish we could. I love you people, your analysis, and I wish it could be the way you are saying. But I just want to say that we made no steps today. It was just a waste of time, because the members of parliament who are crucifying Gachagua, some of them have been accused of murder, a lot of them corruption. And they were not doing that because some woman there was talking about some prostitution, or someone was called prostitute. I mean, they were talking trash. Those accusations, I mean, they did not even believe in the accusations themselves. The mover of the motion said he did not have the evidence. Why am I saying this? It's because I believe they were all under the influence of one William Samoei Ruto. So personally, I think it was a waste of time for Kenya, because the crucifiers are criminals themselves. And the boss of the crucifiers is a criminal himself. He has been accused of crimes against humanity. He even had a case in The Hague, which was never materialized. So if Demba and others feel like we are making moves, it was a waste of time, fellow Kenyans. If today I had William Ruto resigned and fired Gachagua and the cabinet and dissolved parliament, then we can say we've made moves. Something is not gonna do. And in the words of Mise and Joho, I totally believe he's trying to change the constitution. Some of his MPs even said that they want to increase his term to 7 years. and even now, fellow Kenyans, there is no IBC. So Ruto is not ready for any election. So prepare for the worst, because William Samoei Ruto is not ready to go for another general election. And he's busy turning the Kenya to a police state. You saw how he put armored vehicles to face young children who walk around with flags and handkerchiefs. And today he was ready to do a massacre because there was an armored vehicle with a machine gun next to Parliament. So if people say we made any steps, that is hogwash. So we are back to square one. Personally, I don't sympathize with Gachagua. He dug his own grave. And he's just one of the monkeys that we don't need in power. Him, William Ruto are birds of the same feather. So this was a waste of our time. I guess we need to regroup and decide what next for Kenya, because we cannot give up. We must liberate Kenya from this team Majambazi. Asanteni wa Kenya. Thank you so much, Brian Richard, Freedom, Junior Karaoke, Due Diligence, Hesfam, Betty, Press Joy, Monica, Esther Kabiro, Dush, Wakanda Nation, Grace Kingori, Sammy Costa, AGBM, Kenyatta Junior, and wengine Ani na wengine wote tunawashukuru sana kwa kuungana na sisi jioni ya leo ama asubuhi ya leo, tukiangazia yaliyotendeka nchini kwetu. Na ninaona tumechukua muda mwingi tukijadilia maneno ya Gachagua, lakini mimi sidhani tumesonga popote. Pengine tujadiliane in future, what next? We've not made any steps. It was just hogwash. So what do we do for Kenya if we have murderers, killers, gangsters in Parliament prosecuting another gangster, and their boss is a gangster? What is that? What kind of a kangaroo court is that? It's a waste of our time. Asanteni sana, tukutane tena siku nyingine, and we hope that we're gonna make moves somewhere. I believe the Jains and the others are coming back. We must say aluta continua.
Karibu kupitisha hiyo bill. We are not going to consider anyone. We are going to start from even the head of the state. We are going to the governors. We are coming to the senators, to the members of parliament, to MCS and women rep. We are going to deal with you. Hata mkikuwa wapi, tukiona tu gari yenu tuna stone hiyo gari. Mkipitisha hii finance bill, mtaona, mtajua ni nyinyi ndio tumeweka kwa hiyo.
Katambe, ni nyinyi mmechoose hiyo side, hakuna mtu amewaforce. Wacha Katambe, kama unitambui, pia mimi sikutambui boss. Wacha Katambe, mnasema mnataka kupea Kenya bright future. True, juu Zakayo akishuka nirudishia kila mtu mali yake times
4. Jiulize swali wewe kama Mkenya mwenzangu. Dedan Kimathi, Achieng' Oneko, Matthew Shupuku, Matiba, JM Karaoke, Helena Chelagat, Wangari Maathai, George Anyona, ungekuwa wapi sasa? Ungekuwa hapa nje ya bunge ukirepresent sauti ya wananchi. So on Tuesday tunaanza kuchunga hii building. Tuambie mkinge kwa hiyo bunge, you vote the way people want. Huo Ruto aende angalie budget yake, aseme kitu ambacho anataka to reduce. Hii nchi ni yetu. Nchi si ya Ruto ama mama ya Ruto. This country belongs to all of us. So the sovereign power belongs to the people. Sisi tumepatia Ruto kazi. Na tumesema kama as taxpayers, we have to listen to our voices, because the people's voice is the voice of God.